What?
I've not
Oh,
unmuted our mics.
of course.
Didn't do it.
Yay!
Didn't do it. Didn't
No,
do it.
did people immediately say no sound, no
Yeah,
sound,
they're
sound, no
saying no
sound?
sound. And in their defense, it's because I didn't
There was
unmute our
no,
mics.
there
So
was no sound.
I'm not panicking at this stage because I have now unmuted our mics. And I reckon in about 20 seconds, there we go. Green Tree's in. He's saying better. It's happened. It's happened.
Well done.
I was so proud of myself.
Yeah, you did a great job.
There
We
was a
got
whole
on.
screen early. We were on the main screen at 8 o'clock. I just didn't. I just didn't unmute our
You were
mics.
just too excited for it.
I was
You were
too
very
excited
excited.
But we can hear me, and Harry's saying a few things. So hopefully, throughout the first few minutes, I'll just keep my eye on the bottom of that chat and just check that we're at a happy volume together. But yes, welcome once again to Battle Streams in Middle Earth, which is our fast becoming regular again stream series where every episode we take a look at this. The DXDini Partwork Battle Games in Middle Earth. Harry, I know this is your first time with me, but I don't know if you ever realised, but what we did was change the word games to streams.
I honestly had never even thought of that.
That's how we.
That's really good.
That's exactly.
It's
how
really
we
clever.
came up with it. Yeah.
And but you know what? I'm most impressed by the way you designed the logo. Because
where we put battle streams in.
Yeah.
Middle
and
Earth. It's in Middle Earth.
It's very good.
A lot of people don't get it. So yes, welcome. We're back. We're back after only a week. How exciting! And we are back. And normally, as we say, we do take a stroll through one of these issues, but we're not tonight because tonight is a special. But before I get to the excitement of what's to come, who's this guy? I'm delighted, honoured, thrilled to be joined tonight by Mr. Harry Parkhill.
Yay! Genuinely, thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here. I've watched the streams. I think I was there on the very first one. So it's kind of weird to be here amongst it. On the other side of the screen, you know, I've got my snacks, I've got my paints, I've got everything. You know, it's going to be brilliant. I don't have the Clear the Backlog mug, but I do have a massive HP Source mug. So you know,
I've got you covered because of course, the point of Battle Streams Middle Earth is to help you clear your backlog. So I mean, let's dive into that. That was a beautiful segue. So the whole point of this series is that we hang out for a kind of evening a week. And kind of chill together and have some fun, positive community chatter, and try and work on something purely for the fun of it. And what normally happens is when we have an issue of this, I don't know if you've realised this over the years, Harry. I don't know if you've painted along at all at any point. The magazines come with models, and the idea is that we just paint those models for the fun of it.
Just because you can.
Just because you can.
There's my you see. I haven't revealed this yet. Pride of place, battle streams, numbered, so I know which ones are which.
I haven't done that. I just get constantly annoyed with myself.
That's what I was doing, and then I mean it's not very pretty, but my God, do I know that there was 53 to 65 in there? Which issue are you on? Which one was
73 is the next one coming up.
73.
Penultimate binder, my friend.
That is actually quite sad, isn't it?
It's getting there.
Yeah. 73 penultimate binder. That's that one. That's that one. Yeah. I've got it. 73. Yeah. Got that. Some Rohan action. But not this week.
Not this week. No. What's this week, Harry? You're the guest. You know what's going on here. You're not.
I do.
What are we doing?
Well, I believe historically this was a one that was planned for the made-to-order Dead of Dunharrow, which was the see-through or translucent. Oh, look at them! I love them. And because they took a lot of people didn't get them at the same time, didn't they? So this has been earmarked as a stream dedicated specifically to Dead of Dunharrow, or is it specifically the made-to-order Dead of Dunharrow? I have to clarify the rules here.
The rules are there to control the fun. You're absolutely right. You're spot on. It was. We wanted to do it when we thought, I'll tell you what it was. The King of the Dead was coming out, and we were like, wouldn't it be cool if everyone had their translucent Army of the Dead? and they didn't by the time we did the King of the Dead issue. So we said what we'll do is once all our patrons have got theirs, which is probably when everyone else has got theirs, we'll do another stream. And this is the first time we've had a chance to do it since we've confirmed that everyone's got them. So the idea was there'll be a Dead of Dunharrow special where everyone who's picked some up, and God knows some people might have done them already, but anyone who's got some of these bad boys would have a bit of a build party together. But of course, we're also including any other Dead of Dunharrow tonight.
And that is fortunate for me because you'll know this. Is this the time to reveal this? I don't know. Maybe I'll go for it anyway. Basically, I think it was the King of the Dead, or maybe the Warrior of the Dead stream was the first one, or it might have been a Halloween spooky stream. I don't know. But basically, I started painting some Warriors of Dunharrow, some Army of the Dead, whenever the first one was. It probably was a Halloween stream, and then maybe the King of the Dead or the Warrior of the Dead. Anyway, whichever way around it was. And I've been slowly building up an army of Dead of Dunharrow. So there's one of them, and I'm doing them in a kind of zombie, basically the colour scheme of the Dead of Dunharrow from the movies, but without the kind of wispy whiteness. So I kind of did a zombie theme, and I have in total 3, 6, 8 now. I think I had one of them already. I think I had the King of the Dead already, but I have 8 of them now, and I hopefully will be adding another 3 to the backlog tonight, to my army tonight, with the hope to continue painting them.
Removing from the backlog, not adding to the backlog. Yes. Dreadful business.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, removing stuff from the backlog. So these 3 have been in my box for it must be years now. I've also got some plastic Warriors of the Dead here, which I may assemble if I have some time between layers or something like that. But either way, I'm very excited to be joining in the theme of the stream, and I believe that's why you chose me for tonight, isn't it? Because there are probably other more intelligent and erudite and witty people to choose from. But no I have some Army of the Dead, so.
Well, you didn't use the exact phrase that you've used to me in the past, but just to really pump and force the message, I believe you said that over the years you've been collecting a BSIME Dead of Dunharrow army.
Yes, that's right. But a BSIME Army of the Dead, yes, in the same way that you've done the Gondor one. So every time I've done it, I have been just painting this, and I haven't touched them at any time other than the relevant sort of spooky streams or Army of the Dead streams.
As and when the idea for a Dead of Dunharrow stream came up, you were right there to be the core choice. So that's.
But I just want to before you go into the rest of the stuff, I just want to pay tribute to Steve because. I love Steve. I love watching you guys together, and I know he's not dead, but I
he's not dead.
I want to pay tribute. I'm sure he's out there. He's probably dips in at some point. But hi, Steve. Love you, Steve. And I hope you come back to the streams at some point.
Absolutely, he's a legend among men. And so that's the kind of not the only reason we got Harry, but that's the reason Harry specifically was picked for this one. That he's been enjoying some Dead of Dunharrow on the stream, so we thought, well, why not enjoy a little more?
Absolutely. Should I say my baby addendum as well?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Because we're kind of hoping for drama tonight, right?
Yeah.
Like about maybe 5 to midnight drama, not 9 p.m. drama.
Indeed. So if anyone who doesn't know me, basically my wife is pregnant. She is due in exactly 7 days' time. It's all very exciting. So at any point there could be a sort of distant scream of Harry or my water's broke or something like that, and then I may have to just leave. I will have to just leave. There's no two ways about it. And I'm hoping that drama does happen, but happens towards the end of the stream, because then it'll be more exciting.
It would be cool if it does happen on stream, I think.
Yes, I'd like that. Then I'd have my face reacting to, and everyone would see like the actual terror descend on my face, and knowing that I will soon be a dad.
And it would also probably pip the burst flooded attic for most exciting thing to happen on a stream, right?
Yeah, yeah, probably.
So
but we won't see her. We won't see her. But we won't see the bursting of the floodwaters from her on the stream. We don't want to see that.
Probably not. No. I can't imagine she wants that to be broadcast on the internet, does she?
I can check if you want.
Yeah, sure. Because again, that'd be cool. We've got space.
Yeah, we've got a few hours. Yeah.
So before I'd suddenly come across as terribly rude, I just want to say on behalf of our entire community, congratulations and best of luck.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Likelihood is by this point, let's be honest, it's probably not going to be tonight, but dare I suggest we've got Harry Parkhill for his last internet stream without a baby?
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
In which case, I'm sure we all say best of luck to you and Wheezy. And we hope it all goes spectacularly well for you. And enjoy the journey, man.
I assume I will. I hope I will. I'm excited for it. So yeah.
But
I'm also excited for this.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the spirit.
Oh,
so there we go. So yeah, I mean,
there's
we're all
the drum
over the
roll
place,
for everyone.
That's the
by the way,
exciting thing. Harry's going to be a dad, which is super cool, and I've got some translucent Army of the Dead, which is about as cool. So we've talked about what the theme is. It's Dead of Dunharrow. Harry, dare I suggest? Do you know how do people get involved?
Well, it's pretty straightforward. All you need to do is pick up a Dead of Dunharrow of some sort, begin painting it, or maybe begin assembling it, or glue it onto a base, or something like that.
Or not paint it.
Or not paint it for that, yes, of course. And just take a photo of it and comment on the whip thread, which should, I believe, be on Facebook, on the Great British Hobbit League Facebook page.
I hope so.
I hope so.
It should be there.
You did say you were going to do it?
I scheduled it.
Okay. So people should see it, and they will be able to find it and comment their post, and just and all that is all you need to do. And then at some point in the evening, Damien will look through said stream, said comments thing on the whip thread, and if you've posted a picture of something that looks like it fits in with the theme, you get entered into a draw to win a black dice. Is that black dice or is that purple dice?
It's a black dice.
Black dice.
I wasn't ready. I mean, I should have seen this coming, but I wasn't.
Oh no, you were teeing me up for it.
I was.
Oh,
it's
are they purple dice? They're the patron dice.
Yeah. Look what's back.
Dice can.
Dice can's back. These, of course, are the purple dice that you're trying to win tonight. A prize that money can't buy. These are a prize that regular money can buy. But do you know what money? These are our patron dice. But do you know what money can't buy? One of these bad boys.
Ooh.
And as Harry says, we'll actually see it here. It's perfect on our wonderful logo made for us by Mr. Matt Davis. You'll notice that Battle Streams is in Middle Earth.
Middle Earth. It's very clever.
A lot of people don't get it. So you are playing, painting, assembling to win this bad boy, which only rolls. Can't write it, man. You cannot write it. But that is the prize tonight.
Not playing by the script, is it?
One of you fine folks will be winning that dice tonight, and all you have to do is put a picture of your Dead of Dunharrow of choice into the whip thread. Obviously, if you're not working on any Dead of Dunharrow, put your stuff in there as well. We want to see it. You just won't be eligible for the draw. Indeed.
I've just realised I don't have a palette, so I'm gonna. Do you mind if I nip out and get my palette so I can start painting?
It's a dreadful start to your career with us, but
it is quite bad. I must admit. I don't really use palettes, but I'd forgotten that I did mix black with green for
I wouldn't want your hobbying evening to be ruined. So I think you should go and get your palette.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
That's quite all
right.
Hold on. So good evening to everyone on this fine Saturday evening. I noticed we have 63 people in, which is awesome. Thank you all for joining us. I hope you're looking forward to getting involved and getting some paint on some Dead of Dunharrow. A little clarification, because someone asked for it earlier. Just to be clear, I'm not sure why people will be worried, but the King of the Dead does count. He's had his own week, but he is still a Dead of Dunharrow model. So the King of the Dead counts. So you can have, I think I'm going to get them all here, but Warriors of the Dead, Riders of the Dead, King of the Dead, Heralds of the Dead, and either plastic, metal, or translucent plastic will all get you into the draw.
Back.
I'm just clarifying, Harry, that the King of the Dead counts, because someone asked that earlier.
Sorry about that. That was very unprofessional.
Oh, you didn't have headphones on, did you?
No, sorry. What did you say?
I was just saying that I was just clarifying that the King of the Dead does count tonight. Someone.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah. Because
exactly.
you said any Dunharrow, right?
Exactly. Yeah, of course.
That would be good.
But someone asked in the chat.
Good. Yes.
So yeah, and I'm noticing. I'm not jumping ahead on those comments, but I'm noticing that no one is going, God Almighty, listen to us. The sound's not working. So
I hope not. Yeah.
I think we're golden. So Harry,
Yes.
so much to talk about, so much fun. But just firstly, what are you? I know you kind of alluded to it. What are you working on tonight?
So, yes, I am painting 3 Dead of Dunharrow. They are the old metal ones. They have been sat in my backlog for, it must be a decade, or certainly for over 5 years, but I'd say probably between 5 and 10 years.
Peak BSIME.
And yeah, very B-Sim. And they are the only, in fact, they're the last metal Dead of Dunharrow models I have. So there's one with a sword and a shield, and 2 with axes. I don't know when I got them or why I got them, frankly. There was a period of time when I was just trying to get all the models. I wanted to have a kind of a collection of every single model, because there was a period of time in the sort of dark days when there was a sort of worry that the Middle-earth game might die. This was towards the end of the Hobbit era, so it probably would be, what, 2015, 16?
Yeah,
that sort of time.
2014 was the year that I definitely remember the stuff was going off sale and didn't seem to be showing any signs of it coming back.
And I think I started in 2015, having played it because of the Battle Games and Middle-earth magazines when I was young. And so I realised the potential for this sort of hobby that I always assumed I would go back to when I was younger, potentially just not being there when I went back to it. And I started this sort of crazy binge buying like miniatures of basically trying to get everything. And that's when I sort of started acquiring. So I had some bits and bobs already, and then I slowly acquired more and more and more, and sort of buying big box sets of people's old armies and miniatures and stuff. So they have been in the cupboard since then, because I've had no real desire to play the Army of the Dead as an army. And I think the new edition I was sort of toying with at the start, and then someone went and won Throne of Skulls very early on in the edition, and everyone sort of thought, oh, these must be brilliant, and so everyone used them after that. I don't know who that was. It was ridiculous.
I don't know, but he sounds handsome.
Yeah, I believe he was called the King of the Dead.
Oh,
yeah, because it was quite a good competition, actually. Costume.
And
yeah. Have you? Yeah, you know what? I was a little bit disappointed there was no outfit today. That was ever so slightly disappointing.
I think he's moved into the lounge. I'll bring the King of the Dead in, because he doesn't get much of a look in.
Oh yeah, get him out. I mean, I'll just sort of talk to myself. I assume that people have made lots of drumming based jokes already. I already made a badum-tish, so feel free to make your drumming puns, and it's all good banter. So yeah, go ahead. But I do like that. There he is. Oh, look at that!
It's a little wetter mini statue.
It doesn't look that little. That's pretty good to me. That's a good size.
It's the small scale ones, though. I would agree it is a good size, both for cost and for display, as opposed to the full size like 1/6 ones I did.
How dare I ask, how much did that cost you?
I don't know how much. If most of the ones I've bought on sale, but these tend to be about £100 now.
Yeah. I bought something as a prize for my tournament, and they've stopped doing import charges for wetter stuff.
It's about how much you spend.
Well, this would have been over £100.
There is a line, and God knows these days I don't buy enough to be sure about where the line is. But I want to say, if Cal is in, he's your man. I think Cal was meant to be in because he spends all the money. But it's something like it's weird. It's about £134, right? Where if it's under £134, you pay VAT to Weta like you would expect.
Yeah.
And if it's over £134, you think you're getting it cheap, and then UPS charge you when it arrives.
Yeah.
And I can't remember
okay, maybe that, because I'd heard that, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I'd heard that there was some sort of New Zealand UK trade agreement a while ago with the government, so I thought it might be connected to that, but I suspect maybe Weta miniatures weren't on the list of things as part of the deal. I thought it was to do with meat and all that stuff, but I may be wrong.
Like recently, as I say, I
don't know. As you say, Calman will probably know.
Yeah, but yeah, that was it. But they've kind of priced me out. I'll tell you what, Harry. There's a company that's priced me out. It's just that I look at them and I still think they're beautiful and they're collectibles and they're great. But whenever I look at it, it's just too much.
they're like they're sometimes 500-600 quid, aren't they, for something? And
yeah,
that's
the
just
1.6 ones are about that now.
yeah, that's too much. That's too much. I did get it was only a little miniature thing. It's like a little crown of Fed, and it hangs a little plinth, and it's very cute. And so I thought that's going to be the prize for my tournament in a couple of weeks' time.
They've just
so that's exciting.
Sale as well. They've got a sale on at the moment, I think, for Hobbit Week, and they
oh shite! I should have bought it then.
Even then, you get like the mini epics go down to like 15 quid each, which is quite affordable. But then postage is like 26 quid and all that sort of stuff.
So it still becomes quite a lot, doesn't it?
I think I'm going to.
Sorry, I got sidetracked, didn't I? There, because I was saying about painting stuff, and then I can't remember how we got distracted onto what we got distracted onto.
Man, it happens.
But I think I was done. I think I was pretty much done.
I'm gonna have to get a fiery device. I'll see you soon.
A fiery device.
Yeah, a device with fire.
Device with fire. I don't know what that is. I think this is the period that the hosts usually run through the chat, but I have no idea how to run through the chat and whether Damien's even done it or not. But I'm going to say hello to everyone anyway. Oh, there's a fire device there. Look at that.
Absolutely. I'm using poly cement, and my thing is dried up, so I need to burn it out. Live fire on the stream.
Whoa, look at that.
There it is. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. That was good.
That's cool. Live fire. Look, we're dangerous.
That is dangerous, actually.
But then you've got to do the other end as well. Kids, don't use fiery devices.
I just wish I remembered how I painted these things.
And don't sniff glue, particularly not poly cement, because it smells so good.
That's true.
So, yes, you were working on your Army of the Dead.
I am. I'm just about to make some green.
I think that was where the kind of...
yeah, sorry, that was the distraction. So I guess that they've been in my backlog for about, well, since somewhere between 2015 and 2017, I would say. That was where we got to, wasn't it?
Yeah, and you've been painting them up gradually in a no-pressure way on the streams.
Indeed.
Which is really lovely.
Dare I ask, what are you working on?
Well, I have a very special hobby project. I believe is going to be a one night only, and I have some translucent Army of the Dead.
Woo!
I was. We can talk about our thoughts on them, I suppose. Maybe.
Yeah,
not now, but the reason I got them, because I've got, as you said, as you alluded to, in case people missed it, that Throne of Skulls guy, that was me.
No, was it?
Yeah, unbelievable. And
disguised.
So I think I've got about 50 Army of the Dead painted, something like that. And so when these guys came out, I was like, they're... I kind of think it's very clever from GW. It was like, I don't need them. No one needs them. But I kind of want them. And it was like, but I wasn't going to pay for them. And then literally, I was, on the day they went on sale, I was at home. I was at Mum and Dad's house. And Mum said, is there anything you want for Christmas? And I was like, I'll tell you what,
question.
Give me some of these. Because they've literally gone on sale today. And so I asked for a box of the Warriors, cha-ching. And I asked for the King of the Dead, cha-ching.
Very nice.
And my dear mother and father got them for me for Christmas. And then they arrived, I don't know, June time or something. But despite the fact it took a very long time, I didn't get really angry and yell about it on the internet.
But that's the way to do it, isn't it? I thought that was what everyone had to do.
Because the email they sent to me on the day I ordered it said it will be with you within 180 working days.
It's quite a long time.
And they were.
Were they?
Yeah.
Oh, well. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's almost like they did exactly what they said. But,
well, you know.
It's quite funny to see some of the others. You see it, I'm in some old world groups and they've got more made to orders there, and you see it again. It's been nearly 4 months. I was like, yeah, I know, and that's less than they said it would be. So it's fine, isn't it? But so I got them, and the reason I got them, the reason I cracked, was that I just thought maybe one day I want to do a different Army of the Dead project, like a kind of just a one-off project where these would be quite cool to have, you know, like a different version of them for something or other. And then I'd have, and because they're quite expensive in terms of points, I was like, well, if you got 20 and you got the King of the Dead, you've actually got as soon as you add like 3 hunters, it's about 700 points, right?
Oh, yeah. So well, that's what I'm thinking with this one, is that I don't think I'll need a lot more models once I've done this.
This is it. So I picked them up for that, and then I had this wacky idea, and I think I think I probably talked about it in like one of those hobby vlogs at the start of the year where I was like saying my plans. I decided that
Yes.
I would try and get them done like on this stream. You know, would have this stream, and all I would do was build them and glue them onto some bases, and that'd be it. And they'd be done, and they'd be out of the backlog, and I wouldn't have to worry about them anymore. And that was always the plan. And then we got a ticket for Warhammer World Teams, which is 800 points. And I suddenly thought, hey, this would be a really cool project to take to that. So that is why this stream is today, because Warhammer World Teams is next weekend.
And I see. You know, I don't think I knew that. Maybe you did tell me off camera at some point, but that's cool. I didn't know that you were taking. Oh, maybe you mentioned it in the video last week actually. But that's cool. And you know what? I think they might be quite good at the moment, because if lots of people are bringing lots of Arnor, which is courage 2 -1.
That's a good point.
They might actually be really good. It depends if lots of people are bringing Arnor, I suppose, but. Not that is the reason you'll be doing it, of course, but it might be an unintended consequence.
But yeah, so on the stream last week, I'm not going to go into too much about these because I talked about them at quite a lot of length last time. But I did the bases. These were bases.
Oh yes, you did, yeah.
Like Adam's bases that he made for our doubles tournament army. I touched them all up and added some more. And as you can see, I'm not joking. They're on sprue.
Oh
and
yeah.
My hope is that by the end of the night. They're all on bases, and my army's done. And
can I ask on behalf of other people as to what do they feel like in hand? Because I was assuming they're like a bit more brittle than the other plastic that GW uses. What are they, or are they exactly the same plastic?
I have one here. This is what they look like.
I can't see it. Are you holding it?
I was. Could you not see it? Why could you not see it?
It's transfer.
It's good. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. That's the second joke I've missed today.
It was.
I don't know if you
Who
noticed.
was it? Was it? I saw Warwick. Was it Warwick?
Griggs said he had an Uruk-hai drummer. Would it count? And I just replied going, he's not dead. And then I instantly felt angry with myself when I realised.
Yeah. I have seen some people making jokes.
Is this? I don't know. Is that any better? I don't know. Is that better to show off?
Yeah, no. I could see it at the other time. I was just making a joke.
I know. But
it does look good though, yeah. But are they soft? Are they soft? Are they hard?
No, I believe I haven't read the instructions, but I seem to remember someone telling me that there's instructions that say they're brittle.
Right.
Read this first. Oh God. The
clear
plastic used for these models is slightly more brittle than the standard plastic we normally use. As a result, we would recommend an additional step when using Citadel fine detail cutters. That's a plug.
Yeah.
To clip. I'm not using Citadel fine detail cutters. I'm using my battered Games Workshop cutters from the 90s.
Oh man, I've got some of those. But they don't cut anything anymore.
You're only getting my money once. First, cut the sprue part away from the plastic rather than where the sprue meets the part, as shown above. So they tell you that it's
that's interesting.
More brittle, but I haven't noticed it. I've got 5 of them off so far, and none of them have shattered.
Is it super glue or plastic glue?
I'm using plastic glue.
All right. Okay, that's cool.
And it says the clear plastic used for these. And I'm also using plastic glue because I love the smell of plastic glue. Don't sniff glue, kids.
Sorry, yeah, I did. You did burn the plastic glue off, didn't you? So I should have remembered that.
But they're kind of cool. I also don't know where this guy's hand is. I'm trying to work out. None of the hands.
There's a sword. There's one with a hand
sword,
with a sword on it.
But none of them seem to be. Oh, it's this one.
I was going to say I've got a sprue here. I assume it's exactly the same as this sprue because there's one with like a mace and one with an axe and which of course won't be able to piercing strike soon, which is a travesty for everyone.
But yeah, they're cool. It just doesn't feel like it's the right arm.
Cool.
But they're cool. They're completely unnecessary. You don't need them, but I think they're fun. And the hobbies.
I guess fun. I can understand. I think I've seen some people comment, which is a fairly reasonable comment. I thought was that it's a shame they didn't make any Riders of the Dead in see-through.
Yes.
Because that would be quite a nice way of completing it. But there's obvious reasons why they didn't do that because they don't. I guess they're metal, aren't they? Still the Riders of the Dead.
Oh, it's this one. I had the wrong arm. Unbelievable. You
silly Billy.
It would be nice because you can't. The same with the banner bearer. Probably don't need the
Yeah.
banner bearer because Aragorn counts as a banner in the Legion, but
True.
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to complete.
And you got heralds, haven't you? Got 2 heralds that you can use as banners.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, I think I was planning on doing that actually. I must remember.
Yeah, so you'd use one as a herald and one as a banner potentially. I would have thought, or no, one. I don't know.
Yeah.
So right, I don't have that plastic kit. That's one of the few new plastic kits I don't have.
Yeah, they're good.
Good.
Yeah, so they're all right. I haven't done any cleanup on them beyond cutting them off the sprues. If there are mould lines, and on these kind of GW plastics, you'd expect there to be mould lines, and I'm pretty sure there are on the Army of the Dead. You can't really see them.
All right.
So that's a good thing about the plastic. You can't really see the mould lines. So that's good.
Sorry if this is making me look a bit sort of Hammer horror spooky.
I like it.
Lighting. Well, it fits the theme, I suppose.
Exactly.
I just cannot see the colours, so I'm just putting my greens on.
They're in this for the thrilling conversation, not for the aesthetics.
The visuals, yes. If they're after the visuals, they would not be watching 2 middle-aged men painting on a Saturday night. Yeah. I'm sure there'd be other things to do.
I love that you've put yourself in the same age bracket as me. I appreciate that.
I was, yeah. Soon I'll be middle-aged. I'm 31 now. I'm not a young 20-something anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're pretty much the same. Yeah.
It's very similar. There's 73 people watching. This is amazing stuff.
Oh, there. Oh, hello everyone.
Hello everyone. So yeah, that's kind of I'm really quite excited about it, just to do this kind of cool hobby project, like for one night, effectively. Ideally one night. And then it's certainly not going to be much more because I'm going to the bloody event next weekend.
And did you say that these are going to be technically removing models from your backlog?
Yes.
Is this a cheeky way of doing that? Do you think?
No, you see, this is it. Before everyone kicks off, and I was clear about this at the start of the year.
I think I was going to say, I thought you said something.
They counted as models in my backlog for one thing. So
yeah,
let's
of course,
be absolutely clear. When I got them, these are 23 unassembled models, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I've got 23 more models in my backlog. So at the bare minimum, when I assemble them, that must be 23 models out of my backlog. It's not
I guess that makes sense.
But what I did was I changed my hobby goal for the year, which is always to paint 100 models, to paint 123 models.
Oh, well, that's quite good, isn't it?
That's how I kind of I'm not.
So you're counting these as models that are painted, even though you're not really putting much paint on them.
Yeah, they're models removed from the backlog, but I'm not counting them as models that I paint this year.
Okay, that makes sense.
Or I am, but I'm adding 100. I'm adding 23 models.
Ultimately, Damien, it's your game and your goal, and you can do what you want with it.
That's it. I just have to answer to myself and Santa.
Exactly.
I think
he's the only one who knows.
On this. So yeah,
I think that's
what I'm doing, and I'm pretty excited about it. To be honest, I think it's cool, and anyone going to Warhammer World Teams next weekend should see him.
And in fact, annoyingly, Michael Haskell sent a comment in the chat earlier saying that they've got a spare ticket now because someone had to drop out of their team. And if my baby wasn't due next Saturday, I would have lapped up that ticket normally because it's only an hour away from me, and I'd have got to see all you lovely people and play some, because I really enjoy the team's format.
Yeah,
but
that's great.
I was just obviously the timing is far from ideal, sadly, this week. So who knows?
Did myself and you not play on the top table in the final round last year?
Yeah, somehow. I don't know. It can't be the same as an actual top table, but
I think it's
I do recall
the same.
It counts. And you did. You were playing with your BSIME Gondor army, which was awesome because you had Osgiliath veterans and was it an appropriately numbered number of Guard of the Fountain Court being 4? Is that right?
Or did you? I didn't have any.
Didn't have any at that point. Oh, okay. I remember you saying that you had you were getting some or something, but yeah, you had. Yeah, it was great. And you had Faramir, and there was Boromir, I believe, with the banner, Madril, I think. And lots of Osgiliath veterans, which actually were really good. I can't remember what I was using, but it was really good.
Numenor with Isildur doing naughty things with the ring.
Oh, yes.
Not how it sounds.
No. Would I not have had pure Numenor? I don't think I would have had.
No, you did have high elves. You had, I want to say, Elrond, I think, on horse.
Okay. Yes, it might be my plastic Elrond, which sadly has broken. You know what? I've got 2 plastic. I've painted up 2 of the no, 3 actually. I painted Gandalf the White and Elrond, and both of them I've dropped the foot version, and the plastic sword has broken on both of them.
Oh.
which is really annoying because I put a lot of effort into painting those really nicely, and and I lost the sword for Elrond. So there's a plastic sword probably in one of my Citadel black plastic cases somewhere. So it's just had her fanging around. Thank you. That wasn't an elaborate setup.
I was going to say, is any part of that story true?
It is all true. But yeah, I was quite proud of that pun on the.
Do you reckon like Aragorn's just going, reforge that?
Yeah, that would be good. I would love that, but no, I don't know where it is. Sadly,
I'm sorry.
But anyway, yeah, it's a really nice model as well. So yeah,
I got my mounted one chopped up into a Gilgalad by Dave Fredericks, and I have not done the footwork.
Oh, well, yeah, that'd be scary.
So that's what I'm working on. That's what Harry's working on.
Oh yeah.
Dare I suggest, Harry? Do you have snacks? Do you have something to get you through the evening?
Yes, I do have snacks, and I mentioned because we had a brief conversation earlier in the week, didn't we? And I teased to you about the kind of snacks that I might be bringing. And I must say I have some very, very top quality snacks in my box down here. Well, in fact, I've gone further than just a box. So you've seen the tea. I've got the tea. So that's the traditional start to the BSIME. Once the tea has either gone cold or I've finished with it.
We try not to let tea go cold around here, Harry. That's frowned upon.
So I've got a backpack. Look at this, because I don't want to. Yeah, I didn't want to run down the stairs and interrupt the wife. So I brought a backpack with beer in it. Look at this. Look at that. It's a nice cold beer, still cold, because it's got the cool things in it. So that's good. And that is a combined harvest multigrain beer from Bateman's Brewery in Lincolnshire, which is it's very close to home. I've also got a Cobra, which is because I had a curry earlier, and it was 2 for certain. I can't remember how much, 2 for £6 or something like that. So I got 2 and I had 1 already.
Was that a takeaway or a home cook?
It was a takeaway curry because we're trying to encourage baby. And snacks. Right. So this is.
There's other ways you can.
Yes, I know, but Damien, I'm here with you instead. So that's not going to happen tonight.
Yeah, why not? Let's mix it up.
Yeah, exactly. This is India's #1 snack brand. Look at this. Have you ever had these before?
No.
This is India's favourite snack.
Jalapeno girls. Is that?
Grills.
Sorry. I'm looking at it in a very small OBS window.
Yeah, sure. Jalapeno grills. Yeah. There's 80 grams worth, and they're very, very spicy. And they're kind of, every time I have one, you inhale a bit of the sort of surface dust, and it takes the jalapenos right down your back of your throat, and you go, "Oh, that's good." And you know what? I when I saw them on the shelf in Tesco's once, I was thinking, and I saw it says here, proud to be India's #1 snack. And I thought, I was, and I thought, well, look, 2 billion people cannot be wrong. So, jalapeno grills, and it turns out they're absolutely fantastic.
This isn't your first. Is this your first time having them?
No, I've had them before. These are really good. They're a big bag, but there's a lot of air in the bag, and also quite sort of starchy sort of stuff. But anyway, they're very, very tasty, very tasty. So that's my first snack. Although actually, I suspect I probably won't have very many of them because I already had a curry. But also hidden away in the cool bag is the chocolate, and not just any old chocolate.
Oh, yeah.
It's a Chocolonely.
What's a Chocolonely?
It's I think it's an American brand of chocolate.
Oh, Tony's.
Yeah, Chocolonely.
Is it called Chocolonely?
Have you got one as well? Chocolonely. That's what it says in quite large. I mean, I know it says in Tony's bigger, but I assume Tony's is the brand, and they do other chocolates other than Chocolonely's.
That's crazy. Maybe.
It is called Chocolonely.
Because we've had Tony's chocolate on the stream before, and that's one of the things that I've held and I've owned and I've eaten, and I couldn't possibly have told you that it was called a Chocolonely.
Well, yeah. Well, I assume that's what it's. Maybe it's called a Tony's, but I assume that it's a Chocolonely because it says hello there on the back. I'm Tony's Chocolonely. and it's got some serious things about slavery and things like that, but which is nice. So obviously that's good.
Which really brings the mood down.
Yeah, it does. So, but chocolonely, because you're never
What does it
lonely.
mean? What do you think it means?
With I was just going to say it. So you're never lonely with a chocolonely in hand. That's the branding they should use.
I was going to say that's you though, isn't it? That's
why I've made that up. But that's the brand they should have gone. You're never lonely with a chocolonely,
that's
because
quite good.
The other stuff they've got about slavery, which is obviously very nice, but it's not as jolly. So it's a chocolonely.
Never lonely when you're in slavery with lots of other people.
Yeah. Let's steer clear of that topic. But chocolonely anyway. So I've got the sea salt one, and it's the only caramel sea salt type thing I indulge in. I don't really get sea salt and caramel stuff very often, but this one, I can't remember where I first got it. Someone got me one, I think, for Christmas. In fact, I tell a lie. I do know where I got it from. It was Secret Santa. I think someone sent it with me on the SBG Secret Santa, the Middle Earth GBHL Secret Santa, and that was the first time I tried it. And I don't know who got it, because I don't know any of the identities of my Secret Santas for the SBG.
Nor should
Secret
you.
Santa. No, should I? Exactly, that's the whole point. But that was one of them, and ever since then it's been like the go-to kind of proper special bar of chocolate, nearly usurping Lindt and Lindor, because those Lindor bars, the ones with a little nut, you get the three, the one where it's like a chocolate bar and you get three sort of blobs of a hazelnut encased in like a nut thing, and then another one in a bar. Have you had those before?
I don't actually know what you mean. I'm not a massive proponent of Lindt, so I might not have experimented with them to the same degree.
That is very good. I'm a big fan of nuts and fruit in chocolate, which I know is a controversial topic.
Say that again.
But nuts and fruit in chocolate.
You missed a bit where you said.
Big fan. Oh, sorry. I'm a big fan of nuts
good,
and fruit in chocolate. Yeah. So yeah. So anyway, yeah. So they're my snacks. They're my stream snacks, which I think they're quite good. I think that's a good level of snack.
And now I don't really know how to do this or what order to do this in, but that was a conversation that me and Harry had 2 nights ago.
No, it wasn't. How dare you? That was all off the cuff.
Or some of it, anyway.
Yeah, we did mention. I mentioned the chocolonely, didn't I? And you were like, "What is a chocolonely?"
Happened 2 nights ago.
I just didn't know that anyone would. You probably have mentioned it being called Tony's before, but I just have always called it chocolonely because that's what's on the front of the packet.
And maybe you're right.
As well as Tony's.
You're right too.
But you wouldn't. So you wouldn't say, "Oh, I've got a bar of." Well, you might say a bar of Cadbury's, but people would say which bar.
I was going to say exactly.
And you go, well, a Dairy Milk.
It's a Dairy Milk, isn't it? It's not a Cadbury's. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're completely right.
Exactly. So,
I think you're completely right.
Maybe I'm right.
I'm right. We're changing lives here tonight, mate. But then what happened was that was on Thursday night.
Go on.
And I went to work.
That was, yeah.
Oh, yeah. After, as per contractual obligation. And I went to my canteen.
Ooh, and look, it's a chocolonely.
It's a chocolonely. Couldn't believe it. In my canteen. In my work canteen.
Nice. It is a very bougie canteen, to be fair.
It's not that bougie. So I was like, whoa, what's happened there? Have you gone? Has Harry gone? Harry's gone from the Zoom call. Harry's back.
Oh my God, I was, yeah, sorry.
It's all right.
I thought you'd gone.
No, you went. Are you good?
All right. Okay. Yeah, I hope so. I hope my cable is still in. It is still in. I've got Wi-Fi and everything. Ethernet. So
there's going to be a point. It's just happened online. I don't know if you watched it, where suddenly they got double me.
Oh really?
And I was like, "What's that?" And it's because you're dropped from the Zoom call that it's capturing.
Oh my.
But you're back. It's fine.
I was scared. I was genuinely like, I don't know what to do here. There was W. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Just as Chocolonely came on the screen, and then you became lonely. Chocolonely.
Good. It's strong. It's very good, my friend. So when I saw this, I was like, well, I've got to buy that. I have to buy that.
Yes, absolutely. Which flavour did you get? That's green. It's not the same as mine.
I've got almond sea salt, and I have to interrupt you here. We've had a message. We've had a text message.
Oh, go on.
Stephen Crow.
Ah, hi Steve.
Steve
How are you
Crow,
doing?
and I believe it is in regards to the Zoom call. He's just texted me saying one job. Lovely to see you, my friend. I hope you're all right. Wish you were here eating chocolate and drinking beer with us.
Yes.
So I thought I'd go into this.
Are you going to go straight in?
Yeah. Well, I was like, I only got the little one. They did have a big one. They had the big blue one, but I was like, it's just too much. But I thought I'd go in your honour, match your chocolonely, because I've learnt that this week it's called a chocolonely. Sea salt and almond. You're good health, my friend.
Strong decision. That's a big chunk, that.
Oh, not
That's good.
small.
It's good.
It is nice.
It is good. It's good quality chocolate, isn't it? I you know what? I just read on the back a second ago that it was Belgian chocolate, but I assume it isn't a Belgian company.
I thought it was American.
Yeah, it says Tony's Chocolonely UK, Richmond. Wait, is it UK? Maybe it is UK. I don't know anymore. This is revelation. You know, we're just knocking out revelations out of the park. And I have a feeling I know why the stream knocked out a second ago. I think Mrs. P went to the toilet downstairs and kicked the Wi-Fi cable because I'm no longer connected to the Wi-Fi, even though the Ethernet is plugged in very safely in the back of the thing. So, yeah, that's why. I'll go and shout abuse at my pregnant wife at some point.
As well you should. Is your router in your toilet?
No, it's in the hallway downstairs, but there's a toilet between there's a cable hanging down my stairs between the toilet and the living room.
Right,
so.
yeah.
The Wi-Fi should be enough anyway. I'm sat above it, so it should be fine.
That's the spirit. I can confirm Tony's Chocolonely. It's Richmond, and it's Richmond near me. It's TW9.
You could go to the factory and have a look.
I thought this was American.
I assumed it was American as well. It just looks American.
Look how much we're learning about Tony's together. I think I've just seen the word Tony and assumed that's an American name because of Tony Soprano.
It sounds like an Italian-American kind of Tony's, you know? That's not a very good accent, but
exactly what it is. That's exactly what
that's what I was thinking.
It's American, just like that was.
Yes, I don't know what that was.
So yeah,
that was a Steve Crow-esque accent. That I think.
I got a chocolonely in honour of Harry.
Excellent, top work.
I've also got a Twinkie.
Oh, a Twinkie! You mentioned these last week, didn't you?
One of the ones sent to me by Winston Cat. So I've got a genuine American Twinkie, and I've also got the remainder. And look at that for willpower. I've still got some of my red, white, and blue gummy bears from last week.
Can I ask? You didn't mention this on the stream last week. How big are the gummy bears? How big is the pack? Is it like an industrial American-sized pack of gummy bears?
Normal size, sort of Star Mix.
Normal size. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're really good. Okay. So the clear ones are I don't think I said this last week. The clear ones are pineapple. The blue ones are blue raspberry, and the red ones are cherry, and they're really good.
Nice.
So yeah, those must. And I've got a beer here ready for when.
What kind of beer?
I've got Bud.
Bud. Why? Zero.
So topical, so current.
There'll be people in the chat who have no idea what I'm talking about.
So there we go. Harry, that's our introduction.
That was quite a long one, wasn't it? It's always the way.
Always the way. Tonight we don't have a magazine, but we do have a deep dive.
Yay! I like the deep dives.
Yeah, I'm glad. So a potential for 2 deep dives. And I have to see how time gets on. But 2 spooky Dead of Dunharrow kind of deep dives. And lots to chat about. I'll be reading to you later. So dare I suggest, do you want to jump in the chat and see who's in?
Absolutely. I'm going to fly through it any second now. And so I just put my brush away. So we haven't read any, unless you did while I was going through. Did you say hellos?
No, it's from the start, my friend.
Oh my God! So I've got 45 minutes worth of chat, 49 minutes of chat to read through. Excellent. All right. Well, let's start. Welcome along to BSIME. This is a fork in the road, a sort of a little flag for everyone. This is where we started reading at the chat at 49 minutes. So let's see what banter comes. So we start. Frederick Schultz. Hello to Frederick Schultz. Guten Abend. Matt Hudson says, "Wo ist die Busbahnhof?" I don't know. Also, hello, der Busbahnhof. Clearly a male word.
It's thread.
What's
What's
Busbahn? What's Busbahnhof? Busbahn. Bahn is a road. Bus road.
Isn't Hof house?
Yeah.
Roadhouse.
Okay, let's move on. Mit extra Kartoffel salad. That's potato salad, that. Mit extra. is with extra, I believe. Anyway,
Extra
Frederick,
with extra.
I think it might be. Frederick will correct me on the translations there. Matt Hudson says, haha. Hi, everyone, says Richard Clammer. Warwick Griggs is in, saying good evening. Mark Fry's in, good evening. Ryan Cuthbert's evening. Michael Haskell's in. Do hope there will be a drum roll opening to this evening's merriment. A missed opportunity, if not, surely, with a emoji with a little tear running down its face of sweat, perhaps, or a tear. I don't know. Ryan Cuthbert says, just 10 minutes left to wait. That was the excitement. Michael Haskell says, with their combined musical skills, we should expect a live concert.
I could.
Maybe we should form the first ever Middle-earth strategy battle game band, featuring Alex Temple on bass and playing We Roll Dice. We could definitely whack out together, couldn't we?
He loves a keyboard, doesn't he?
He does love a keyboard, yeah, actually, yeah. But we need a bassist. Someone needs to play the bass.
Do you know what?
But yeah.
Do you know what? Very, very heavily pregnant wives love late night drums.
Yes, so do the neighbours. But anyway, what do we got? A live concert. Michael Curtis, good evening. Where's the whip thread, says Frederick Schult, in alternating caps and not caps lock letters. Jakey says hello. Joe Holzman says good evening. Frederick says, sadly can't hear drums in the deep. Joe Achilles says good afternoon from the States. Hope everyone's doing well today. Frederick says, amazing to have a BSIME 7 minutes early. Yes. Evening all. Can't remember even what the Piano House intro music sounded like anymore. That is quite sad. I vaguely remember that. It was really cool.
Can you not go back to an old stream? Is that not recorded? That must be there at the start.
Yeah, it'll be there. Yeah, you can definitely go back to it.
Let's go back and listen. Lazy.
Yeah, have a listen. Maybe we should dip in at some point and listen to it, the old one. Hello all. First, says Robert Lawson. Hello all. First time catching one of these live in a long time. Looking forward to painting some Dead of Dunharrow. Excellent. Make sure you put your pictures in the whip, Fred. They're in. What was that?
I said that's the spirit.
Oh, sorry, yeah. No sound, says Green Tree. Michael Haskell says no sound. Frederick Schult says no sound. Frederick says can't hear you. Wes says he's gone deaf. Sound issues, sound does not work, no sound. Better, Frederick Schult says. Sorry, Green Tree says. And then, can't hear you now, it works. No sound and no whip, Fred. It's as if Steve's back, says Joe Holzman. I'm cured, says Wes AD Clever. Frederick says it works now. We'll skip all these. Good evening, guys, says Scott Newman. 5 minutes early. 5 minutes. I think we weren't 5 minutes early. We were bang on time, weren't we? I suppose that's it.
I think what they're alluding to is that we came in at 2 minutes past 8. And the long-running gag from the hilarious patrons is that we always start 7 minutes late.
That's true. Scott Johnson says, evening all. Hope to attend a little more regularly from now on. Oh, nice to see you in, Scott. Hope you and Harry are well. Michael says either Harry slightly lower volume or Damien slightly higher. Not much, mind. Oh, do you want me? How do I do that? Can you do that?
That was about 45 minutes ago. I can do that. What did they say? You were low?
No, they said to lower me or raise you.
Okay, I will pop you down by 2 degrees.
Okay, cool. Let us know if that helps things, Michael. Green Tree, I thought this was supposed to be live. The sun is still up behind Damien, and the clouds are in the sky as well. It's a good one.
You should see what's over there. Every week I have to move it.
Oh, what's that over there?
I think that's good, mate.
Oh, that's a tease. Yeah. That is a tease. I thought this. Sorry, do you call 8 day a week? Says Frederick. I'm not quite sure what that means.
Is that a Beatles gag? Is that an 8 days a week Beatles gag?
It could be. Nathan T says, "Here I am." Nice.
There he is.
Wow, is this Barry Snarkhill? Says Frederick Schultz. You have a mug of HP sauce, Harry. Yes, it is a massive mug of HP sauce. Yeah, I got it for a birthday once.
Is that brown or ketchup?
Brown. Oh, always brown.
Terrible.
Brown sauce on the bacon. That's the way.
That's not the way.
Jen Elmo says, hello there. Is Damien sat in a kitchen table chair? Buttocks of steel. Are you sat in a kitchen table chair?
Damien's, well, it's a dining room chair. It's a wooden chair.
Huh. Is it comfortable?
Yeah, but I do have a really fantastically tight arse. So
well, there you go. Barry's setup and sound quality is so professional. Does his wife also have a podcast to lend him equipment? That's a good reference for people who were in last week, because Sam's partner has what was it? A Disney podcast, was it?
Yeah, she's got a podcast about Disney. Thank God you got that. I was like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, no, I listened. This was I was very exciting. I was listening painting, but not painting toy soldiers. I was painting another room, so that's good. Yeah, but no, I don't. This is actually sadly all my equipment. She has to get her own. Tanya T says hi all. Hi Tanya, how are you? Michael Dublé says, so my 2 questions for famous drummer Harry are: what is your favourite Bublé song, and what Fellowship member would you say would be a snare drum? Now this.
Before you answer that, do remember, before you offend him, remember this is Michael Bublé. So
Michael Bublé.
Yeah, be very careful about saying which song is your favourite.
My favourite Michael Bublé song. I mean, there aren't many songs that Michael Bublé has done himself that aren't covers. So if we're going for a non-cover song, I do like that. Haven't Met You Yet. I just haven't met you yet.
Oh, well done for getting one, man.
That one. That was quite good.
I thought you were going to go the same answer that Sam gave, which would be what I gave, which was one of the Christmas ones.
One of the Christmas songs, yes. I do like, what's that other one? The cover of It's a Marvellous Night for a Moon Dance. He does a good version of that.
Yeah.
It's a magical, you know. And what Fellowship member would you say would be a snare drum? I think the answer to that would be Aragorn. He has march in the game, and snare drums are traditionally marching. So
that is great. Good answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so that sounds right. Jack Zelakowski says, hey, I was only in briefly for the first time last stream and probably won't be in long tonight, but I think my King of the Dead may need his crown painting.
There you go.
Well, get your picture in the whip chat and you might win a dice. Woody brackets rec, are you including any dead? I'm currently working on dead Marsh Spectres. No. I think not, sadly. No. Yeah.
Alas, no. It must be
dead. Unless you convert them to specifically look like an Army of the Dead, but even that, Damien probably won't let.
It's the other way around. You can have. We've always said you can have. If you convert the models that you're meant to be painting into something else. So if you had, like Plastic Warriors of the Dead that you're converting to be, I don't know, Khan Doom or something, that's fine.
Yep, fair enough. That makes sense. Gaten's in. Evening all. I hope everyone's well, he says. Evening, guys, says Pete Taylor. Jamie Wiggins is in. Good evening. Good evening, Jamie. Mark Stones is in. Mark Stones, as I live and breathe. He's in. Greetings, he says. Katie's in. Says, good evening all. Good luck for the new baby, Harry. Thank you very much. Fingers crossed it doesn't ruin the stream. But obviously, you know, that's not the only thing.
I think the baby will ruin a few of your streams. I don't think it's going to ruin this one.
Yeah, probably. Frederick Schultz says, congrats. So this was where we were talking about baby. Michael says, going into Labour warrants a party popper. Yes. Have you got a party popper in case?
I can, yeah.
I think if that happens, that's got to be warranting.
Or if you want, if it helps, get her in and let's see if a party popper sets her off.
Absolutely. That'd be good. Tom Macklin's in. Woo! Evening. Jakey says, congrats, pal. Mark Stone says, going into Labour is the ultimate stream scare. Yeah, I think it would scare me. Very good. Frederick Schultz says, guest host is in good spirits.
Whee!
Great stuff. It's great stuff, yeah. And in fact, he even does it cleverly. It's a written gag, really, but it's got a capital G and then brackets with UEST in brackets, closed brackets, and then host, ghost. It's very clever. It's very good. It works better written down. John Spiller's in. Evening, chaps. Ian, not John. Oh, Ian.
Ian Spiller.
Okay. Ian Spiller. Oh, greetings. You're coming along to my event in a couple of weeks. I'm very excited to see you again. It's been a while. Who else is there? Frederick Schultz. Remember, the Whip Thread will be live on the I Can You Can Blink 182 group. Nathan T says Dice Cam is back. He also says it's a think piece. Frederick says, wow, are you that, Nathan? To Nathan. Excellent, always. Yes, one person only content. How long can Damien stall? Katie, Harry, that painting on a plane, painting Gandalf on a plane video was awesome. Thanks, Katie. I enjoyed that one.
I don't think I've seen all of that. I saw the bit. I think I might have seen the start of it because I've seen you calmly painting in a restaurant and then running through an airport.
It was. I wish I could say I'd planned the drama to include a moment where I was late for the plane, but it was genuine, and I really, really should have set my alarm or something.
Have I quoted this right? Are you running through going, you're such an arsehole, you're such an arsehole?
Yes, I was. I just felt like such an idiot. Because what if I'd missed the plane? I was so close to missing the plane. It was last calls and everything.
Great content.
Yeah, it was great content, and thank you, Katie. I hope you enjoyed that. Do consider looking at that if you find you're still awake at the end of this stream. Old school Chris C's in. He says, "Evening, gents. Good to see some of my favourite peoples back on the stream. We'll be using some of my new BSIME 100 prize draw paints tonight on the Necromancer, as well as putting together some DOD." Dead of Dunharrow. So putting together some, so that'll get you in the box.
Can we give those guys a shout out? That was our on episode 100. We had 3 prize winners, and I was very excited. This week we had our Zoom call. We had a shopping trip where the prize winners joined me on the call, and we took them shopping on the web store and bought them some lovely treats.
That does sound cool.
Jen's got the Rise of Angmar book and some paints. Dale Groves, Handsome Dale Groves, got the Young Dwarf pack.
Ooh,
some paints.
Well, all of them, all the dwarves.
Yeah, the 3, the Thorin, Balin, Dwalin. So those kind of nice packs that he was like, oh, I'd never buy that. Oh, right, let's get that. And Chris and Ruth actually, who it was I think it was a joint win. There was some debate in the Cooper household about whose prizes they were. But they didn't like the idea of adding to their backlog via BSIME, so they got a whole host of paints.
Oh, that's a really good idea, though. Yeah. It would be nice to just have, as much as I have, I have all the old paints. I've got blazing orange here on the table, and I even have fiery orange in the old Citadel colour pot, which is amazing. I just don't. I'd love to have the one, one of those big paint sets where it's got every single one of the GW paints. That would be awesome. Just so you've got everything.
And I will also say a massive shout out to Mr. Matthew Davis, who people probably won't remember this, but on that episode 100, he completely, unexpectedly said, I'll also match that prize for bases. So Matt has also hooked those 3 guys up with a very generous deal of bases. So thank you to Matt as well, and thank you to those wonderful patrons for supporting us and getting their
I was just thinking that. So did he say I'll get them a base for every model they buy as part of the thing? In which case he might have done quite a good deal there. You see, 3 for the Thorin
cash value of their prize.
That's very kind indeed, and that is what I would expect of Matt. To be fair,
what a man!
That sounds awesome. Yeah, what a man indeed. Shall I go back? Let's have a look. So that was old school Chris C. Harvey Valentine's in. Thanks, Damien. With Addicts for Parents, you have been really good influence on me. Your content is an example of how you balance your life, still finding time to put passion into your hobby. Difficult to explain, but your videos have made a huge difference to me in hard times. Much love.
Oh, that's very kind of you to say.
That's wonderful.
It's very humbling, and I'm glad this nonsense helps. Well, thank you.
Yeah, it is great content, to be fair. Well, welcome in, Harvey.
Arrogant.
What?
Like you tonight says great content. Great content.
It is great content.
I think Battlestream's really improved around the 102 mark. That's when it.
That's where it hits peak. Frederick Schultz is back in. He says the King of the Dead counts. Is he a king among counts who are all dead? King of the Dead counts.
It's there. You can hear it.
It's a count. Yeah, I can sort of get it. Yeah,
it's a count guy.
Old school Chris C. Yeah, Count Dracula, that kind of thing. Old school Chris C. You want those guys with axes painting up, Harry? The piercing strike is great. Although actually they don't. They can't piercing strike it currently, can they? They're just
Dead of Dunharrow.
Dead of Dunharrow can't they? Yeah. So it doesn't really matter. And not that I would remember, frankly. Why did Harry tell us what hand weapons the model have? Yes, indeed. Well, because they're models. That we're here for the BSIME, aren't we? Not for the stabbing and the piercing, striking, and the bashing. Come on, Josh. Come on. Old school Chrissy says Harvey Valentine says that, directed at Harvey Valentine. That's amazing to hear. Congrats on breaking the cycle. Where we go. He was Kong of the Dead, says Frederick Schultz. Can't remember what that was related to. Is that a monkey thing? Something to do with King Kong? I don't know. Yes, one person content
from the past. I might be miles off. I feel like we've had King Kong based humour on the stream at some point in the last 4.5 years. I think that might be a reference to something old like that.
Maybe. I'm sure he'll explain it in a way which we still don't understand later on because it'll be so far away in the chat. One person content, says Matt Hudson. Yes. What's drums got to do with BSIME, says old school Chris C. I'm not going to bite on that one. Matt Hudson, Harry, you sound very sincere and not at all fed up with drumming puns. Yeah. Drum puns, who would make those sorts of jokes? Certainly not me, says Jamie Wiggins. How long before Harry panics and tries to play a song, says Nathan. I think this was when you popped out very briefly for the statue. Harry's chasing everyone for drum jokes, says Ryan Cuthbert. Rob Lenchby said, I thought the King of the Dead's real name was Old Greg. Aha, yes, of course it was, yes. Good evening, says Darren Warner. Good evening, Damien and Harry. Hope you're both well. Hope you're well too, Darren. Sean Clark says, evening, guys. Stephen Ryan says, evening, all. Vicky just looked up and went, oh, it's the guy from the memes. Yes. I assume that's me. I don't think you've been the subject of memes before, have you?
I've been the subject of some memes. Most of them,
really?
Most of them get published in groups in other countries that I'm not in, though.
Like mean ones? Like you're like the Damien, the kind of mean GBHL boss sort of thing?
Really horrible, hurtful stuff. You know.
Oh, well, there's none of that here, so don't you worry.
Absolutely.
It's just the sort of slightly needling kind of memes here, isn't it?
I was part of you. I memed Chase Harry.
You did meme, yeah. I mean, lots of people memed Chase Harry. To be fair, it was a good time, well in the past, good time. It was a wonderful time, long ago, and thus it should remain. Anyway, Destro the Dexterous is in. Houstonian greetings to all. Old School Chrissy says, Damien Shaw is in a lot of memes. I don't know whether he is that many. One-person content, says Matt Hudson. Sean Clark, Damien seems really quiet, by the way. Oh, yeah, so hopefully that will have been resolved because we changed it earlier.
Turned you down 2 pips.
Yeah, so hopefully, yeah. Damien seems really quiet. Oh, no, sorry, said that one. Matt Hudson says, see how long Harry can stall. Frederick Schultz, are we at a record of hosts leaving the room in the first 22 minutes at this point? Yeah, probably. Nathan T said, did you, risk assessment for fire completed, right? Question mark. Did you risk assess?
Yeah.
What would have happened?
Yeah, I did.
That would have been nice.
It was fine.
Yeah, it was fine. I hope there's no party poppers near that fiery device. Yeah, we don't want a chain reaction to it. Has the whip threat gone up yet? Says Jack Zalakowski. Yes, I have found it. I've seen it. So it is there.
I'm glad you knew, because I was like, I haven't checked, if I'm honest.
It is definitely there. I did look at it earlier. Tanya T says the 1/6 King of the Dead is £450. That's a lot.
Plus, it's very cool, but it's just too much.
I think I wouldn't mind having one of those sorts of things, but ultimately those things are just they're still going to just stand on a shelf. And
I've got.
Go on.
No, go on. Do you finish?
I was going to say I have the Golem from the Two Towers collector's edition DVD, and I do have the other two in the box, but I kept them in the box, and so that's kind of that fills that section for me. That kind of desire.
He's up there. Look.
Oh, I see him sneaking. Yeah.
Where's my finger?
Mine's behind you, so I can't really. I can see him, and there's a lot of Funko Pops there as well.
There are a lot of Funko Pops. I've still got a few because I was. I don't know if they were all pre-kids, but there was a time in my life where I had more money, and more space, and I've still got I've got the Tariel. I showed that off on the stream. I've got both Tariels, and I've got I've got the Legolas and Gimli, and a few of the dwarfs I bought cheap on an offer. But it's the combination of space and money now. I don't have either.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. I think that there's, even if you had were a multi-millionaire, well, I suppose that you'd have a bigger house, but if you have the money to spare, I suspect with having 2 kids around, it's just impossible to do the space bit, isn't it? I'm feeling the pinch of space as well. I mean, this room is probably going to be my bastion of defence for a while. But if there's another kid coming in at any point, then I'm in trouble, and who knows what'll happen then. But there you go. I've just cracked open my Bateman's Combined Harvest beer. So where were we? Sorry. Are adults allowed to play with fiery devices? That says old school Chrissy. I guess so. Yeah, you can do that if you want.
I can go to bed whenever I want as well. So.
Richard Clammer says, and why does it smell so good? I remember as a teenager getting refused service for super glue, so my nana had to go in and buy it. Ah. You know what? My brother is the kind of big brother who is a real ass sometimes. Lovely guy a lot, but he's a real ass sometimes. And a great illustration of him being a complete ass was that when I was 16, I went into his place of work, which was a pound stretcher, I think, while he was on a gap year, and he basically refused to sell me super glue, even though he knew that I was 16. and he he was my brother because I didn't have any ID to prove my age. So I was very, very sad because that that was the only place I could get super glue at that time, which was really harsh because then I couldn't build any toy soldiers that evening, which was really sad. So there you go. That's my story about me being refused super glue.
I'm sorry about that, man.
You can tell it sort of
You're not
bothers me
over it,
to this
are you?
day. No, I'm not. Yeah. Anyway, that's good beer. And here we go. Let's see. Where are we? Green Tree. Is Harry looking for his headphones? I was. Hi, ears have gone. Or his have gone.
His ears have gone. That's good.
Nathan T said, I said at the time, and I'll say it again, GW took the easiest army to paint and made it easier to paint them. Yeah, that is true. I think, because you can basically do this army with just a spray painter for white and Nihilak Oxide, isn't it? Is that the one? In fact, I do have it here.
Yeah, so for those ones, mine was spray and white, Nihilak Oxide, BL Tan Green, and then dry brush them Ultra and Grey. That's how I did them. And it genuinely took me longer to do their bases than to do the Warriors. But for these guys, given that it's out there, I know you haven't got any, we can't talk about it, but by all means, if anyone's out there building them, like what are we doing? Are we painting them? What are we doing with the little translucent dudes? Are we? Yeah,
because you're not painting them, but I have seen some that are painted that have been painted, and honestly, from the pictures, I think there's been really mixed results. I think some look really good painted, and some I think you might have been better just leaving it actually.
This is the box, right? And these look cool, but they don't. To me, they don't look transparent.
No.
And obviously,
do you think that's because of the way that it's photographed?
Yeah,
or something?
It could be the light and all that. But the reason I'm not doing it is because I'm scared, and I think I might ruin them, and I'm literally doing it to clear the backlog. So I'm gluing them. I'm super gluing them onto these bases, but just by a tiny little amount. And my kind of thinking is maybe in the future, when the actual project I want to do them comes around, I'll do something else with them, maybe paint them. But I'm going to keep this. I'm going to keep the sprue. I think someone suggested this to me in a past stream. Keep the sprue to kind of test paint on. But no, for teams,
that's a good idea.
I'm not doing anything to them. I'm just literally just gluing them on the bases.
Seems like an idea. And I mean, I was surprised when you said that you were using plastic glue actually, because I thought that there was a potential for frosting, which obviously there isn't if there's plastic glue, so that's good.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I heard someone saying, I think when they came out, you should use Tamiya clear glue.
Yes.
And I was like, okay. And I like trying out new things. And I ordered some of that, and I tried it on my one test model, and it didn't hold it at all. And
oh, really?
It's possible. All it needs is someone in the chat to go, you're an idiot, it works fine. But it's possible I was using it wrong, and yet I'm a 41-year-old man who's glued a lot of models together, and it was glue, with a brush, and it was like, there's only so, I don't know how I could be getting this wrong, but it didn't hold it at all. So I've gone back to old faithful GW plastic glue for this.
So that is interesting, because I would have thought that any plastic glue wouldn't work on those ones. I thought that was the case, but maybe GW plastic glue is a special kind of plastic glue. Maybe maybe they're a professional company that suggests if you're going to use glue, use this glue and it'll be fine, and they might have tested it.
I mean, it appears, I haven't actually gone back to them, but it appears to be working, and it appears to not be frosting. Is what I can report.
Sounds like a win-win to me. Brilliant, excellent stuff. So yeah, Nathan, that was a good point. Good point. Easier to paint them, but yeah, I would be intrigued to see whether people are painting them.
Yes, that was the point. Are we painting them? What are we doing?
Are we painting them? We'll find out in a bit when we get to the fly through the rest of the chat. Post Teen Spirit. Now, I believe Post Teen Spirit is that Sam Huddy. I think it is. Hey all, sorry I'm late. Says blame the chef. I was the chef, he says. He says, I blame the chef, and then in a subsequent comment, he says, I was the chef.
That's good stuff.
Richard Clammer says, I'm not complaining, but it said days, not working days. Mine defo didn't come in 180 days.
Mine's, this is weird. My email says 180 working days, and I've checked.
Okay. I've got the mail saying they are waiting for the third party to ship the king to them. Oh, interesting. Oh, dear. Ricky Drinks Paints is in. I ordered a few days after a release date for the Transparent Kings of the Dead, and back in May, my order got cancelled due to supply issues. They did due to supply issues, but they did generously gift a voucher as an apology. That's annoying though, because they're only a one-time thing only, aren't they?
That's not generous either. That's just giving you your money back, isn't it? Unless.
Yeah, it's actually worse, isn't it? Oh, I suppose they give you your money back.
In addition,
yeah, I was going to say, it must be an addition, yeah. That's annoying, though, because it is a one-time only thing, we assume. Hawk Jacobson's in. Hey, all, good evening. Hey, all, good evening. Saturday streams. What a time to be alive. Stephen, yeah, it is. Stephen Ryan's in. Clipped one sword arm off the sprue, and the sword snapped. Yep, that seems to be a bit more brittle, with a laughing face, or is that a crying face? I don't know. Richard Clammer says, I'm really dense. Can someone explain the Uruk drummer joke? Richard Clammer. Do you want to explain it, or shall I?
Well, how much do you need?
Oh, hold on. No, you know what? It's right. There's a couple of jokes, a couple of answers. Let's just go with that.
Let someone else
Joe Holzman says, probably depends on whether they're ghosts or reanimated corpses. I can't remember what that's in response to. Jamie Wiggins said, Richard, it's because Harry was on the chase and didn't mention SBG as a hobby, but mentioned drumming. So that's correct, yes. And I have defended myself in many places. The reason was because I thought they'd make a cheap joke about Middle-earth and toy soldiers and Warhammer, which I thought, although I can take a cheap joke about Warhammer, I realised that it wouldn't do the hobby and the community any good having a national programme and taking cheap shots at the community. So that's why I didn't do it. But I have subsequently been memed a lot for drums because of it, which I'm fine with. I'm fine about
pause
that.
Where like you always see it. So Harry, what do you like to do in your spare time? Here it comes, here it comes, here it goes. I love drumming, Bradley.
Yeah. It is sad for those people, but you know there'll be some people who know me from my old hometown and my school and all that who will go, oh yeah, of course you'd say drumming because that was what you were known for at school. So, but you know, also toy soldiers. I did also get called briefcase wanker quite a lot at school for taking my Warhammer box around. Excuse the language. Apologies. I hope that's on the cusp, isn't it? It's on the cusp, that one. Anyway, let's move on. Where were we? Okay. Frederick Schultz says they can't piercing strike anyway because of Blades of the Dead. Yes, that's true. You can cook is in. It's Steve
he's in
Crow.
there as well.
He's in the chat, not just on the text. Flying visit, lads. Will always be sending my love when I can't be around.
Amazing.
Big love, he says in a subsequent comment.
Who was that?
Steve Crow, some guy. I don't know who he was. A has been. No, that's me.
That's what I got called. That's what I was a has been. I was like, I just wanted to know when I was bin. Yeah?
When you were a bin.
When was I bin?
Where are we looking? Joe Holzman says, yeah, the absence of clear plastic riders and banner bearers was what put me off buying any of these. Didn't want them to not match, yeah. Frederick Schultz says, who the hell are you to I Can You Can Cook? Why is a cooking channel commenting on here? Jamie Wiggins says, whoa, can't use Harold's as banner. That's proxying, tut-tut. Yeah, I suppose that's true.
You can convert, I know. Just put a banner on the arm of the other one. Conversion.
Yeah, it'd be fun. Nathan T says, Harry should do a separate giveaway for anyone working on drummers tonight. You know what? That is a really good idea.
I don't hate it.
I can take you up on that. Hold on. Right, here we go. Just like you have your BSIME things, I have the Entmoot dice. I can't roll it into a tray because I haven't set up the camera. But here is an Entmoot dice. If you are painting a drummer this evening, you can go into a live draw to get an Entmoot dice. How's that sound? I think that sounds fair. But on the proviso that you never, ever mention drumming again. But yeah, that's the idea.
Harry?
Yeah, go on.
What would you like them to win?
An Entmoot dice. Ho-ho! Oh! Indeed. Look at that.
Look at that!
Top work.
How'd you like them pairs?
That's pretty good. That was what a moment. We're not going to top that unless we goes into labour.
That was good.
That was good.
What a time to be
alive. And obviously statistical evidence there that Entmoot dice are much better than BSIME dice.
Absolutely. Is that 600% better? I think
Yeah,
that's how stats
yes,
work,
it's
right?
way better. So there you go. There you go. But yeah, if you want to put some drums in the chat, I'll send someone a drummer. That'd be funny. Joe Holzman says, I'd say the fact I already have an army of the dead, therefore I didn't need them, was a reason for not buying them. But we all know not needing them was never a factor. Yes, that is a very good point. Of course they should count. They're on sprue. By the time they're done, they will be complete.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Ruari Campbell, I painted these very carefully, in air quotes, with Peppa Pig paint on Gandalf, as I recall. Yes, that is right.
I've definitely seen that. I loved that.
Yeah, it wasn't Peppa Pig. It was Bluey,
wasn't it?
Yes, it was Bluey. And again, something that I really didn't plan. The video would have been awful if it hadn't got the mention of Bluey. And this is about my Gandalf painting video.
Yeah.
And it would have been awful without the Bluey and the panicked run through the thing, because it would have just been me painting, and actually people don't really turn that.
I'd loved that as someone who's got far too many of those magazines now for painting the little statues and all that. The creativity there to go into a kid's into a Smith's and get paint off that.
Oh yeah. Well, I was the best I was hoping for genuinely was a red pen which I could like sort of somehow spill apart, and but yeah, no, that was fantastic. But yes, you're right, Rory. I did paint them Gandalf pretty carefully. I just painted it on a plane. Nathan, Harry also dropped his DE at a 7th City event. I definitely wasn't the bit. Oh,
is that like a sexy thing?
I think he's talking about Dragon Emperor.
Dragon Emperor. Yeah.
But yes, that is true. No, I think I dropped something on the Dragon Emperor and it snapped the spear off. Although the last event I went to, I knocked my Backlog off the table. Oh, it was bad. The horn snapped. Little bits of horn flew across the floor, and I think one of the sort of very pointy ends of the Backlog was sent in flying into the abyss, which was very sad. Although I did find one of the others, and it snapped off the base. But it was relatively well repaired, actually. I think it's still in the box. But yeah. That was sad.
Like the idea you just looked over and saw a bunch of Balrog pieces. Went, oh no, it's not.
No, it's still broken. No, it's still wrapped in bubble wrap, so hopefully it's fine. James Wilson's in. Good evening, folks. He says. Michael Curtis is also in. Harry's calling himself middle-aged, but has a backpack worthy of a university student. Where's the backpack worthy of a university student? I don't know what you're talking about.
It means your beer thing.
Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah, sorry. It's actually a hold all, and it's a cool bag. It's pretty good.
It is. It's very cool.
It is worthy of you. I mean, it's prepared, and also my beer has remained cold because of it. Postine Spirit is Bluey, actually, a more elite form of miniature paint, which is true. Old School Chris C says that would be a different kind of stream entirely, and would probably encourage the bots back. I've heard that painting. I don't know what that was in reference to. Can you remember? I don't know.
It must be something sexy.
Yeah, I was thinking something filthy. I don't know what. I've heard that painting Army of the Dead can help Baby come along. Oh, I see. Now I know what.
That's exactly what we're talking about.
I heard that painting Army of the Dead can help Baby come along if Mrs. Entwife wants to join in. I really don't think she does. But thank you for the offer. Frederick Schultz says 1.5, not 2 billion people in India, Harry. Yeah, but you round up. We round up. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Old School Chrissy, that is S tier chocolate in the best flavour. Says Old School Chris, so that must be Tony's, or Chocolonely, depending on your preference. Sean Clark says, big up Tony's chocolate. Serious things about slavery, which is a nice hot take there from Harry. Yeah, true. If we just move on. Joe Achilles says, never seen Tony's chocolate in America, and there you go. So it's not American. Tony's is a Dutch brand, I believe, says Scott Johnson. What? How is this what? Where's my bag? Where's my box? Have you got yours there? Does it say Dutch?
I threw it away. No, I didn't. It's next to me.
It doesn't say Dutch. I mean,
I've got
it could be.
I've got a UK address and an Ireland address.
Yeah, same. But I'm not disputing you, Scott. You may well be right. It could. I mean, it says Belgian chocolate here, Belgian fair trade milk chocolate. So maybe it's Belgian.
It also says store in a cool, dry, and dark place, which I find interesting. Right.
Why would you need it to be dark?
Well, it has to be dark. But then it says, but not in the fridge.
What?
It's like fridge not optional.
That's too hard? I don't know. Because that would be make it too hard, would it?
Maybe it's scared of the dark.
Yeah. Nathan T says complete agreement. Salted. Oh, the chat just jumped. It's happened.
It happens.
Did it actually happen? Yeah, it definitely happened. Oh my god. I have no idea. God, there's been. Why does this happen? What? Oh no, I've caught up. I found it. That wasn't that hard to find.
I know.
What Steve's talking about. So Nathan says complete agreement. Salted caramel is odd. Michael Haskell said Ari Harry's chocolonely strapline. Isn't that his reporting mindset coming to the fore? Thinking of a quip to end a piece to camera and all that. Yes, it is true. It is
I
true.
enjoyed your what was your sheep gag? There was some really good ones in there. I'll be back or something. Didn't you do?
Yeah, I mean it wasn't a good gag, but it was. I was.
But there was another one. Was there a joke about poo?
Probably. I remember.
There was one that really made me laugh. Appalling, painful.
Really bad.
Laughter, really
bad. Like this should never have been allowed on the BBC kind of gag. But yeah, I suppose you're right. I did come up with the chocolate pun. I think I should sell that strapline to the chocolate company. Don't you think? You're never lonely with a chocolonely. I think that works.
If only we knew what country to write to.
Yes, exactly. Here we go. Where are we going? Post Teen Spirit says it's all scripted. The illusion is ruined. Yeah.
Which
not
bit?
really. I don't know. That bit that we scripted, I guess. We didn't script it.
Oh, that's about the previous conversation, isn't it?
Yeah, we just repeated a bit. Joey Kitty says this is like a deep dive from Harry on chocolate and snacks. Yeah. Thank you. R.I.P. Barry Snarkkill. That must be when I drop. Wes said I thought the waters broke. Oh wow, he's back. Ghost in the machine moment just then. Yes, weird double Damien lol. That was freaky, says Joe Achille. The excitement of Chocolonely Tony broke the stream for a moment. Does everyone in England have their internet in the toilet? That seems odd. There are other ways, said somebody in response to that. Ashley Fisher's in. Good evening. Sorry I'm late. Hey, look, it's Parkshill. Yeah, Parkshill's in. Master Ball UK. I remember the frogs, Budweiser. Yes, so do I. Sean Clark says cue submarine noises. Is this this must be internet stuff? I guess. I don't know. Is that right?
I don't know what
submarine. I don't know. What is all this Middle Earth talk on the Chocolonely podcast? Frederick Schultz. Here we go. We got some answers about the translation. Bahnhof is a train station, so some very reasonable German person thought. Bus is bus, plus Bahnhof is train station, would mean a big bus stop thing with space for many houses like a big train station. There you go. So it wasn't far off. I'm quite happy with that. Thanks, Frederick.
So why was someone saying welcome to the bus station or whatever they were saying?
I don't know.
Oh, God, I've looked away and the glue's pouring out.
Oh, no. We had a glue-based disaster.
Just
burn it. I was going to say just burn it off.
It smells so good.
Right. Old school, Chris suggests the band name, I think. Tom and the Bombadils. That's quite good. I like that. Ancient Hero says, good evening. Welcome in. Frederick Schultz, and Bahnhof is barn, brackets train, and Hof is court/courtyard, court something else. There you go. Old school Chris C says, Harry, he said, that's the spirit. Goodness sake.
Yeah, I've done it a few times.
He has a few times. Is it Tariel's cage? What's that?
Is that something to do with Weta?
Oh, is that something that's off screen that we can't see?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
See what's over there? It's a very, very upset Evangeline Lilly.
Yeah. Posting's a bit Tariel outfit, mate. So people are thinking that you're going to wear a Tariel outfit for Throwing Skulls. I'm guessing. Should be lovely to see.
Going to Throwing Skulls as a person is so 2019.
That is interesting. Joe Achilles says, Harry, please have your wife sneak up on you at some point during the stream. It's mandatory for all hosts. Thanks. She does know about that joke, whether she'll do it or not. It's quite a lot of effort for a 39-week pregnant, someone to walk up the stairs just to try and scare me into jumping, and then probably scare herself enough to go into labour. So,
with the greatest respect to your...
We live in hope.
With the greatest respect to your beloved, they're not like a sneaky people, are they? Heavily pregnant women.
No, you can hit him a mile off. Frederick says, you said this was 1 week after the last stream, but it was 8 days. So one more, and I made a joke based on Bjorn's reaction to the dwarves arriving. Do you call X, blah, blah, blah.
So that's the 8 days a week thing.
Great, okay. Like how many dwarves are several? No beatless joke, says Frederick. No beatless. Yeah.
So he's
Michael
explained one joke and confused us with another.
Yeah, that's it. Michael Duplass says, I will have you know that Bublé has a new album out, and it isn't a Christmas album. That's true. I'm sure that's true. I think he does a lot of TV presenting in Canada as well, doesn't he? Rogue Chloral, he's one of my favourite Canadians, you know, up at the top 5 at least.
One of yours? He wouldn't make the top 7 for me. And I do include Bryan Adams in that.
Bryan Adams has to be in there, yeah. Rogue Chloral, almost more than halfway through converting GO. GO. What could GO be?
Go.
Sorry?
Go.
Go?
Go.
What?
That's what GO spells, Harry.
No, but it must be an acronym for something.
GO.
What could that be? Converting GO.
Girl Owen.
Rogue Chloral, you might have to explain that. Boromir also has March. What's the reasoning for... damn it, Joe says. Boromir also has March. What's the reasoning for Aragorn above Bozza?
Do you know what? I think it should be Boromir.
Go on.
Because the ring ensnares him.
Very good. I could see just the way you were approaching the camera what you were going to say there.
I like how we said it together. It was nice.
Yeah.
Nice moment.
Yeah, there's no reason for Aragorn. It just feels more, you know.
But that was that was very good and that was very quick.
Yeah, I thought I was quite happy with that reason. Old School Christy says, I think the baby would definitely enhance the stream. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Masterball UK says, Harry got my first due in November in the same boat as you. Oh, congratulations to you, Masterball. I'll try not to overwhelm you with advice because everyone does like to give you advice. I know that. But yeah, best of luck with it. I don't have any advice yet, obviously, but I will at some point, maybe. Who knows? But yeah, best of luck with it, and hope the missus is coping in. It's been very hot recently.
I'll give you some advice, but it just prove your point.
Rogue Chloral says, whoops, too early sending. I'm converting Old Dead to Carndum. Oh, here we go. So Old Dead to Carndum like the White Dwarf from years ago. Good luck with the baby Harry. Yes.
So Geo was a typo.
It was a typo.
We could have spent hours on that.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I remember the Old Dead in Carndum from the White Dwarf from years ago. Yeah. I recently saw that article actually. Great idea, and that'll get you in the drawer, won't it? So that's cool.
Yep.
Old School Chrissy says, "Will Harry keep going from the delivery suite? We don't need to see what's going on, but I'm sure we would all want to be kept up to date." I mean, I might. If it happens very soon, I might drop a comment in later on in the chat to let people know how it's going. But probably not, realistically. Teen Spirit says, the part I really liked of the airport dash was the dedication to make sure you filmed the panic rush. Content first, flight later. Yes, thank you very much. I was quite happy with that. Richard Clammer, Generation Shift Base Generation Shift Base some paint pots. Haha. Generation Shift Base some paint pots. Oh yeah, so bases for the paint pots for Chris. I get you. Old School Chris, if it was base per model I bought, I'd have gone for a Goblin Town box. Yay, very good. James, good evening, folks. Frantically painting for Imps here. Oh, James, that must be James Wilson. Frantically painting an army for Lord of the Imps, which is my event in a couple of weeks' time.
Coming up, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to do a cheeky shout out?
Yeah. I mean, it's a regular annual event that we have. We basically have an army on day one, and you choose a leader and a lieutenant, and the leader dies halfway at the end of day one. You replace that leader with extra points of stuff, and the lieutenant has to become the leader of day two. So it's kind of like a de-escalation-y type event. It's very cool. Lots of people come up with cool themey ideas for like heroes dying, and I have some themey exceptions. So where you can have a leader that's thematically dying and replaced by an aging, or like I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good example. Like Gandalf can become Gandalf the White, for example. That sort of stuff. Which is very cool. So yeah, I'm excited about that, and that's a few weeks' time. And if people are wondering how I'm going to do that with a baby, I have 3 people helping me this year. So Will Champion is also going to run it along with Tim and Jack, who are good local lads who also know a tournament or two. So even if I'm not there, I'll be there in spirit. But I will be popping in at the very least.
You'll be there in what?
Spirit. Yeah. Way.
Don't forget to say it loudly into the camera.
Exactly. Joe Holzman says, I once made a meme of Damien. I want to know what that was. I suppose there might have been a few King of the Dead ones, were there? Is that right?
Yeah,
I think there might have been.
There was some good King. Well, it wasn't really King of the Dead. It was a lot of like grot bags and a lot of old Greg stuff.
Old Greg, I definitely remember seeing old Greg meme too. What else we got? Damien memes. I was thinking of him.
Oh, I know Joe's. I assume Joe's was last year's Throne of Skulls, and it was me wearing that next to the Teletubby son, and it was the Office meme of tell the difference between these pictures.
That is good. Yes, yeah, I did see that one. That was very good. Sam says Damien memes I was thinking of were him dressed up as a cute little gem. Yes, I remember they were good as well. Old school Chris sees that Damien got to go to bed whenever he wants. What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
Top tier Big Brother move, says Sam, but I assume that's about my brother denying me the super glue. Old school Chris C says, did you also know you can eat cake whenever you want when you're a grown up? He says, question mark. Harry, you have to respect your brother there. He's following his training and just doing his job. Yeah, that's what he said. But it was the look on his face. That was the problem. It's the look on his face. He knew he was happy to do it as well. And that's bad. So,
your health, my friend.
Oh, yeah, good health. Cheers. I'm drinking out of the mug because I didn't bring a pint glass.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this beer, by the way. I mean, I'd highly recommend... you're not an ale drinker, though. You're a lager kind of man, aren't you, generally?
But, differences are good.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. I'm just saying, you probably wouldn't like this, but other people out there definitely would. Combined Harvest Multigrain Premium English Golden Beer.
That seems fine to me,
Yeah, good. Yeah, it's fine. We're allowed to have differences, right?
Yeah, you're allowed to like different things.
Yeah, and apologies, by the way, I've burped a couple of times. It's because I had a curry for dinner and I'm drinking beer. So there you go. What else we got? Joe Holzman, I base coated all of mine first before I ghostify them. Is Joe talking about the transparent ones? Because I think he might be. You might be missing the point there, Joe.
Base coated them.
I'm sure it's not those. It must be.
He must be joking. He must be joking.
Yeah, that's got to be a joke. Maybe we should have laughed at that rather than analysing it and being mean, because it's probably a joke, but it's funny. Anyway, Michael says, you don't need to paint them to look extra spooky, just get a green light to shine on them. Works for Haunted Ruins of Angmar. Good. Very good. I was listening to when you and Sam were talking about that. I was similarly disappointed with that. I was like, hold on, but what?
They're not spooky.
You can't just paint it the same as Osgiliath Ruins and shine a green light. They're not spooky. They're nice ruins, but they're not spooky.
They didn't even tell you to glue. Lovely ruins.
They didn't even tell you to glue any cotton wool on them or anything. It was just oh god. But yeah. Anyway, great stuff. Tamiya never holds GW plastic for me either, says Josh Crosby.
There you go.
The plot thickens.
Josh Crosby, 5 Dice Crosby.
Oh yes.
And I noticed this week. Colours was in 5 Dice Colours. He wasn't in last week, and has clearly gone. Hello. There's another 5
people
dice
catching up here.
I need
so who's on? There's 3 people on 5 dice. Is that right?
No, 2. It was 5.
Just 2.
5 dice colours for months,
right.
And then Crosby from 4 Dice Crosby went to 5 Dice Crosby last week.
Crikey.
We have 2 more. We have 4 Dice Fisher and 4 Dice Holzman, champing at the bit.
Fisher. Yeah, because there was 3 people on 4 dice last time, wasn't it? Wow, that's
huge turnaround. Huge turnaround.
No, it's crazy. So that's interesting. Josh talking about the Tamiya glue not working for any GW plastic. So that's interesting. Nathan T says, is being refused glue by your brother the reason you invented a drumming hobby? Actually, me and my brother were in a band together. He played the bass because he was cool, and I played the drums because I was even cooler. And
drummers are cooler than bassists.
Drummers are cooler than bassists. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. But
guitarists.
There were a lot of
guitarists. Yeah, there was a lot.
Sorry, guitarist. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I've seen you perform, not live, but I've seen videos of you performing, and you did seem quite good. To be fair,
thank you.
I'll give credit where credit's due.
How did you say that?
You used to share them on Facebook all the time. Yeah, there was one of you singing Jason Mraz. Yours.
Yeah, that's where I get. Yeah, that's awesome. That's not awesome. I don't mean I'm awesome. It's a video where I get everyone to sing to Emma. When we're engaged, they sing the chorus to Emma, so it comes up in my Facebook memories. So yeah, it always makes me smile.
You share that one, yeah.
Oh God, I've dropped a transparent axe.
Oh God. You know what? I understand that these things would be hard to see, because they are see-through.
You understand? That's it. That's exactly
I understand the issue.
It's
Although,
right. I got it. It's green. It's fine.
I was going to say, well, actually, it's probably easier to see because most people have a grey carpet, right? I have certainly a dark. What colour carpet you got?
Grey.
Grey. I'm glad that you said that because that would have really ruined my point. But a grey carpet seems quite common, and I'd always lose little grey bits in my carpet. So
it would have been a nightmare if I had a green transparent carpet, wouldn't it?
Indeed. There we go. Right, let's crack. God, there's loads of comments. I'm really taking. Despite joking about how quick I'd fly through the chat, it's been nearly an hour and I still haven't caught up. Ashley Fisher says I've done the top half paint, bottom half clear, so they tie in better with my existing army. Oh, okay, that's a good way of doing it. I suppose it's half and half.
That's kind of what the box does, I think.
Yes, in the book. In the box, isn't it? Stephen Ryan says, I'm using Tamiya glue now. It seems to be working, but maybe I'll reach the end of the stream and all the arms will fall off. Yeah, hopefully not. Michael Haskell says, I don't think I'm going to paint mine. I think that's probably the wise idea. To me, it feels like if you're going to get the see-through ones, you might as well just get the see-through ones because they're easier not to paint and they look cool because they're see-through. Unless you are particularly talented at painting, then that'd be good.
That's exactly it. I'm not talented, so I'm fine to take that.
I wasn't implying that, of course.
No, but I'm terrified. If I just dry brush these, they'll look all chalky and smeary. It'd be horrible.
Yeah. Who's this then? Never used it before, says Stephen Ryan. The smell makes me happy, though. Assume that's a glue thing. Joe Holzman, about whether they were hard or soft. Joe Holzman, I don't know what that. I mean, I know it's about the plastic, but I can't remember how it connected. Larry Miller's arrived. He's in.
What a lad.
Welcome along, Larry. He was, I think, the most popular choice of people wanted to actually be a guest host. Is that right?
Yeah. Don't add fuel to that fire.
I would love to see Larry Miller on the stream, but he is very entertaining in the comments, so it'd be hard to get rid of him from there. He says, good to see Harry publicly talking about SBG, which is a great start. Thank you, Larry. The post-teen spirit says, instead, the community now takes cheap shots at drumming and everyone's afraid to mention their own drumming hobby. Yes, exactly.
That's what you did in your desperate attempts to defend wargaming. You ruined drumming.
Ruined drumming. All the drummers in SBG are now afraid to talk about it. Nathan says, Harry had the opportunity to be ranked alongside Henry Cavill and missed the beat. See what he did there?
That is good, actually. That's good work.
Top work. Michael Dublé says, to be fair, Harry, I know him as the guy who I had a slinky off before a game and the patron meetup last year. Yes, we did, because someone put the slinkies in the patron bag, right?
There were slinkies, yeah, there were.
At the BSIME meetup, we had slinkies in the thing, so I think we played Slinky together, which was awesome, because slinkies are awesome.
The cutest thing I've ever heard. You played Slinky together.
Yeah, we had a little bit of Slinky off, because I think we had, I may be wrong about this, but I vaguely remember it being on one of those boards that you could do the Slinky down the little sort of slope.
Oh, I assumed you were doing it on the stairs.
I can't remember. Maybe right, but I don't think the sling. I think we. I don't even remember. But either way, it sounds really wholesome and wonderful, doesn't it? So, it's great. Old school Chris says, "Oh no, Ruth has heard Harry swear on an MESBG related thing. As per her rules, she is now allowed to call Harry a reef case banker the next time she sees him." Very nice. Apologies to Chris
13,
and to Ruth.
You monster.
Sorry?
I believe Ruth is only 13. You monster.
No. I can only apologise. I am sorry, Ruth. Although, to be fair, I think I have sworn on my other streams before. I've certainly sworn on not Out of the Frying Pan, sorry, the Cast It Into the Fire podcast, because that's kind of a sweary podcast.
Is that the sweary?
Very, very sweary podcast, but very entertaining. Larry Miller says, I take it since Harry is here, this is going to be a 24-hour stream. Right? ... Right? Question mark. Yeah.
That was a good stream.
Is it worth... Go on.
That was a good 24-hour stream you did.
Yeah, it was a while ago now. I think that was because that was straight after COVID, wasn't it? That would have been 2020. Was it 21? I can't remember. It was during the first sort of wave of COVID, I think. So it was a long time ago. I may do it again actually, because I did enjoy the whole thing, and people seemed to really like it, and everyone was so generous. We raised like 1,500 quid for charity, which was awesome. So very proud of that. I should do it again, really.
Yeah. And what you'll find that you have in the coming months is lots of time and free 24-hour periods. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, and adding 24 hours of not sleeping to already exhausted might be really interesting. I'll consider it in the future, perhaps.
For you, it really is.
Nathan says, is it worth digging out a drummer for an Entmoot dice? Yes.
I think so.
They rolls. Yeah, absolutely. Nathan, if it clears the backlog, that's obviously going to be a good thing. If you're going to pay a drummer just because you've got it and you're going to clear the backlog, then absolutely. I think that that ticks a lot of boxes, doesn't it?
We'll do 2 separate draws. So as we're going through it, we'll count them and we'll have a separate thing for drummers, and then we'll do 2 rolls.
Yeah. I mean, there might only be 1 or 2, but that's fine. If there's 2 people with drums that you're going to paint that you weren't going to paint already, then great. Yeah, as long as it doesn't distract too much from you painting. I think this would be particularly great if you don't have any of the Army of the Dead that you're not going to paint.
It's another avenue.
Yeah, exactly. Another chance to clear the backlog. Yeah, that'd be good. Nathan says, they roll 6s? Question mark. Nathan has Entmoot dice. Old school Chris says, it's fixed. And then the chat jumped. Where is it? God, it really does jump. I know what Steve is going on about. There we go. Sam says apparently so. Joe Holzman says, do I have a drum holding mini that isn't painting? Question mark. Old school Chris says, Nathan, not if you have to stop making puns. Larry says, I need to work on my team's army. Do I really need to dig out a drum as well? Sam says, maybe Khan Doom have a ceremonial drummer, Larry?
Khan Drum?
Yeah. That's exactly what the next comment is. Larry Miller says Khan Drum too. Very good.
So good Very to know. I think the same way Larry does.
I know, that's a concerning thought, isn't it? Jay Holzman says there seems to be a theme developing. Frederick Schultz says, try my fancy Smarties chocolade now. Hope it's as good as back in the day. Is that the chocolate bar with the Smarties embedded in it?
He put a picture of it in the patron chat today. About I can't remember exactly what he said, but he hadn't been able to get hold of it for ages and found one, and it looked like a big square bar of chocolate with Smarties in it.
I remember those from childhood. I didn't know they still did those. That's very exciting. I hope it's good, Frederick. Matt Hudson says, I closed my car boot on my barrel rog. Oh, God, that's awful. He says it did not survive.
That sounded to me like a kind of Joseph's Technicolor Drinker. I heard that as I closed my car boot on my plastic barrel rog. Oh, no.
It did not survive. It did not survive. I'm so sorry.
Crying.
Yeah, that sucks, though. If you close that there, I wouldn't want that. Frederick says, oh, yes, it's good. Oh, good. Yeah, he likes his chocolate. Joe says, was that a pre or post prime barrel rog to Matt Hudson? And Matt Hudson said, my boot was the shadow where it came from, and it was a fully painted blue one as well. Oh, dear. And then Sam says, oh, this stream, it jumped. Steve was telling the truth. Nathan says, Harry won't tell people on TV he likes to paint, but he will paint on a plane and film himself doing it. And I know which looks weirder when it goes viral. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's true. Jakey, Damien, and or Harry, can I be incredibly cheeky? Uh-oh. It is my birthday today, and creepy rendition of Happy Birthday would soften the blow of turning 31.
Well, now,
Damien.
Historically, Harry, and by historically I mean in the one time it's happened, I've given the guest host the opportunity to sing Happy Birthday.
That's very kind of you to offer that opportunity, but I feel like Jakey wants you.
Are you sure? Because Sam took him up on it.
Sam did do it after a bit of persuasion. He did go for it, so maybe I could do it. The problem is my lighting is on the wrong side.
I think and my microphone wants you to do it, and if I'm honest, I kind of think you want to do it.
Yeah, I'm already changing my lighting, so absolutely I'm going to do it. Hold on, let me just change my lighting.
Harry Parkhill, Happy Birthday live.
Here we go.
For the first time.
So it's Jakey, isn't it?
If you say so. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's good.
Happy birthday to you. To you. Happy birthday, dear Jakey. Happy birthday to you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, it was fun. The second line, the second happy birthday to you,
yes.
I think you did it in such a weird voice that Zoom thought it was noise and cancelled.
Oh, really?
I didn't hear the second line. So,
it might have just been a loose microphone. I picked the microphone up, so it might have been that.
Well done. Great. It was great. It was a great job, man.
Oh, well. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hopefully people enjoyed it. And Jakey, genuinely happy birthday.
Absolutely.
31st birthday, yeah.
Same age bracket as me and you.
Yes, exactly. Lovely. Joe says Tony's Chocolonely is indeed Dutch, according to Wikipedia, which may well have been edited by Scott Johnson earlier on today, because we don't know how easy it is to change Wikipedia. But either way, that's interesting. The name of the company is also Tony's Chocolonely, not just Tony's.
What?
Interesting.
What?
Well, there you go. Frederick Schultz says, a glue-based disaster sounds like either your pop-punk band or your first ever song. There you go. Glue-based disaster is quite a good name for an album, isn't it? I quite like that. Cameron Stills writes in. He missed the Weta statue chat earlier.
He got a shout out.
Good. Yeah, big shout out. We gave him plenty of shout outs for that. What were we asking? It was about whether there's still an import tax.
Import charge for Weta and when it kicks in.
Yeah, because I got something and I didn't get an import charge and was pleasantly surprised by it. I'm sure you'll answer it later, Cameron. Good evening, guys. Sorry I'm rather late. Nice to see you, Harry. Yes, nice to see you, Cameron. And I believe it's only a couple of weeks to your wedding. And so congratulations in advance for said wedding. I was hoping to be at said wedding, but sadly it is just a week and a bit after the due date. So sadly I can't be there. I was really excited because I got the card in the post 2 years ago, I think now, for the hold the date, and sadly the one thing that I can't hold the date for is a baby, because that just comes when it happens. So there you go. What is that? That's lovely. Yasmin and Kalman there.
That's the crest that sealed the invite.
It is a very nice crest.
It was lovely.
I like that sort of stuff. I must say we were very, very cheap on our wedding invitation. What do they call it? Wedding. There's a special name for it.
Save the date. That what you have to?
Yeah, there's like a name for it. Stationery, wedding stationery or something. Yeah. There's a special name. It might be anyway. Yeah, we didn't have anything fancy like that, but I was impressed by Calman's, so I was very sad to have to say I can't go. Anyway, Larry is in. He said they had a big stand at the airport when I was coming home from Amsterdam. I'd never heard of it and bought a couple of bars. That was I assume Tony's Chocolonely. Old School Chris C says I would pick Merry, as in the Defenders of the Shire legendary lieges. The hobbits can take traps, one of which is a snare.
Snare traps.
Good. Yes, yeah, I like that. That's good logic. Ryan Cuthbert says the Entmoot dice definitely roll better. Just saying, yeah, that is true. That's true. You have to. The only way to get Entmoot dice currently is by being a patron or by painting a drummer on this very stream. So, or just being given one by me, basically.
I'll have to come on an Entmoot with you and then give away one purple BSIME dice.
That would be really nice. Yeah, that'd be good. Because you're way stricter with your dice. Because like I will not be able to get one of those dice without entering and winning the stream. And I've been in the final two times to win one, but never got it. So
yeah, the black ones we like to keep exclusive. So there's a
I think that's quite right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Let me go. What were we on next? Scroll. Larry Miller says I think I had that poster as a kid. I don't know which poster you're referring to. Is it this one? Or is it the one behind?
It's unlikely to be the Empire cover.
Well, I'm glad you drew attention to it. This is my exciting Empire magazine. This is so I bought an Empire magazine recently, and it had a picture of Galadriel on the front. There was also an option of Sauron. And here's what's most exciting about this look. Or it's Gollum underneath.
What?
That's right. So I've had that Empire cover. I've had the Empire cover of the Gollum from The Hobbit since it came out. I assume that would have been whenever the Hobbit films came out. So I've kept that in that frame for all that time, and I've just covered it up with the Wings of Power one because I was ready for a change.
That's the sort of thing that is going to make some incel on the internet incredibly angry.
Yeah, absolutely.
How dare you cover up Gollum with Galadriel?
Is this a Guy Ladriel? Is that what people call her?
That's what they call her.
Because she's a girl boss, isn't she?
Yeah.
As they say. That's the other thing that they say. Mary Sue, is it Mary Sue or a girl boss? Or all these silly criticisms, which I mean, I don't know whether we said we'd talk about Rings of Power, but I am loving it. I think there have been 2 episodes of this season which were absolutely fantastic, and they knocked it out of the park, and I'm very happy that it's happening. So yeah.
Quite there with you. I think we said we were going to do it like when it finished, so that everyone had seen it.
Yes, once the whole series is done, yeah. I'll look forward to you having a conversation with someone about that.
And I think it's better than the first season, and I thought the first season was very good indeed. So.
Yeah, absolutely, it was good. Joe Achilles says, Harry, if your wife goes into labour during the stream, does that mean you'll name your child either Damien or Steve? It would be fitting. I mean, it would be fitting. It would be fitting. I'll consider it for a middle name option. No.
Why not?
Stop.
Why?
Damien is a nice name, to be fair.
Exactly.
I mean, the problem is there are only two Damiens I've ever heard of. One is you, which is obviously a positive. The other is the kid in The Omen, and Devil Incarnate.
It's not
and
the kid
Damien.
in The Omen, is it? It's the devil. It's the
Yeah.
So,
but he's called Damien, isn't he? So
but he's also
that concerns
that's spelled
me.
En.
That's different.
And I can tell you, Harry, at primary school, people used to kick the shit out of me for being called Damien, and I used to say, they go, "Oh, son of the devil," and I'd go, "Haha, no, joke's on you, it's AN," and it wouldn't matter.
No. I can imagine it wouldn't. I can feel that's unearthed childhood trauma that perhaps you didn't really think we were going to touch on this evening.
Turns out that telling bullies off for being grammatically incorrect doesn't help your chances of survival.
That is fair. That is probably true. Let's move on from that sort of concerning thing. What else we got? Oh, Harry, maybe our children can form a last alliance for the future of MESBG, says Masterball UK. We can only hope. One can dream. I'd love to think that our generation will be, our kids will carry on the game. That would be nice. But it's hard to know. You can't force them to like things, can you? That's the difficulty.
No, you can, mate. You can.
You can.
Yeah, you can.
To be fair, yours like the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, don't they? Is that right?
Well, Charlotte did. Liv literally said to me, I said, "Shall I read you some of the Hobbit?" She went, "No, I don't like the Hobbit." The other day, she's like 3.5, and frankly doesn't know a lot about the Hobbit, but has realised she doesn't like it.
But she's just maybe she's realised that Charlotte's pretended for years to like the Hobbit because she's like, oh, I'm not going to do that.
But what I took from that was, so I haven't read you the Hobbit enough. Interesting.
Interesting. Where are we going? Old School Chris says, I have the Necromancer dying and going from the rise of Necro Legendary Legion to Black Riders Legendary Legion. Yes, that's right. So yeah, we've got that's for my tournament.
For your tournament. Cool.
So Chris has the Necromancer and the Witch King and some others, and then he's going to lose the Necromancer, and the Witch King is becoming the Witch King of Angmar for the data, which is really cool for the leader, which is really nice and themey. Although it's also two of the worst Legendary Legions in the game in terms of sort of being awful to play against. So I hope people have fun against Chris, because Chris is a lovely person. But Rise of the Necromancer Legendary Legion, Black Riders Legendary Legion, tough ones. Joe Holzman says it was not the King of Dead related. Don't know what that was. Paints on a 4-up. Hey, he's in. That's cool. Nice to see you. How you two? Right? Cameron, Rue.
Yeah, I think Cameron dropped us an email at SBG asking for some mags, saying you don't know me, and I think Tom replied to it and probably went, "Yeah, who are you, you loser," or something. But I was like, "Of course I know you. I was like, of course I know you. We watch each other's stuff and we've chatted quite a lot. So I do know you, and you can have some prize support, and I hope that's what Tom said." Is my
that's good. Well, Cameron's a lovely fella, and I believe he was the first person to win a wooden spoon at my early Lord of the Imps event, so that was cool. Good lad, and I've played against some of his paints on his X-Up team, which they all seem like good wholesome people. So welcome along. Old School Chris says Joe Achilles Dunharrow would have been more fitting name. Oh yeah, so for the name of my child, yes, that's potentially on the table. To call my child Dunharrow after the street. Yes,
I thought the suggestion for the name was Joe Achilles Dunharrow.
No, sorry, yes. Joe Holzman said Damon's got it. It was the quote, they're the same picture with son Damien and the Teletubby son. Yeah. Joe Achilles said that would be good, or could even name after the Dice Draw winner. Yes, that's a good idea. Nathan says Michael Bubble releasing a not Christmas album in time for Christmas is very on trend with his waking up from the cave picture. I don't know what that is.
There's a meme of Michael Bublé. I think it goes out in like November or something. As he wakes up in his cave ready for his Christmas season.
Larry says, shouldn't you both be drinking spirits to be on theme? That is a good idea. Good point. Cheers to that. I'm just on the beer. You can't fault an employee for enjoying his job. Again, he probably gets told to be jovial or smile at customers. This all sounds like top tier employee to me. This is Chris really, really defending my brother in excess. Joe Achilles says 5 Dice Cuthers would be a great name for Baby Park Hill. John Spiller says, Ian Spiller, isn't it? Looking forward to supping some Lincolnshire ales in a couple of weeks. Oh, he is. It's not a joke, says Joe Holzman. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Might grab some rum later now that I mention it, says Larry. Joe Holzman says also not talking about the transparent ones. Sam Hoodie says, if not Ghost Ship will do, Larry. Oh, that's good. I actually do have a Ghost Ship alcohol-free beer in the fridge.
I thought you meant as a name for a child.
Yeah, well, that would work as well. And Richard Clammer says, I'd be happy to be single dice Clammers. Yeah, fair. I would as well. I believe we're anticipating a Rings of Power stream at some point, but this can't wait. I caught my wife singing old Tom Bombadil earlier.
Good.
Probably because Miles keeps playing it, says Nathan.
Rufus Wainwright's version. It's lovely.
He was very good, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I thought that I'd got to the bottom of the comments, but they just keep going.
I think just based on what they're saying, you're getting close, man. I can feel it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Sam says, shine a light on it. Oh God, it's just jumped. Jesus. Oh God, no, I don't think with that. I actually. Oh my God, no, there's loads. It's just jumped. Richard says, I've been binging Rings of Power Season 1 with the wife this week so that I can watch Season 2. She hit me with a curveball the other week and said she wanted to watch it, so now I have to wait.
That's good, though. Nice.
That is unpleasant, though, isn't it? Because I think I did that. I think I did that with Game of Thrones once, that I introduced Wheezy to Game of Thrones thinking, I think you'll like this. And then she then was like, oh, yeah, I really like this, but now we have to slowly watch the next season. I was like, no, that's not how we do it. I binge it and I will watch it when I want. And then now, but yeah, anyway. But still, it's good to do that together, isn't it? It's really nice when you enjoy those sorts of programs together. Perhaps, especially if you don't know you're going to enjoy it together. Because I'm never sure with Mrs. P, because sometimes she really likes the fantasy sort of sci-fi and the horror and all this sort of stuff. And sometimes she just says, nope, that's not for me, that one. It's like the, have you watched the oh God, I've forgotten the name, Shogun?
No,
have you seen Shogun?
No.
Well, I watched the first 3 or 4 episodes with her and I was absolutely loving it, and she's like, nah, this isn't for me. I'm like, oh no, because then it just slows down my watching ability, because we tend to watch programs together, and then I have like some time to watch something else later on in the evening when she goes to bed, and I've just taken ages.
The agonising thing for me this time is Emma watches it and she likes it. She likes Rings of Power, and but she goes out on a Thursday night. She does her like musical theatre group on a Thursday night, and of course that's when you watch it. And then she goes for a drink after it, and then we're into this weird thing. It's like, well, are you going to come home? Like I'm got an aggressive partner. Are you coming home early enough? Like, not because I'm worried about you going to the pub, but because I want to watch Rings of Power.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm in all the groups that will have the spoilers, so I can't wait. And so we're in this weird sort of Mexican standoff thing at the moment.
But I mean, because I know for a fact that you didn't watch it with her this week.
I didn't.
Did you tell her that, or did you have a secret?
She knows I've seen it. We talk about it every week, and then say if it's not practical. Like, so she was out last night as well, and I was doing this night. So I was like, we just can't do it this week.
Can't wait till Sunday.
What tends to happen is when she then watches it, I watch it for a second time.
Fair enough. That's a good idea. I like that. Get all the deets.
Yeah, it's nice to. I try and watch it twice. Just to kind of pick up on
everything. I mean, we talked about this earlier in the week, didn't we? About some of the things that you just spotted that I just hadn't noticed. But you'll save them. You'll save them for another chat. And I need to get to the chat. Gosh, here we go. Right. Don't panic, Chris C. Tim Elvis and I will be in the delivery suite, keeping everyone updated on labour progress.
Lovely.
Great. Larry Miller has assembled 1 test ghost. Crispin Farbrother says, great evening as usual. Harry is a great Steve replacement. Oh, thanks, Crispin. No one can replace Steve, but I'm happy to keep his seat warm. Larry says, I have an ambitious plan for these and might use this as a test model. That's cool. What was Larry going to do with his ghosts? I can't remember.
I don't know what he's going to do with them. He's doing Khan Dum at the moment. He's bringing 20 Khan Dum to teams, which is cool.
I saw the sort of misty pictures that you posted in the thing. They look like they were ghost sort of Army of the Dead type ones. cool.
That's just Larry's phone, which doesn't work in 83 different ways, but apart from that, still works.
It's very Larry. Nathan, why is Harry plugging an event he doesn't plan on attending? Yeah, that's true. I do plan on attending it, but I'm just also understanding that there's a very slim chance of me being there for a long time. Michael Curtis says really good painters paint there's NTT, which is non-transparent transparent. Wow, very good.
Is that where you have to paint whatever is behind the model at any given time? I
guess you could, because you could do that. You've seen those sort of pictures where you put it on a certain base shape and you have it invisible so that you can see what. Yeah, that would be really cool. I can imagine it, but I can't really explain it. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You're just moving your hands around with nothing in them. What's going on?
I get it this time.
You've done it. Is that assembled? Is that everything?
Yep. I'm not done where I want it to get to, but I'm just feeling a bit sorry for you.
There's a lot in here. Do you want to take over for a bit?
Yeah, I'll jump in. What I haven't done the complicated guys, so I haven't done these.
Oh, right, the King of the Dead, yeah.
And I haven't glued the shields on, but I currently have 20 Warriors of the Dead glued to their bases, which is
that's very good.
Productive.
You've done well. I currently have 3 semi-green cloaks.
Right,
so
well,
yeah, it would be nice.
You relax, my friend.
And a dry wet pellet.
I'll say you're. It's kind of like, because I'm like, well, you're a guest here, but you're not a guest. You're a host. But you're a guest
That's
host,
right.
a ghost, if you will. But I just think,
hey!
I think have a break, and I know I'm going to be reading to you a bit later, so you'll have a break there. But have a break, mate. Have a break.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's very kind. I'll take you up straight away on that.
I will.
Sorry. We were at really good painters paint theirs non-transparent, which is Michael Curtis, just above 2 Joe Holzman comments.
God, you haven't got through many, have you? Jesus.
It's loads.
Yeah, I'll take it back. You do it. So, indeed, we've got Joe Holzman in saying whether they were harder or softer than normal plastic would depend on whether they were just ghost or reanimated. That's he's explaining a joke that he made. So whether they were harder or softer than normal plastic would depend on whether they were just ghost or reanimated corpses. Rigor mortis would make them hard. No corporeal form would probably make them softer.
Interesting.
A good joke, good ghost humour. Nathan is shuddering about Arkenstone memes, which I find mean. I don't think the Arkenstone would like you, Nathan. You're not shiny enough. Her old school Christy corrects me. She's not 13 yet. That's not till December. I can only apologise. You've sworn in front of a 12-year-old, Harry.
That's even worse, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought swearing in front of a teenager is not terrible, is it?
No, it's fine. Dublo. Oh, bloody hell. Damien, you were sitting next to us during the slinky off. You watched us playing with our slimpies.
Well, it's bad, isn't it? Because I can't remember exactly where we were either.
I probably wouldn't even recognise either of you, if I'm honest.
I do remember there being slinky offs, but I can't picture it myself. It's like one of those distant, foggy memories.
Larry says there's no time like the present, Harry, for something. No idea. Joe Holzman, I do not. I do have a mini holding an electric guitar, but it's not an SBG mini. That must be a drummer thing, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Is that a noise marine you've got, I wonder, holding an electric guitar?
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool.
Nathan, I don't want to suggest it's Harry's fault, but this stream has been chaotic since the start, and the waters and screaming haven't even started. Yeah, that's how it always starts. Ooh, ah. And later there's running and screaming. Joe Holzman, is it an opportunity, Damien, or is it a duty? What's that, do you think? No?
Is it about naming my child something?
Maybe. Could be.
Probably.
Sam Huddy says, given the guest host the opportunity... Oh, again, the guest host the opportunity.
Oh, so the singing the song.
Ah, I see. Song. Yes, you're absolutely right.
God, we haven't got to the birthday song. That was ages ago.
Yeah, I know. You've been going so slowly. And he says it's not an opportunity that I've twisted your arm mercilessly. Joe Holzman, he plays the drums and he sings. Is there anything Harry can't do other than admit to being a nerd on a British game show? Jakey, here comes your reviews. Beautifully creepy. Thanks, guys. That's not guys. Thanks. That was all Harry. I'm not taking any credit for that one. James says it was creepy indeed. And Fat Hobbit Gaming storms in with the second line was just like his podcasts. We just think it's noise.
Oh.
No, that's
That's the think piece.
That's just...
I'm trying to think what that could be.
I think he's saying your podcast is awful.
I think he's saying my podcast has gaps in it.
Oh.
Or temporary silence or something like that, is it? I don't know. Because that's what you said. You said it had silence, didn't you? Maybe I was just too close to the microphone. Because I did do a very close to the microphone whisper.
You don't think he's saying your podcast is awful?
I was going through an ASMR kind of vibe. But
you don't think he's saying your podcast is awful?
I mean, if he is, that's very mean.
It is mean, isn't it? I mean, I don't think that.
No, you are the one who brought it up, though.
Yeah, I know. It's weird, isn't it? James, I've just tried to defend you. Don't believe what they say, mate. It's not awful. James Wilson will also add, I'm disappointed Damien isn't in costume for this one. I just thought it was too soon. I did. You know what?
I did wonder whether you were going to go for the costume vibe or not. I thought it was a grand opportunity to get old Greg out.
I know. I know it's been a while in terms of months, but it hasn't been a while in terms of streams. Maybe I'll do it for the King.
Yeah, when was the last time you did it? Was it for the Halloween stream?
No, it was the King of the Dead stream.
Oh, yeah, of course. That couldn't have been that long ago,
so if I have a look, the King of the Dead... Yeah, it was... Bloody hell, it was 5 streams ago.
That's quite recent, isn't it?
That's what I thought. Which, but obviously, because the gap was in March.
Yeah, okay. That's quite a long time ago, months-wise. But I suppose the counter-argument to that point is when will there be another opportunity to wear it? Halloween, are there any other Army of the Dead streams?
Well, there can be. I can do what I want.
Yeah, that's true.
But maybe Halloween. I like to do a bit of fancy dress on Halloween.
Yeah, that's true.
And, yeah, maybe. Who knows? I like the costume. It's fun.
Just found a mould line on my model. Oh, that's so annoying.
Not when you're painting it, it's the worst.
Yeah, I'm already painting it. I'll just leave it.
That's the spirit. It's only a
BSIME. It's BSIME.
Yeah.
Sorry, says, if anyone's just annoyed at looking at my head, I'm sorry, but I'm painting.
It's fine, mate. I like it. Still lush up there. Congratulations, dude. It's looking good. Larry Miller.
On my head.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Still nice. I'm quite pleased. I'm going grey, but it's still thick. It's still... Well, they're not losing it.
As middle-aged people, I think it's good that we've got good hair.
Larry says, it just occurred to me, with Damien and Harry now official hosts, do we need a singer and a bassist to start a BSIME band?
Yeah, I mean, someone mentioned it earlier, didn't they? But you went in, actually.
I'm a bit hurt, but I mean, I could sing. I'm going to sing a bit. I can hold a tune.
Yeah, you could hold a tune.
I'd rather be a kind of like backing singer sort of thing, but I can if we need it. If we get a bassist, I think we could cope.
I think anyone can do the bass, though, can't they? It's just like
I think anyone can play the bass badly. Is the honest truth. You can teach a chimp to play the bass very, very quickly, but then there's a world of difference between very, very good bassists.
Yes, that is true. Well defended on the bassist part.
Yeah, absolutely. You can easily train someone to play the bass in an afternoon. But if you not play the bass well,
it's like that old adage. What do you call a person who follows a band around? It's a bassist.
But you can't do it with the guitar and you can't do it with the drums. You can't teach someone. I would be quite confident that I could get anyone in this chat to play the bass, to play a song live by the end of the day. Mm-hmm. But you can't do that with the guitar or the drums.
No, I mean, drum, unless it's a particularly easy drum beat. It's a lot harder than you think.
I can do a little bit of drums, but even then, I don't think you can pick that up in a day. There's too much rhythm and control.
No, I think you're right, and it's very hard to lose your sort of focus on the drums and suddenly everything really falls apart once you've stopped playing properly.
All good fun though. All good fun.
Yeah, it's good drum chat there.
Yeah, Joe Holzman, it's already been covered. I think that's about the band. Cal says, yes, 2 weeks until the wedding. Woo, woo. I feel a bit sick. Gutted you can't be there. That's for you.
Sorry, man.
Sam says, congrats. Nathan T says, Harry proving his father potential. He won't stop swearing, but managed an apology before caveating it with, I've done this before, I'll do it again.
Sounds like good father material to me.
Okay, so here comes Cal.
I
say here comes Cal, but there's then a bunch of other comments. I think this is rookie YouTube commenting. What he hasn't done is written it all out in one and then kind of copied and pasted quick.
Yeah, or
at
release
least
put 1/3
Yeah.
or something like that. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna
Go
try
on, I'm
and-
intrigued to know the answer though.
I'm going to try and jump. He says, regarding Weta, they have 3 warehouses, New Zealand, USA and Holland. Depending on where they ship from, certain fees apply. Obviously, with Holland, it's the post-Brexit fees. Here it comes. Anything over £135. I said 134. You pay 20% VAT on the overall total upon import. That's what I was thinking of. So if it's over £135, it looks like you don't pay any customs fee, or it looks like you don't pay VAT when you order it, but you pay it when it arrives.
Right.
And oh God, he does go on. he goes on, but he goes on like
I want to know though.
It's like 10 comments later, you know. Then UPS are really nice and add an extra $11.50 handling fee. So buying Weta can get very expensive, and it's worth working out exactly how much something would cost. Otherwise, it's a nasty surprise. And I think he's done there. Thanks, Cal. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, that is really handy though, and that explains why this thing. Because I bought this little trophy sort of crown thing because I thought, previously I haven't given a lot to the winner of the Lord of the Imps because I prefer to give prizes to. Well, I like to give something to everyone. I like to spend a lot of money on the food for lunches and stuff, so we get proper good lunches, and give like good best sporting and best painting prizes and stuff. But this time I thought, you know what, I am going to give something nice to the winner, but I didn't want it to be, massive. So I thought £100 on £100 on a thing out of 80 people playing. I thought that was quite
That's
reasonable.
Incredibly nice.
Well, I think it's one of those things that everyone's paying a lot of money for the ticket, and you kind of want to there to be something cool to fight over. And I don't think I've ever seen anyone give away one of these little Weta. I know people with Weta statues, Ed Ball and Owen Wright give away those statues a lot, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone give away a little crown. And I think a little crown for a winner of a tournament.
I just mean the fact that you said it's a prize that you don't normally like to give away. So I just got him something little. It was £100. Well, that's a very nice little prize.
In the scheme of how much people are spending £45 a ticket. I'm getting 80 players. That's in terms of the actual money that's coming in. It's not much.
Oh, that's very generous of you, Harry.
Well, thank you.
That's why everyone says you're a nice guy.
Oh, thank you.
Just don't listen to what they say about the podcast. It's not true. Chris C says, I can just imagine Jules Holland now. Here's Tom and the Bombadils with their second single off their first album, Glue-Based Disaster. It's a creepy happy birthday.
Creepy happy birthday.
I do really like Glue-Based Disaster.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's good.
Have I ever, without wanting to bore you, have I told the story of our EP title, where that came from?
No, but I'd love to hear, and I'm sure everyone else would.
That's the spirit.
Even if you haven't already, spirit.
I'm not sure if I have, but all 3 of the 4 members of my old band we did geography A level together, and it was modular, and we had this sort of running joke that any time something difficult to teach came up, both of our 2 geography teachers said, we're not going to do that now, we're going to cover that in hazards in year 13. And they'd sort of talk about things, and we were always like, what the hell is going to happen in hazards in year 13? And it was going to be like the most difficult module that any of us had ever done, because it was all the stuff, and it was the last module we ever did. And so when we released our EP, it was called Hazards in Year 13.
Very good.
Which was kind of just worked as a phrase, we thought, out of
yes, because it feels like it has lots of angst in there. There's that's an angsty kind of thing. Oh yeah, hazards in year 13. It's like the English equivalent of a high school dropout or something.
I had so much angst in my songs, man. I was like,
didn't we all?
I was listening to Blink-182 and Alkaline Trio, and I was so angry at the world, and I had such a comfortable, happy upbringing. Do you know what I mean? I had my middle class Hertfordshire upbringing. I had nothing to be angry about.
But that's enough to drive you to the wit's end, isn't it?
Indeed. I was angry.
I have nothing to be angry about. So
annoying. Like periodically, if you clear out your computer, you find the files and folders and all that, and go back to my lyrics, and I was like, whoa, those are some extreme fake feelings.
Yeah, that's it. But we must have felt them. We must have felt them back in the day.
They're all just exaggerated. It was all like the happy love songs were like, "I'll love you till the sky falls down," when I kind of fancied someone, and then when something ended and I was probably alright with it, it was like, I'm gonna die and everyone's gonna die. ramp the angst up to 11.
That's it. Tabloid it.
Absolutely. Tom W says, hello chaps, lovely to see a BSIME Entmoot crossover. Can we do something like that? Beastment, do you reckon? Beast battle streams in Entmoot? There's got to be something in there. There's a Middle Earth, that's an ME. There's got to be something, surely.
Yeah, I'm sure someone will come up with some clever.
But we'll be catching up soon. A suitable number of drumming jokes so far. So glad everything is in order.
Good, yeah.
Ashley Hampstead Reed is in. Says, well, just tuned in to say hi. Wasn't expecting Harry's face so close to the camera, singing very creepily. What a time to tune in. Glad the stream's back. I'll catch up later. Ashley,
thank you.
I think I'm going to assume it was you, but I saw Chris Frozen doing a little video about playing at his mate's new gaming room, and he was playing some Lord of the Rings with a modular sewer setup, and I think it's your modular sewer setup. So I think I've seen your gaming room, which looks cool.
Wow.
He brought. Do you remember that he brought the? I think you were there. He brought his sewers along to the BSIME meetup.
Yes, and said people could play the scenario if they wanted instead. Which
I'm pretty sure.
Which I was very jealous of not being able to play against him for that, because that's
sure
awesome.
that, and it was finished. So yeah, very cool.
Oh, man.
Sam Muddy, don't worry, Harry. You have a few years' grace with the swearing before they start parroting it back.
That's true.
Larry Miller, they could release 4 songs, then record the rest of the album, but despite continually saying they will release it soon, keep disappointing us for years. Ah, I see. I believe that's a Fantasy Fellowship joke.
Planter joke.
It's a Fantasy Fellowship joke, I believe.
Oh, okay. Either works, to be fair.
He also says, yes, Harry. Nathan T, Harry drinks like Steve and the chat jumps. Just saying.
I've only had 3/4 of a beer, I think.
Then Cal comes in with part 2, which we've read. Michael Haskell, I still feel a pang of guilt in my one BSIME Black Dice win, as Harry was in the same 3-way roll-off. I remember that.
Oh, it's fine, Michael. You're a better man than I, anyway. It's all good.
He is.
Hey, you're not meant to say that, Damien.
No. I mean, he is not. He is not.
It's fine. It's true.
Oh, no. Matt Hudson. Nothing. It's fine. I think it would be honour to be in the same 3-way as Harry. Well, quite.
Yeah.
And then Joe Holzman says, and Damien in Only Fools and Horses.
Oh, yeah, the kid. There was a kid called Damien, yeah.
And of course, Rodney thinks he's the son of the devil. That's the sort of running joke.
That's the joke, isn't it? Yeah.
Larry Miller, I hear Larry is a great name. Yeah, it's a good name for a kid.
It is good.
The post-team spirit, wouldn't it be a great moment for Mrs. Parkhill to tune in and see how Harry's doing just in time to hear Matt's comment?
Which comment was that?
About the 3-way, I believe.
Oh, right.
Then we have Khalid with point 3 about Larry Miller, though really you should go with Thomas, son of Harry. Thomas, son of Harry. Why should he call him Thomas, son of Harry? Why is that?
Tom, is that a Tom Harrison joke?
Son
of Tom Harrison. Yes, of course. Very good.
Of course it is.
I wouldn't do that because my brother's called Tom, and I don't want him to get the wrong idea that I like him or something.
Yeah, and Tom Harrison might think you named your kid after him.
That is true.
He'd never let you forget it. Chrissy, maybe Harry will call his child Damien after Damien Schmidt.
Who's that?
I think if you, I would say, call me arrogant. If you call your child Damien,
right,
I will be thinking it's after me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, unless I had some like a relative called Damien as well, like an uncle or an auntie or a granddad or whatever. Then it would be hard not for you to assume that, I guess. But don't worry, it's not going to be Damien.
You know,
might have a Lord of the Rings bit in there if I can though.
Well, like Aragorn or something.
I don't think Aragorn will get in there, but
Damien Schmidt though. Damien Schmidt is a drummer.
Is he?
Yeah, I believe that's the. I think it's Is he the session musician for Santana? Maybe I think.
Cool.
But yeah, so there's double drop. But even then, I'd still be like, that's got to be me. It's got to be me.
I think it's safe to assume if I call my child Damien, it's named after you.
Thanks, babe. Well, that means a lot, man. James, maybe Harry will name his child Phil after a certain famous drummer.
Very good. Is it a drum fill?
What?
A drum fill?
Drum fill, good. Good.
Boom.
Has Phil Collins had that gag made? I don't remember seeing a sort of Phil Collins
You know
drum
what? That's
fill
true.
gag.
Actually, I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah. It was.
But I did.
Wasn't it In the Air Tonight that you did as your video?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And no one to this day, no one's still seen you drum.
Yes, that was. Well, I mean, you know, if you search long and hard enough on the internet, you can find me. And when I say long and hard enough, you literally need to put my name in Harry Parkhill drums, and you will find it.
And a lot of memes. Larry Miller says,
true.
on the subject of mags, can I pick one up next weekend? That must be for me. You want to buy a magazine? There's some crazy people out there in the world who don't have this.
Osgilly Earth. Oh, yes. That's a good one, that.
Yeah, I can bring some along. I'll probably forget. PM me. And then I'll forget after you PM me. But yes, certainly. I'll bring a few along.
Can I give a quick plug? On my latest Entmoot, I think it's the latest one, we've got a competition to win that exact magazine.
Oh, you can definitely give a plug for that.
Yeah. So I think it's, I can't remember which Entmoot it, well, it's whatever the latest Entmoot is. All you have to do is listen to the podcast and enter the Riddle in the Dark quiz and guess what the who speaks next and what they say after I play a clip. And you could be in with a chance to win that magazine for free, posted to your door. And I'll send it. I'm going to draw the name. Sorry, the name comes out of the hat next Saturday. So you've got a week to enter still.
Can I?
So there you go. I mean, I prefer you don't.
Oh, all right, fine.
You can.
Seems me.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to win one of your
own
magazines,
you've made your feelings quite clear. Screw Street, it can't be any worse than when I bought Smaug both days a few years back. What? I bought Smaug both. Is that to a tournament? Did he bring Smaug to your tournament? Can that work?
Yeah, he did, because it was 1,000+ points that year. What was it? And he brought the Witch King one day with Smaug, and then Smaug became the leader the second day, and he added a different ring wraith, which was awful. And I specifically dropped the because I don't like Smaug. I think he shouldn't be allowed in games.
I disagree.
But you're allowed to.
Yeah.
Why?
I think he's nice. I like him being in the game.
I hate it. It's just really boring. It's like either you just spend the whole game trying to kill Smaug, or you get killed by Smaug. It's not like, it doesn't feel like a game. It doesn't feel like a kind of, I don't know. It feels like a scenario and not like the actual game. You're not played the scenario. You just, I've got to kill Smaug, or I'm going to wait until I quarter and I still have more objectives or whatever. Especially in an objective one, I think it's really boring.
I'll tell you why I like him. I think he ruins the day of people who like to ruin people's day.
Yeah, that it can be the case, but he can also ruin the day of people who are just having a fun time.
He can. I've played him 4 times and I've always enjoyed playing him. I've always enjoyed the challenge of it. I've never taken him. I don't think I'd enjoy using him, but I've never minded. I've always said I would far rather fight Smaug than fight, and it depends on the edition and how the rules change, but fight like a Goblin Town Horde or the Rangers shooting you to death. Do you know what I mean? Like,
the shooting thing. No, I definitely prefer Smaug than the shooting thing. But sometimes Smaug is very shooty as well, and it's a bit unpleasant. You just, all your models are spread out, and it's just.
As ever, I won't say who this is because I never do that on the internet. But there was an event. I won't even say what event it was, where a competitive player came up to me, really annoyed, having taken an extremely competitive list to a tournament, that they drew Smaug, I think in the penultimate game, and it kind of killed their chances. And it was a really rubbish game. And I was going like, yeah, that's what you've been giving people for the last 4 games. Like,
yes, I can imagine.
You find me deeply unsympathetic.
you're the wrong person to come to with that sort of thing. I'd have thought.
But I just can't. Someone was assembling it. I saw a picture of it, and it was like the body and the tail, and it was propped up on 3 things, and they were like, don't nobody move, and then they're like, I'm really enjoying it. It just made me feel sick. So I've got it. I just can't ever bring myself to think I'd ever put it together, if I'm honest. It just
part of me would like to build the model, but looking at the price, I think it's gone up now. It's like 350 quid now, isn't it?
I think it's 450. I think it's gone up. It was 300 quid, and I think it's gone up by 150. I think.
Oh my goodness me! It can. Well, I suppose it must have gone up a bit. Are there actually any Smaugs for sale?
What, you mean right now?
Is it in stock?
Let's find out.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google it. Do you want to carry on, and I'll find out for you?
I'll find
Or
out.
are you doing it already?
You
Are you already doing it? Okay, it's fine. Because I just want to have a look at the picture of it now as well.
All right, well, if you're Googling, that's fine.
I'm already doing it. It's fine. I'm there. I've got it.
I got it.
Oh, God. Always. Why does it always think I'm in America?
Yeah,
Damn
yeah,
you, GW website. What is wrong with it?
And Larry's got a question.
No,
for you.
I'm in Australia. Why? Sorry.
Why are you being so mean about the new GW website?
Oh, it's awful. It's so
awful,
bad. I'm so
Harry.
sorry.
It's really
It's £437.50.
It's quite a lot of money, isn't it?
That is an awful lot of money. It's a lovely model, but it's
a very good model. And also,
it's a crazy amount of money.
And I defended it like this. I say defend, it's not the right word, but I said this when it first came out, and it was Tariel being 15 quid.
Mm-hmm.
It was the you know, the Tariel with the daggers. What she used to be called, Exile, Mirkwood Exile, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
She was 15 quid in resin, and at the time, he was 300 quid. And it's like you get more than, I don't know, what's that? 20. It's 20 times, isn't it? You get more than 20 times the resin.
Yeah.
And it's like if you're all right, as we all are, really, with paying 15 quid for a hero, then you should be all right with paying 300 quid for Smaug. And I think it's still true there. It's just an astonishing one-off. It's an astonishing amount of money, but compared to the amount of money you spend on the other stuff, I think it's probably right, if that makes sense.
Yeah, in some ways. I don't disagree with it. I'm quite happy to pay what GW want me to pay or not. If I'm not going to tell people not to buy it, because it's it is a beautiful model. And every time I see someone's Smaug, I'm really impressed. Yeah. It looks fantastic, but I'm just never going to buy one. And I don't really like playing games.
I'm very glad I got it when it was 300 quid.
I'll tell you yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, 400 quid seems a lot.
Have done? Do you know
Sorry?
Do you know what me and Tom have done with
Smaug?
Like, so we both got it. We didn't get the first. Neither of us got the first one. I think we both got it in the second batch.
Right.
So that was back in early 2015, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And we both got it, and we both have Smaug. Neither of us have come close to doing it. And Sam Page sold his, and it was a really nice one that was painted by Andreas, and he put it up for sale, I think, to fund his wedding. And like, messaged Tom, was like, because we've wanted to put him in the magazine for a while, and we were like, we could get this, we could split this and get it. And so we bought Sam's Smaug between us.
Right. So even though you've got your own.
Yeah. So we have a painted Smaug. And both Emma and Lily went, "Don't you both have a Smaug?" And we were like, "Yeah, but we're not going to paint that." So we've now, like me and Tom are like shared ownership of a Smaug. That's painted.
It's such weird war gamer logic, isn't it? That it's like. Yeah. But wonderful stuff.
Like that one has far more chance of ever getting in our magazine, and it's already got in the magazine once actually, than ours will. And it was a very nice painted Smaug for quite a reasonable price at the time. So yeah, we've got 3 Smaugs, and our 2 are unlikely to be painted. Larry has a question for you. What holiday is the podcast "Tis the Podcast" based around?
What?
I don't know. I presume this is because don't you say "tis a podcast" or as part of Entmoot, don't you?
No.
I
have an event called "Tis a Gathering."
Oh, "Tis a Gathering." That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. The "tis."
That's just because it's a gathering. "Tis a gathering.
But that's a quote. It's an end, isn't it? It's the quote from Mary. That's what I was getting across in there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure the Mary says, "What is it?" Yeah. It's a gathering or "tis a gathering"? I don't know. Well, I've always thought it said "tis a gathering," so that's why. I think that's what Larry's getting at. If that's the case, that's what it's. I don't know. Maybe
the most
I'm wrong.
Unnecessary question ever. He goes Entmoot. And he goes, "What is it?" And he goes, "It's a gathering." And then he goes,
"Yes,
a gathering of what?" I was like,
"Well, Ents,
probably
obviously."
Ents.
Yes.
Like, I reckon moot probably means meat.
Yeah,
so it's probably the bit before that, isn't it?
Well, there's a what was it? One of the old kings had a moot. They had some sort of moot to choose their kings or something. It's like an olden word for king making ceremony or something.
Do you mean in Tolkien? Because they do it in Game of Thrones, don't they?
No, not in Tolkien. I just think historically the word moot means there's like a famous king that got chosen at a moot of some sort.
They definitely use it.
I think something like that. I'm sure someone will Google it and tell me.
For the Greyjoys, I believe. But you know what Larry's like? There's probably a pun in here. So just to be clear, he says, I just have one question. I actually have a question for Harry too. What holiday is the podcast based around? Winky face.
Is the podcast? Oh, is that a reference to the podcast that? No, it can't be, because that was a Disney podcast. Anyway, I don't know. I thought it might be related to last week's stream, but I don't think it is.
Nathan T says, Entmu and BSIME dice are in the wild because I'm terrible for leaving them on tables when I move on.
Nathan!
Little gifts, little Easter
valuable
eggs.
those. Next time you see me, ask me for some more dice, because
James Firth Hayden is doing the Lord's good work. He says 60 watching and only 24 likes. Hit the like button, folks. That's the spirit.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And Sam confirms he did mean name your child Ghost Ship. Larry then is mischievous, saying keep staying soft so that they never catch up. And then people start putting single word comments in, which I'm not going to read because it's mean. Sam says, don't worry, Harry, watch your shows while you feed little one first thing.
Yeah, that's probably what I will do. If it depends if Louise gets on well with breastfeeding or not, I guess. In which case, I shan't be doing much feeding. Don't work.
I don't work, but fear not. It goes in the fridge and you can use that.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it will.
I thought I'd get out of it for that, but turns out no. Cal says Shogun is like lightning in a bottle for a TV show. It's flawless and one of its kind in its perfection. That's a high praise.
It is very good. So far that I've watched it, there's a particularly fantastic sequence where there are a brothel, but like brothels in Japan are kind of not brothels in the sense that you may have already seen in movies, and it's just fantastically well shot, because there's this moment where the translator is trying to translate for the woman in the brothel, but the translator is secretly in love with the person who is in the, so it's brilliant. It's just really well done.
The Japanese brothels have everything pixelated.
Yes, probably.
Why
it's all very fancy.
Why are you laughing at that, Harry? Why are you laughing at that?
They pour tea out. It's very impressive. That's it's much more stylish than I'd ever imagine a brothel being.
Joe Holzman, has Harry just claimed Mrs. P liking the same show as him slows down how quickly he can watch it, and then also complained that her not liking the same show as him slows down how quickly he can watch it? I think he did, yes.
Yes, that's probably true.
Larry Miller has not told you his ghost plan. Larry Miller suggests have a Kit Kat. That must have been about having a break. I said had a break. Harry, Are you drinking beer from a mug?
Yes, I wonder whether people would pick up on that before I did it. I didn't have a pint glass.
Richard Clem,
and I don't like drinking ale out of a bottle. Sorry.
That's all right. Damien is 6 ghosts ahead of me. Let's see if I can assemble them before he jumps out of the chat. Probably. Larry then says, for having a 24-hour stream. I don't know. He's not even drinking Old Baileys out of a shoe. I'm sorry. Joe Holzman, Warhammer? God, no. It's an MCP mini Gwenham.
What?
What? That's obviously Marvel Crisis Protocol. Is Gwenham? Is that like Gwen Stacy as Venom? Is that a thing?
Oh yeah, maybe. That's
Warhammer,
well
God,
interpreted.
no.
If that's the case.
Yeah, it could be.
Does Gwen Stacy turn into Venom?
Probably at some point. They all turn into everything at some point, don't they?
Yeah, that's true.
Larry, you should do the Witch King for Halloween. Not seen that done before and can't think of anything that could go wrong with that. I agree entirely. Old School Crusade. I bought a bass last year to play at church, and having never even tried to play a bass or guitar before, I was on stage playing 3 Sundays later. It wasn't great, but it was functional enough. There you go. And Larry asked, I think this is a genuine question. Out of interest,
if it's Larry, it can't be.
Where does the imp thing come from? And Ian says the event naming convention, not Harry.
So
I think he's saying he's not calling you an imp thing.
Yes, no, I get it. That's very kind of him. Lord of the Imps is because in Lincoln, there is basically Lincolnshire's sort of mascot is the imp, and it's because of a story about Lincoln Cathedral where there is a gargoyle inside Lincoln Cathedral.
A real one?
Which is, a stone gargoyle.
Ah, sorry.
Yeah, inside Lincoln Cathedral, which is kind of weirdly out of place, so the rumor goes, and there's like a story about it, where it'd been playing tricks on people or something, and then an angel turned it into stone. So it's kind of perpetually there in the corner of the cathedral, and it's become like a thing, mascot for Lincolnshire. And so when I started hosting a Lincoln-based tournament, I wanted it to be vaguely Lincolnshire and also Lord of the Ringsy. Lord of the Rings sounds a little bit like Lord of the Imps. So I put the imp instead of rings. And it sort of works, I think.
I would describe that as a think piece.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess it is a bit of a think piece. And then in order to make it Lord of the Ringsy, I designed some scenarios where the imp is causing mischief. So one of them is that you have the leader die. Basically, that's the whole shebang. So that's why I call it that.
Good
and thank
answer.
you for the genuine question, Larry. I suspect that may well be the only serious question you've ever asked.
In your whole annoying life.
I didn't say that. You said that, Damien.
I don't mean his life's annoying. I mean, he annoys people with his life. It's different.
Yeah.
I don't think he should be turned into stone for playing pranks on people.
It does seem a bit harsh.
It's too much.
I mean, this was an angel, so they know what's what.
It depends, though. If it was like an Old Testament angel, then it was probably... Whoa, I think I just fired glue out of that. The Old Testament angels were like, you know when God was really angry.
Like angry angels.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the film Noah?
I haven't.
This has got Russell Crowe in, it's got Jennifer Connelly, and it's got Emma Watson.
I thought it was...
and
is it Russell Crowe? I thought it was Ray Winston.
Oh, Ray Winston's also in it. Yeah, he's Cain, son of Abel, the angry guy. And that is a really good one. It's got... Well, I really like it anyway. Some people don't. But it's got these... The angels are like fallen angels, so they've turned into rocks. So they look like kind of stone giant-y golem type creatures. No, as in not Gollum as in Lord of the Rings, but golems as in the kind of mythological creature. And I really like it. It's really cool. And they have this big fight with like the stone things. Why am I talking about this? Because of gargoyles. Yeah, angels. So basically the whole thing is that angels, fallen angels are like rock things. So they just don't like people and turn them into stone because that's what a fallen angel is basically.
I still think it's too much.
That was very tangential. So
no, it's fine. That's what we do, man.
But yeah, I'd really recommend that film. It's really good. It's like if the story of Noah and its 2x2 hurrah hurrah was turned into like a Lord of the Rings style fantasy epic.
Yeah.
It's like that. It's really cool. I really like it.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah. There's some good stuff about them. All the people being flooded and fighting to get on the ark.
Good stuff about drowning people.
Yeah, it's proper gritty. Yeah, I love it.
Material. I took the opportunity while you were talking about imps and cathedrals to start gluing shields onto some army.
I just realised we've now hit a bump in the whole catching up on the chat thing.
That's my fault.
It's fine.
Nathan T says that your podcast is noise by definition. I don't think he's being mean. I think he's saying sound is noise. And then he starts talking about a missing Halloween episode. No idea what that's about. And he goes, I didn't know you had dandruff, which is the slogan for the Head and Shoulders advert at the moment. Not quite
is it because you keep seeing my head on the stream?
Matt Hudson, yes, Damien, year 2000 as AS level crew where the teacher had not adapted to non-linear. What the hell does that mean?
I have no idea what they're on about.
It must be about my EP. I was talking about...
Oh, yeah, your band. Yeah, year 13, yeah.
Where the teacher had not adapted to non-linear, maybe. Michael Curtis asked, what greenwash for Spooky Boys? Bieltan or that Quelia, whatever that is, Quelia green shade?
Oh, I don't know.
I used...
I don't know what the difference... What is Bieltan flesh?
Bieltan green is really bright greenwash. I
would go with that one rather than
I used
Quelia,
that one,
personally.
and then I dry brushed over it. But
looking at Quelia, I think it looks too dark. So I'd go with Bieltan.
In a BSIME band, can Larry be the Bez character? An anagram of Bez is Zabi.
There you go.
Larry Miller.
Can I just interrupt by saying I'm opening the jalapeno grill?
Certainly can.
They are coming out, and you get straight away. It's like proper jalapeno-y.
Oh, shit.
And I'd give you a good crunch.
I think Zoom has done the good noise cancelling work.
There you go. Look at that. Look at the design on that. For extra sort of crevices for the spice to go into. It's top work.
Crevice.
1.5 billion people can't be wrong.
That's true. How many people voted for Trump?
Less than 1.5 billion.
Larry says that was about his poster. Something was about his poster. Is that about the podcast thing? I don't know. Poster? Don't know. Oh, Christine, you just in. Harry has an Auntie Damien. Harry has an Auntie Damien.
So I can name you after my auntie.
Good.
My kid after my auntie rather than you. Yeah.
Nathan T, I've got a little wetter crown somewhere. It's not Theoden's. Does that mean I have to try and win now?
Good luck with that.
Matt Hudson, the media teacher at my college named her girl Bree on Lord of the Rings names. And one that isn't massively popular too.
That's a good name for a kid.
Bree's a name. Old school Chrissy, I can just imagine baby Azog the Defiler Parkhill. If you put Harry Parkhill drums into Google, it comes up with memes now. This whole
Does
thing,
it? Does it actually?
God,
I love that idea.
This whole thing was just a giant scheme to bury the videos of him drumming under those memes. Reclaim Battle Games in Middle Earth. Now Harry's dropped it. I think Harry just realised what a non-think piece title Battle Games in Middle Earth was. I could do.
Annoyingly, the Google search recommendations include Harry Parkhill, The Chase.
Joe Holzman found a picture of you holding some drumsticks. I think people are Googling you. Accompanied with a radio show where he apparently plays the drums.
Do I?
No video footage means it must be an elaborate lie.
There is video footage. I can see it.
Oh. Sam says playing Smaug is a nice bucket list game, I find. You can't have an ongoing bucket list item, can you? Chris says the Smaug event was the single worst gaming experience I've had. That said, I wished I just bought it from one day. Joe confirms that he was £295 when he came out. How much is it in Freddo's? God knows. It used to be easy when Freddo's were 25p, but now they're something like 37.5 pence or something. Chris got his second hand. It was the only way I was going to get one. He's retired from active duty. Joe, it was a decade ago when I quit working in Spoons. Got loads of money for the holiday days they never let me take. Part of the reason I quit. It's still on top of my bookcase, partially painted. Dave McShearer. So really, when I paid £340 for a Smaug 4 years ago, I got a bargain. Yes. Smaug seems to be a guaranteed bad time for one player. I don't think it's guaranteed. As I said, I've played him 4 times and I've enjoyed it, and my opponents... I played against him 4 times and my opponents didn't seem miserable and I enjoyed it. So I don't think it's guaranteed. I think I think a lot of it is the attitude of the person playing with them.
Yeah, that is true, yeah.
You play Sam McGuinness with Smaug, you'll have a good time. Michael Haskell, whilst it took me an elapsed 20 months to assemble and paint in 2015 and was very nervous throughout, I'm really pleased I persevered with my Smaug. I've never used him in a game. I can't not do this now, but do you know what I saw just a couple of weekends ago?
Were you in Chester?
I was.
I knew what you were going to say.
Boom, 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 boom.
Ah, look at that. That's Michael's actual Smaug.
Michael's actual Smaug with actual Michael.
Yeah, I'm actual Michael. I didn't even see him.
Actual live Michael. I think that's just where he lives. He just stands there.
He just tells people, that's my Smaug.
It's awesome. Michael Haskell's Smaug is still in the window at Games Workshop Chester, if you ever passed it.
And it must have been there for a decade. Is that what he said? When did he say it was?
2015, 2016. So getting on.
8 years.
Larry had one question. He said earlier, I've got one question, and that question was, how do I pay? And then he moved on to that to, I have another question for Harry. Joe,
that makes sense.
I quite like the idea of taking Smaug to an event, and when the game inevitably ends incredibly quickly, offer to swap armies for a second game, so my opponents get a chance to ruin my fun. That's a good idea.
That's true. They can be very quick games, can't they?
Do you know what we wanted to do? And we still, part of the reason we wanted for the magazine, that we've talked for years about like a Smaug issue, doing like I don't know what we do, like the attack on Erebor and then the dwarves attacking him and then Lake Town or something. And
that makes sense.
The honest thing we've always found is that whenever we can picture the write-up's awful because it's so short. Like, what do you talk about? You just talk about the one thing Smaug does. I think it's worse as a magazine battle report than it is as an actual game.
Yeah, because it's just, and Smaug rolled another X number of dice and didn't get a 6,
exactly.
and then this time he did get a 6. You know that you're right. That is hard to write.
And so I don't know if we'll do it at some point, but I think we ended up saying like you'd have far too many pictures for the write up. Do you know what I mean? Your write up would be far worse than your pictures. Nathan T, maybe if more of us bought the Smaug, they could redo the website so it isn't complete trash. In the context of Anglo-Saxon, so Sean Clark, this must be on Moot. In the context of Anglo-Saxons, it's just a meeting.
Mooting again.
Joe hates the idea of taking the chunk of resin anywhere. I agree with that. Richard Clammer, whoop, 20 dead assembled and shields glued too. You're ahead of me, Matt, my friend. If the shields are translucent, why can't we see their underpants? That's the Superman thing, isn't he? Why can he see through walls and it stops at people? Yeah. That's a great point.
Don't think about it too much.
Nathan T, the real problem with Smaug is it's only 2 models off the backlog when you finish. Yeah, I agree. Matt Hudson wouldn't brave his car boot for Smaug. Joe Holzman, only 1 if Bilbo's on the base. 1 base, 1 model. Yeah, that's my rule.
Yeah, of course.
If you base him separately, it'd be 2. I've already painted that Smaug. I painted that Bilbo, which by my reckoning means I've half painted Smaug. Nathan says Larry's incorrectly telling us Die Hard isn't a Christmas movie. Oh, okay. That is he? I'd missed that. I know he feels like that because he's a lunatic. But and yeah, here it comes. Joe Holtzman. Yes, Gwen Stacy does bond with the Venom symbiote in an alternate universe. Called it.
Oh, there you go. Well done.
Rob Lynchbury. Shogun is very good. I've worked with Cosmo Jarvis in a feature film about 9 years ago, and he did all of his own stunts, even getting hit in the head with a metal tray. Hardcore, great guy, and very humble. That's cool.
He's got a really cool voice as Cosmo Jarvis. He's like the main sort of English protagonist in it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's got a really cool voice.
Larry Miller says, "Hey, but not wrong."
Good one, Larry.
Joe Holzman, her MCP mini also comes with a tactics card called Venomized, which allows any character to gain a healing attack. Venom has to represent them bonding with the symbiote. Cool. Ashley Fisher, I went to Lincoln College, Oxford, and there was a version of the Lincoln Imp in our college bar, and he was the college mascot.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's fancy pants.
Robert Lawson, midday here in the States. I'm off to get some lunch. Happy to have finished all but basing a sprue of dead warriors. Cheers all, and looking forward to catching up on the stream later. Well done, my friend. Richard Clammer, love that movie too. It was a good adaptation of the story that doesn't involve Steve Carell. Is that Evan Almighty?
Have you ever watched that? Because I never did watch that.
I don't think I've seen Evan Almighty. I've seen Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty is brilliant, but Evan Almighty just did not look like it was ever going to be any good, so I never watched it.
It was Evan going to be any good.
Hey, I should have got that one.
Hey-oh.
Hey-oh.
Richard Clammer, love that movie too. I know, I read that. Joe Holzman, are we certain she wasn't just a big cheese fan? Brie. It's the Brie.
Brie, very good. Yeah, Brie. Well done, Damien.
Thank you. I've had 4.5 years of desperately trying to work out what people are saying to me. Matt Hudson, I checked to confirm. Oh, I don't know what that is. Could be anything. Joe Holzman, Harry Parkhill challenges a 10-year-old to a drum battle. Bet he swore in front of him too.
That is one of the things that I've done on the internet. Yeah. You
challenged a 10-year-old to a drum battle.
Yeah.
How old were you?
He was. I mean, I think I won, but the reporters think I didn't. He's grade 8, so and he was like one of the youngest people to ever get grade 8 on the drums. So someone challenged me to a drum battle. To be fair, and we played, and I still think I won. He reckons he won, but not that I'm bitter about it.
No,
but
it sounds like you're not.
No, and the thing is, he's a lovely little lad, and he's gone on tour with the School of Rock in I think Korea or something. Anyway, he's the character who plays whatever the drumming kid is in the School of Rock film. He is that kid on tour for the musical in Asia, and Korea and stuff. So that's
it. Definitely sounds cool. Like you'd be better at the drums than him.
Yeah, I am. I mean, you can listen to this audio on the internet, and you can make your own judgment.
Ah, shit. No, it's not that.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
What are you thinking?
I had one cold beer at the start of the stream.
What?
I put 2 in the freezer. I put 2 in the freezer.
Oh no! This is almost as bad as the tragedy of the flooded thing. You see, everyone, Damien. What Damien should have done is bring an ice pack up with him, because this. I mean, you can probably see from the beads of condensation here. This Cobra is in good condition, and is well needed after the jalapeno grills. It must be said. But yeah, in terms of the drumming stuff. By all means, have a listen to that clip of me playing it against Sam. I mean, yes, he's 10 years old, but you know.
So
I still think I deserve the win. Sorry, I'm just talking about my drumming. I also pointed out that I've got a cool bag, and it's my beer's cool. Oh, that looks good.
It's frozen solid, but didn't pop.
Oh, that is good.
So it's
it's
not a disaster.
You just leave them out to cool for a bit.
Yeah. If anyone. Children in the chat who don't understand the pain, if you leave a beer in the freezer too long, it explodes and beer goes everywhere. It's a horrible situation.
Yeah, it is true.
So Chris says the Harry Parky or the Chase is only showing on your suggestions because you've searched for it before, Harry. He watches it every day.
You may well be right. Although actually I don't have a physical copy of it because you can't get a physical copy of it. You're not allowed. Although what I will do is at some point the BBC has a system where you can get sort of record of transmission from any time and any place, which is pretty cool. And it's definitely not to be used for this sort of thing. But
haven't you got a recording of it on your Skybox or whatever? Or
No, I don't. We've never had anything like that. So I should have recorded it, obviously. And I thought, I'll just get a record of the transmission at some point, and then just forgot. So hopefully I'll get it at some point. But it is possible to do that. And also, it'll be on repeat at some point on Challenge or something like that.
Sam says, video bat rep for Smaug. That'd be more Harry than me, I think, these days.
God, that'd be awful, though, wouldn't it? It's just 3 turns or 4 turns of either a load of heroes killing Smaug or an army being killed by Smaug.
We did it for a Palantir sketch.
Did you?
We did it very early on. It was a hypothetical what would happen.
I miss the Palantir sketches. I love those sketches. They were very entertaining. I could tell you put a lot of effort into making those really interesting and amusing.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
I do miss them. Yeah. In fact,
I'm quite sure I've said this before, but the Rock City one with do you remember the throwing the ball and Tom? It was a joke about Rock City where he would go Rock City, and we put the outtakes in at the end of it, and it took us 20 takes to do it, and of all the time, all my memories of the Planet are just me and Tom laughing for so long. But that, I truly remember never finding anything in my life funnier than that. And that is one of, I don't know what this is, if it's hubris or arrogance or whatever, but that is something I've gone back to a lot, to go back and watch the outtakes of that, because it just makes me so happy.
That's good.
Like, both of us not being able to get past the fact that Tom thought the Nottingham club Rock City was a city full of rocks, and I'm just throwing this ball as part of the fun, and it's just the outtakes like 15 minutes long because we just can't get through it, and that is my enduring memory of the whole thing. I just laughing.
I don't really remember that one, frankly, but I do remember that you did one where you were sat around in the dark singing the dwarf song, which was, and then Emma comes in and turns the light and says, "What are you doing?" And that is very, very, really
Jamie's
very funny.
In that,
and
isn't he? There's other people in that, I think. We had
you seem to get everyone to appear at various points. It's very entertaining. And I think there was a long running. It probably would have been the very last or the later ones. A long running sort of series almost of sketches at the start where it developed. And it was very entertaining. Was it Taylor Sinstat that you?
Taylor Sinstat. Oh
yeah,
God, yeah.
That was very funny. I enjoyed all that.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. It became like Fight Club at the end, I think, did it?
Yeah, it did. Good, yeah. It was very good.
Different time, man. Different time.
Yeah.
Tom W says, Damien, quick question. What colour do you base your model's rims? I use Mornfang Brown. Always have done.
Ooh.
Yourself, Harry?
I don't use a consistent. I used to do mostly scorched brown, the old GW paint.
That's Rhinox Hide.
Is that Rhinox Hide? Yeah. Is that Rhinox Hide? But for some of my early Riders of Rohan, I did Bestial Brown. I don't know what that is now.
That's Mornfang. That's mine.
Oh, that's your one.
Yeah.
And but recently I've started doing black, just because I know I'm going to always have black, whereas the browns keep changing colour and name.
Well, these dudes are black that I'm doing tonight. They're very much a one-off project, and Adam did them black.
That helps.
Yeah. I love that Michael is also in the picture. Nathan says, "Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I made him get in it. He didn't want to." Tom says, "Is it Mornfang?" Yep. Larry says, "Isn't that entirely subjective anyway?" Yes. Nathan T, there must have been a White Dwarf Smaug write-up at some point. I don't think he's ever been in a White Dwarf battle report.
No, I wouldn't have thought so, because they did some interviews with the Perry twins and all, like talked a lot about it, because it was I assume the biggest model ever at that point. And in fact, when I interviewed the Perry brothers myself for my channel, the Alan or Michael, I can't remember which, said it was their best model they ever did.
It's the last one as well, wasn't it? It's the last model he did for GW.
Yes, yeah, that was his favourite.
I remember we talked about this in the stream for the Hobbit. It wasn't there back in the Battle of Five Armies issue. The week he was released, he wasn't on the cover of White Dwarf. It was stupid.
Smaug.
Yeah, they made really, really little deal about the fact that they'd released Smaug. It was pathetic.
That's a shame.
They did a card game called Hunt for the Arkenstone, which was, I think, a way of trying to make it enjoyable.
They've re-released that, haven't they?
No, not the board game.
Oh, sorry.
The board game just came out. It was in White Dwarf, and it was basically you had Smaug and you had Bilbo and you had a deck of cards, and Bilbo would move around the cards. And I think they did a bat rep for that, but I'm pretty sure, I wouldn't bet money on it, I don't think he's ever been in a White Dwarf battle report.
No, I can't. You just can't. You can't make it interesting, I don't think, to write up.
Jarakili, I met Steve Carroll at the shop a few weeks ago. Didn't tell him that I didn't see Evan Almighty. Yeah, that would have got to him. That would have wound him up. That's cool.
Where did you see him? At the shop?
At the shop. Emma,
the shop?
Guess who Emma saw? This is a Hail Mary shot. I understand it. In Kingston High Street. Guess who Emma saw?
Kingston High Street.
Yeah.
Bill Nye.
No, good guess. Strong. I like it. It's two people, both of whom are extremely famous.
Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds.
No, good guess.
Because there might be an English. I have no idea. Then.
It's a couple. It's a power couple.
Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie, if they're still together.
They're not still together.
Sad times.
Super sexy young power couple.
Super sexy young power couple. That Barry Keoghan and his wife, the Sabrina Carpenter.
Is Sabrina Carpenter married to Barry?
Well, I think they were dating. I'm not sure whether they're married, but
maybe like espresso.
No, but that's the closest I can think to a young power couple.
Tom Holland and Zendaya.
What?
Yeah, walk straight
in
past
Kingston
her.
High Street.
Kingston High Street.
What the hell were they doing there? Just Tom Holland lived in the area.
They're just hanging out, just chatting.
Zendaya and Tom Holland are like massive stars.
Yeah,
he's Spider-Man.
He's Spider-Man, and Charlotte loves Spider-Man.
Did she say anything to him?
No, she didn't get anything. I think she did that kind of, he looks a bit like Tom Holland, and then turned around and someone else stopped him. And she was like,
really?
Shit, it's Tom Holland.
I mean, I always feel bad for celebs like that, because you think they literally can't get to the shops and back without somebody stopping them and saying hello. But equally, I mean, they are very, very rich, so that probably helps them.
It probably does help. I think I'd cope.
Yeah,
I'd just be alright with it,
But I would definitely say something to someone of that level of celebrity, I think. Yeah. In fact, and I mean, not quite the same level, but on the way to my honeymoon, I said to Mrs. P, you know what, that guy over there looks an awful lot like Michael Gove. If anyone isn't UK politically aware, Michael Gove was a sort of senior Conservative minister, and I said he just looks exactly like him, and we was just like, yeah, he does look a bit like him, but and then we kind of left it to it. He was like because we were on a Jet2, cheap aeroplane, on the way to Greece and just thought nothing of it. And then a few sort of 45 minutes to an hour later, when the trolley came past with all the drinks on, I heard the guy speak. I was like, you know what? That guy sounds an awful lot like Michael Gove. And it turned out it was Michael Gove. I went and had a selfie with him afterwards.
Did you set
and
him
I
on
said,
fire?
you know, yeah, sorry?
Did you set him on fire?
I did not set him on fire. No, I said, you know what? I've always thought you were one of the better Conservatives, and and he was like, well, I think, thank you, I think, and there you go, and that was that.
I had a nice chat with Vince Cable.
Oh yeah,
he was my local politician. He was a politician for Twickenham, and we bumped into him. It was when the coalition was in, so he was. Oh
yeah, he was the minister of something,
business, minister for business. And when Nick Clegg was deputy PM, and we were on the train back. He'd been at some swanky function. He was in a tux with his wife, and we're on the train back to Twickenham. And me, him, and Emma and his wife got off, and we walked home together.
Excuse me, you got off?
Yeah, exactly. It was me and Vince and Emma and his wife, and I gave him a chip, and he accepted my chip, and then we walked home together, and I had quite a long chat with him. And I was just because he's always been a really decent human being and a really decent local politician, and I was just like, what's it like genuinely? He's like honestly, it's pretty hard, and he was like you're trying to do the right thing and people just keep putting the boot in, and it wasn't like, for me, in my own personal opinion, it wasn't like bumping into bloody Boris Johnson or Rishi Sunak or something, or I was like, well, maybe you shouldn't be such a dreadful human being. It was that kind of seemed like decent man trying to do decent thing, and because of the coalition and how that was perceived.
That was interesting.
Yeah. But it was interesting. But it's no Tom Holland and Zendaya.
I was going to say, that is a different level. I'd quite like to have a chat with them about. Frankly, I'd quite like to ask them. Sorry to bother you, Tom Holland and Zendaya, but that's how I'd start. I'd say, sorry to bother you, Tom Holland and Zendaya. You know how people like me do this all the time? How do you feel when someone does this? Is it just deeply awkward? Are you actually pleased, or is there some part of you that cares about these people and wants to actually have a conversation and sort of because people obviously like you but don't know you? So it's like I'd quite like to ask that sort of question, and obviously start with, and then end with, well, thank you very much for your conversation, Tom Holland and Zendaya. Or Zendaya and Tom Holland.
If I bumped into Zendaya, I would say, well done on being part of the second sexiest scene I've ever seen in a movie.
And what scene was that, out of interest? Was that Challenges?
No, Rewrite the Stars with Zac Efron.
Oh, right. The second sexiest scene. Yeah. What was the first sexiest, out of interest?
The Other Side with Zac Efron and Hugh Jackman in the same film.
Very good.
I genuinely think Rewrite the Stars is extraordinarily sexy.
Yeah.
And then,
you know what? I don't want to. Hopefully, this doesn't burst your bubble, but I find that song really weird because in the song, it starts with them in one thing, and then they slowly kind of get together, and then by the end, they're in exactly the same position at the end of the song as they were at the start, in a kind of an argument still. But they've had this whole romantic entanglement during the song, right?
But they actually, she leaves at the end, but by the end of it, the last two choruses are them joining together and agreeing to rewrite the stars.
Yeah, but then she leaves. And then it's still an argument, still, isn't it?
But yeah, but I think she kind of go, for the purposes of the song, you don't hear her leave in the song.
No. Yeah, but that's what I mean. The song has no impact on the story. It's just like they're arguing. They sing a song about getting together. Isn't it wonderful? Rewrite the stars. We're going to do all that, and then it ends by them still arguing.
I think she learns that they could rewrite the stars. I think.
Yes, but then decides not to.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't know.
It's been a long time since I saw the film, but yeah.
But then, Other Side, the song in the bar with Hugh Jackman and Zac Efron.
That's a great song. Yeah, I like that one.
And all the bottle choreography. That's the sexiest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Either of them.
Well, there you go.
I just think.
See, here's me thinking you were going to say something because I haven't seen that film, but everyone says the Challenges with Zendaya and she's a tennis pro or something, and she's apparently very sexy. Yeah. So, but I haven't seen it. So
no, I just
can't really comment.
I'm sure. I don't
Interesting. The two sexiest scenes in movies that you ever like both have Zac Efron in. So,
I was just gonna say, I think I've said this on the stream before, but it really took me. I remember the first time watching The Greatest Showman and watching it and feeling something that I hadn't felt in years. And I just had this weird feeling. So I was like, what is this? And I was watching it and watching like Zac Efron singing and dancing and all that. I go, what is this feeling? And I realised it was jealousy. And it was like raw screaming jealousy that I wasn't.
He's so sexy.
That he was so sexy and could sing and could dance. And I was like, that's what I'm feeling. I mean, I'm feeling extraordinary jealousy to Zac Efron.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, so there we go. Good stuff.
Top quality banter.
And then Frederick laughs at the fact that I went away again, saying how many times have I got away. Matt Hudson goes, yes, it's one person content. Joe says, beer in the freezer, the long-awaited follow-up to glue-based disaster. Mate, I was so close to catching up on the chat, and RZ Day
sorry, we had it went really.
Rob Lynchbury, Cosmo's very English accent is not what he sounds like. He's very London Cockney, apples and pears. Couldn't tell you what part of London he's from, so I've accidentally offended everyone from London. No, I'm from London. You haven't affected me. Offended me. Am I from London? I don't know if I'm from London. I live in London. I live in Great London.
He's the Cosmo Jar. He's in something else that I've seen called Lady Macbeth, which I think he's that guy, and he's like a stable guy, and he plays a Yorkshire stable guy in it, and he's very good in that as well. I think that's the same guy.
No, as long as he's not unstable.
He doesn't have the same accent there.
Good. Joe Kelly, don't open those. They may explode. Yeah, I'm not going to open it. And then Joe says, don't listen to Achille. If they explode, it will make great viewing.
It would.
Nathan has rewatched Evan Almighty with Miles recently. It's a fun film. Larry is trying to rewatch the episode, and I'm sure my question was a hilarious reference to a question Harry got wrong, but now I can't find his episode. Oh, that's a dream within a dream. Nathan T.
I think I'd know the questions if you asked them. Not the final chase, but I think I'd remember the other ones.
Oh, I see. Helps. Oh, that episode wasn't the question you got wrong. Was didn't you called Austria a city or something? Didn't you? Wasn't that the hilarious one?
Well, I don't remember. I don't remember the one I got wrong. I remember,
under extreme pressure, I think you called a city a country or a country a city. I can't remember which
one. I don't. That doesn't sound like me. It does sound like me.
Nathan, Harry, if you embarrass a 10-year-old at something, you definitely didn't actually win. Sean says, when I was going through the old Palantir for the first time, my favourite skit was when Tom was leaving to go on holiday and Damien was sat by the window. That's good. Yeah, I enjoyed that. That was very early on. And the joke was, I'd only been sitting there for 3 minutes and he was still at the bus stop. Joe Kelly says, Rock City, I love that skit. Laughed out loud so many times. Damien tossing the ball to himself, trying to remember his lines. It wasn't remembering the lines, it was being able to say them. Nathan, here comes the real chaos. Matt Hudson says, rimming chat for Larry. Oh, it's about the colour of the rims. Larry, I always use black when I'm rimming.
Oh dear.
Nathan T, please stop the drum memes, but also please seek out my drumming history.
Yeah, that's true.
Larry Miller, that was who won in a drum off. He knows what he's doing. He knows they're all out of context. Nathan T, Harry needs to appear on a BBC game show, though I'd assume any winnings he didn't get would belong to the BBC.
No, annoyingly, I'm not allowed. Although they did ask recently for contestants on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and the people on The Chase said, if you've been on a TV quiz program before, then you've got a very good chance of being on another TV quiz program and especially The Chase, because they say The Chase is one of the harder ones to get on, and most other ones will just take anyone. And if you say you've been on that, they kind of go, oh yeah, it's fine. If The Chase people thought you were good enough for telly, you know, we'll put you on telly. That apparently is what they do.
I had no idea The Chase was so selective.
It is. It's because it's the most popular quiz show on telly.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, unfortunately, Harry, for you, The Chase is over.
Yeah. Exactly.
Nathan T says, when that episode of The Chase reappears on Challenge, do we need to update on memes or can we recycle old ones?
Yeah. Well, please tell me if it's going to be on.
Sam says she saw Steve, which I think is me saying that Emma saw someone incredibly sexy or something. Matt Wiggins, Larry Miller and Jamie Wiggins. That was Matt Hudson. These are guesses for who she saw. Joe Achille, American term, grocery store or food market. Well, why is he saying that? American term, grocery store or food market?
Shops? Supermarket? Did we were talking about shops?
Yeah, maybe. Groceries, yeah. So maybe he's thinking that we say... I don't think I said supermarket, but grocery store is kind of a supermarket, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the problem is here, I don't know what an American grocery store is compared with.
Bit like
They call them like marts or like mini marts and stuff like that.
Food mart.
Yeah, like there's a what's the Asda thing? Walmart.
But Walmart does clothes as well. It's bigger.
That's a bit of everything. It's just a massive thing, I think. Anyway, I don't know.
Who knows? Michael Haskell, quiz question: what is the connection between Bill Nighy and the Lord of the Rings? I know.
Didn't he turn down a role? I can't remember what it is though. No, is that not it?
He didn't turn down a role. He took a role.
In the Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
No, he didn't. Is he a random elf?
Nope.
Bill Nighy. This is. I have no idea. I genuinely don't know this one. That surprises me. Usually, I know these sorts of weird.
You've stumbled. You've trapped yourself with your own words. He took a role in the Lord of the Rings.
He took a role. Peregrine Took?
No. You've gone too far down there.
Oh, okay.
What you've done is you've fallen into the trap of assuming what the Lord of the Rings is.
Oh, is he in the audio series with Ian Holm as Frodo? Ah, interesting.
He's Sam.
I didn't know that. Oh, is he? Oh,
he is Sam.
You know what? I've never heard that radio drama, and everyone says it's brilliant, and I would love to. It's so hard to get hold of sometimes.
Get it on. Just get it on. What have I got it on? You can definitely get it on Apple. I think I bought it on like Apple. It must be on Spotify, isn't it?
I don't know.
Or Audible or something.
I remember when I looked for it, it wasn't in anywhere that different. But that was ages ago. The music.
Yeah, and he's credited as William Nighy. There you go.
Interesting.
Nathan T. In the really old days, I opted for Mithril silver rims. Jiminy cricket.
Ooh, that is harsh.
Someone on the old Last Alliance web forum hated it. I bet it was more than one, mate.
Yeah.
That's monstrous. Larry Miller.
I'm going to try some chocolate only, by the way.
Excellent. Larry Miller says, we get Tom from McFly in my work every so often.
Really? Oh, that's so cool.
Ashley Fisher, I think Tom Holland and Zendaya live in Richmond. Yeah, they do. I've seen him about twice. Never Zendaya, though. That's why it's a too-far. Dwalin Grudgebane in says, good evening. Good evening, my friend. Chris C, I once saw a chap off the chase at an MESBG event.
Very good.
Larry, when I was visiting my brother in Cambridge once, we were eating somewhere and Stephen Hawking went past. This is just like celebrities we've met.
That's so cool.
Matt Hudson, I've sold Christopher Samba, Rovers semi-legend, PSP porn. What's PSP porn?
I don't know whether I want to know.
I mean, I don't know what porn is.
Do you want to Google it and see what it is?
Yeah, I'll do it on safe mode, shall I?
Is he not saying the football teams, Rovers and PSP porn?
No, Rovers is in brackets.
Oh, okay, I don't know then. Oh, it's just such good chocolate.
See, this is strange because I don't know what PSP porn is, and I know what
PSP.
PSP.
Is that PlayStation Portable?
PlayStation Portable porn, is that a thing?
I never had a PlayStation Portable. I remember they had cool discs.
Can someone please explain the whole PSP porn phenomenon? That's the topic. I think it is. I think you're right. It is. It's Sony PSP. The PSP had a web browser and allowed you to save images and videos.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, but you wouldn't sell...
I don't know.
You wouldn't sell that in a shop, would you?
Matt Hudson would.
Maybe, yeah.
Terrible business. Awful industry. A hateful thing. I've never heard of it. Nathan T. Steve Carell owns a... Oh, okay, I think we're seeing connection. Steve Carell owns a grocery store in the States somewhere. He puts in a regular shift. Sean, not sure how you managed not to give him a swift kick. That must be Michael Gove related, I think. Nathan
right.
T. Super sexy young power couple. Damien Steve. Oh, you. Matt Hudson. He'd absolutely beat the crap out of me, Sean. His viewing is not my business. So, okay, maybe it's not Michael Gove. Maybe it's about the Rovers legend Christopher Samba. Nathan T. As a major celebrity, how often do people recognise you in the street, Damien? I bereft of context, I think I've been recognised 3 times. I think is my record. Has anyone recognised you? You're a face.
People do sometimes recognise me for my TV stuff, but not very often.
What, your chase work?
More for being a reporter. Or I did get a lot of messages when I was on the chase from people saying, people just randomly messaged me out who didn't know me, said, "Are you Harry from the chase?"
Really?
I was like, I'm not going to respond to that.
Do you think they were messaging all the Harrys?
Well, I assume they looked for Harry Parkhill.
Yeah.
And the other, but I don't know what they wanted to know. So I was like, I don't know where this conversation goes, so I'm not going to answer this.
How was Bradley, really?
How was he?
No, I mean, that's what they're reaching out to you.
Oh, yeah. Are you not asking me that? You don't have to. That's fine.
No, I don't. You can tell me later if you want to. I don't want the dream to burst.
I barely had an interaction with him, to be honest. Which is kind of sad, isn't it? He was nice. He was like, between shots, he seemed to genuinely want us to win. And he was like, "Oh yeah, if you'd just done that, maybe you'd have been yeah."
If you just told the truth about your hobbies.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
I had there's two that really made me happy for different reasons. One that was that I was at Warhammer World, not at an SBG event. The one time I ever took Emma, we were in Nottingham for Longy's wedding, and and we had time on the Sunday or whatever, and I said, "Look, do you want to go?" I was like, if you're ever going to go and just see what it's like, go now. And so we went to it with a non-SBG event on, just on a Sunday. But I grant you, it's Warhammer World, so your odds of getting someone
it's higher.
We're walking through Bugman's, and a guy walked up to me, stopped me. I had no idea who he was, and he went, "Are you Damien?" He was like, "Your stuff has been so helpful to me. Thank you so much." And Emma was like, "Are you kidding?" she was like, "What, really?" And like this, not in an appalled sense, but she was like, and I was,
"What are the chances?" Yeah.
Yeah, she was like, I was like, "I have no idea who that was." And I was like, "Yeah, you're lucky to be with me, woman. You don't know how lucky you are." And the other really funny one was when we were in DC, and I know what you're going to say that you'd think it was, but when the four of us, the GBHL, went over for Nova.
Yes, I heard about it.
So 2015, I think it was. We were having a tour of the Capitol building, going around there.
No.
Yeah, and there was a British kid in there who wasn't at Nova, but was just on holiday in DC with his parents, who kind of went, "Oh my God, are you the guys from the GHL?" So in a utterly bizarre twist, the guy who watched it in England was in DC at the same time we were, but not for the same SBG reason. Steve got recognised at a Happy Mondays gig or something. He was at a gig, with a load of aggressive Mancunians, and someone went, "Are you Steve off the internet?" So
off the internet,
off the internet.
Yeah. It's like this secret internet, you know.
Yeah. He was known for his PSP porn, I think. Ashley Fisher, if they get married, do you think she'd become Zendaya Holland or he'll become Tom? That is good.
That's good quality stuff.
Nathan says, was it Michael Gove or the puppet Pob?
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know that reference.
Me neither. Maybe there's a puppet
Pob. I'm sure it's very funny. I'm going to assume so.
Okay, he goes, what if we rewrite the stars?
Yes, we need to rewrite the stars, yeah.
Joe Kelly says, Nathan, he actually owns a small convenience shop in the town right next to me, and he even pops in there at times. That's cool.
Is this Steve Carell or Michael Gove?
Or Steve.
Or Steve Crow, yeah.
Nathan, I think Tom
or Zendaya.
Nathan says, I think Tom has been very open on his mental health and keeping his private life private. Is that Harrison or is that Tom Holland? I don't know. Richard Clammer. Yeah. Richard Clammer has assembled the King and Heralds now. 23 dead done. He is shooting ahead of me.
Well done.
Nathan says Damien's forgetting the sexy scene in The Notebook. He's not. It's just not as sexy as Hugh Jackman. Larry, I'm sure he said, "'Tis the podcast was Easter." That's about you. "'Tis the podcast was Easter." Anything?
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes, that was the question. There was a question in the chase where they asked which season is this "'Tis the podcast" or something celebrating. And it's like the quick fire questions.
Oh, so, yeah. No, I remember it. Yeah.
So I was like, and the thing was, it's in context, out of context, it sounded more stupid. I said Lent, and but when we filmed it was Lent. So I just thought Lent because it's the only. It was like
it was called "Tis the Season," wasn't it? That it was. Yeah, it was "Tis like, the Season," and it was what
which
holiday
Christian
season does it?
Yeah, Christian holiday or whatever is it set, or Christian, something like that. And yeah, obviously "Tis the Season." As soon as he said Christmas, I was like, fuck it. But sorry, excuse my language. You only get one, don't you? But yeah, I it was annoying at the time, but it was so quick that all I heard by the time because I didn't know the name of the podcast. I think they said "Tis the Season" is a podcast. And I'm like, well, I don't know that podcast, so I'm going to completely forget that part of the question. And it ended with name a Christian festive season, so I just went for it. And obviously
it's good.
Lent was that happening at the time, so that is the reason. But yeah,
Nathan says Andy Murray can't watch tennis films without risking touching his doppelganger. Is that about me looking like a fat Andy Murray? I don't know. And Larry says that was what was entirely subjective. How did Harry get on then? Oh, I think he's doing it intentionally. What, the podcast was entirely subjective? Don't know. Joe Holzman, my brother once had an audition for Pointless. Joe Holzman, because apparently they make you audition for Pointless. He says he got a pointless answer and they didn't invite him back. Ouch. He was in the BBC radio adaptation.
Bill Nye, yeah.
I think that's all Joe.
To combine two answers. Well,
I don't think he's suggesting that his brother was in the BBC radio adaptation of Pointless.
That's what I thought. They do auditions. I did 3 auditions, I think, for The Chase, which they said was more than others.
We went to see Pointless being filmed once, and they won the jackpot, and we were on the train home with the winners. So we had a nice chat to them about the whole experience.
And did they buy you a drink with their winnings?
No, they only won £1,000. It was when it was.
Oh God, that would be so awful, wouldn't it? Because it gets up really high sometimes.
But that's where I realised how small the trophy is. The Pointless trophy is about that big. When they,
wow.
You know, when they show it and it's on a pedestal, it looks like it's this.
Well,
Larry says, was he Tom Bombadil? Nope. Sam says, think the radio show was on iTunes. Yes, that's where I got it back in the day. Nathan says, Harry on WWTBAM memes would be so much fun. Would want TB. Don't know what that is. Joe Holzman, someone was talking about it in a Facebook group I'm in, and someone in the comments says it's on Audible. I'd be amazed if it's not on Audible. Joe Holmes says Richmond in America or Richmond home of Tony's Chocolonely. Then people start agreeing that it's the PlayStation Portable. Yes, Harry. Yes, Harry. God, no, they're agreeing with you, but I don't know about what. Maybe about
this is what. So can people clarify this? Were you able to buy little movies that you put in your place? Because you used to be able to buy films. I remember you buying it films, like you could. But is that what it was? Like a porn film on a little cartridge that goes in your PSP? Because that is a niche reference, isn't it?
Chris watched the 2002 World Cup final with a bunch of Premiership referees, including Graham Poll, Uriah Rennie, and Clive Wilkes. Graham Poll lived around the corner from me. Joe Holzman, semi-legend is a poor choice of name for a porno. Tom W can get the Brian Sibley Lord of the Rings dramatisation on Audible. Yeah, there we go. It's great. However, just listen to Andy Serkis take. It's utterly wonderful if anyone hasn't listened yet. Yeah, agree on all of them. They're all good.
I still haven't listened to the Andy Serkis.
But Andy Serkis is a reading of an unabridged book.
Yes, I want to read that. Hear that.
The Brian Sibley one with Bill Nye and Ian Holm is an adaptation.
When you say Brian Sibley, is it the same Brian Sibley who did the autobiography? Oh, that's cool.
Same guy. Stephen Ryan, apologies for the off-topic question. Shields on Warriors of the Dead or not? Yes, the answer is yes. Always shields.
Yeah.
Defense 8 is better than Defense 7 all the time. All shields all the time. You're better to have what are they? Are they 15 points each? I think you're better to have 15 shields than another Warrior of the Dead every day.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Matt Hudson, no, the porn was on the disc. For some reason, my shop stocked it. I had no idea about this.
No, I had no idea that was even a possibility. But it just shows how hard they pushed the PSP as a kind of place to watch physical formats when they should obviously have been putting it as a place to download stuff onto.
Larry Miller says Tom from McFly, some woman from EastEnders, and the guy from that Lad Baby YouTube channel are all people I've served at work without realising they were someone famous. Joe Oswald says, I presume it's about who I've met or who's recognised me. How would you know, Demi? You'd never remember. Nathan, I was trying to think of a character Bill Nye could play in the films, but got distracted by my annoyance that Matt Berry wasn't Tom Bombadil. Rory is okay though. Yeah, I think he's doing a great job. Larry, when you see Tom from McFly, do you make it weird? Actually, I know the answer. I bet he just makes it all about him.
Hey, ba-dum-bum.
Old school Chris C. If you just got the answers all right, you'd have won.
Yes, that is. Yeah, probably.
Joe Kelly, Damien, you actually met someone in the chat at Nova one year. Do you remember? I think, Joe, it was you. And of course I remember, and I've never forgotten that publicly. Sam says, to be fair to Steve, if a kid comes and asks you in public if you're Steve off the internet, I get why you'd shut that down. Larry, to be fair, Tom has been keeping his private life private. He never mentioned being married. Now you go back and read my question. I'm unlikely to. The drummer.
Tom Holland?
Tom Holland, maybe Tom Harrison. He's never mentioned being married. On the subject of pointless, I got a question right thanks to Damien. The number of red balloons mentioned in a title of a 1984 UK #1 single by Nana.
Is it 99-ish?
Yeah, of course it must be. That's easy. I really want to go on pointless, but need to find someone to go with. Go with Jamie Wiggins.
I'll go with you. Oh no, actually I can't. Sorry.
Joe Holzman, makes you wonder which part of the anecdote is more niche, Chris Sample or PSP porn. Stephen Ryan says, amazing, thanks. Now back to the PSP porn. Matt Hudson, yes, Joe. Nathan, I auditioned for a game show once. At the end, they told me I was too good to be accepted. It was a wasted day.
They did. Well, I know this. They do dislike people who get all of the answers correct because obviously they're going to win the money. But they like people who get just the right amount that it's like on the cusp.
Also sounds like something of a stock response.
Yeah, probably true.
Tom W. Same Brian Sibley. Met him at a book signing of his Fallen Numenor book last year. He asked about my interest in Lord of the Rings. Talked about the films and finally about SBG. Nathan T. Pointless seems like a lot of work for a very small amount of money. It's a bit like getting a job. Tom W. He was slightly confused about SBG and he said that's nice. Oh, cool. Chris C. It's bedtime for me now. Night. Oh, I've caught up with the chat.
What?
Yes.
Oh my god.
That's the
it's only 11:30.
That's the longest chat we've ever had. Easily, hands down.
It feels like it. And there was a lot of stuff in there. Maybe we were just getting distracted too easily.
Yeah. Who knows? How your Army of the Dead dudes doing, Harry?
They could be better. I've got. Let's just shine the light a bit differently so you can not be able to see anything.
I'm also going to say, in the interest of the stream, stop talking about nonsense. We've had 3.5 hours of nonsense. It's been great. We love you all, but let's stop and have a topic.
There you go. Look, Army of the Dead.
Yeah.
So I've got metal on, and I've got green on, and I've got red, but I need a lot more highlighting to be done.
Very cool.
And I have put the little blobs of orange rust in as well, but there's still plenty to do. But they're more advanced than they were earlier, which is exciting.
Very cool.
How are yours doing? Oh, you've already done that. So
I haven't done anything in the last hour.
No, you've just been reading.
But yeah, they're looking good. I'm happy. I'm happy with where they are.
Good.
So, Army of the Dead. The things we're going. I've got 2 deep dives.
Yeah.
Or
that's right.
We were going to talk about the new edition.
Yeah.
And then we've got to go through the Facebook post. What do you want to do, Harry? You're the guest.
I would like to hear your deep dive because I think as much as we've had some top quality banter about a variety of different strange topics, we haven't actually talked about anything to do with Lord of the Rings at all.
This is true.
And I know that is the point of the stream, but I would quite like to hear your deep dive because I feel this is the only time we're going to hear that deep dive, and the new edition stuff could always wait if we need to.
I have 2 deep dives.
Oh, 2? Yeah, I don't know where 2.
Well, they're kind of related. So I went, as always, I went digging through all the old stuff, and I found like the early versions of the Army Dead, and then I've also found I've gone through this book. Don't know if you've heard of this, because I was actually thinking we're so familiar with the ghosties we've got on our tables.
Yeah,
and I still think I went back and reread all the Army of the Dead stuff, and I was like, this is so completely different. So
it's interesting. Yeah,
there's actually a 2-layer effect to this. That one, just to read the Army of the Dead section from the book, and then the other version to go back and look at kind of where it came from.
You know what? I think there'll probably be plenty of people here who, maybe I'm just talking alone, but either can't remember the version in the books or have never read it before. I'd say probably most people have read it, but it is so different. You have the version imprinted from the films that I mean, I only vaguely remember the differences, but it would be quite nice to, while clarifying that, basically, for
All
everyone.
right, should we do that then?
Yeah,
Get comfy.
yeah. Unless people, people don't really have a choice, do they? So it's up to you.
They don't have a choice.
I'm sure they'll like to hear that anyway.
In the immortal words of Blink-182, you might as well act like you like it, otherwise I'll do it twice.
Yeah, yes, that's good.
So I'll tell you what we'll do then, because I was thinking, because I don't think we're going to get through both realistically. We've still got to go through Facebook and all that. But
sure.
What I might do is then save the other one for the Halloween stream, so we've got some spooky stuff for then. But yeah, so this is basically going to be me digging through the Lord of the Rings about what happens with the Army of the Dead as you paint your Army of the Dead. So Harry, get comfy.
I am.
Feel free to like jump in at any point, and I'll read you some stuff about the ghosts from the Lord of the Rings.
Oh, please, this is going to be exciting. Thank you.
So the first mention of them, which I found quite surprising, is in the White Rider chapter of the Two Towers, when Gandalf he's like, "Hey, surprise, I'm not dead," and he comes back and he says, "This is what Galadriel told me to say to you, Aragorn. Near is the hour when the lost should come forth, and the great company ride from the north. But dark is the path appointed for thee. The dead watch the road that leads to the sea." So way before, back in the Two Towers, we do get a reference to it. But then there's no mention of it, and he's just like, "What are you talking about? Don't really care." And we then get the chapter Return of the King, the passing of the Grey Company, when Elrohir said, you know how like Galadriel said, "Remember the past of the dead." Well, now my dad's banging on about it as well, and he passes on the message from Elrond that says, "I bring word to you from my father. The days are short. If thou art in haste, remember the paths of the dead." And Aragorn says, "Great indeed will be my haste ere I take that road." And then nothing happens, and 3 pages later he decides to take that road. But I'm being slightly glib because actually he looks into the plans here. But it is one of those slightly hilarious things where he goes, "Great, oh, I'm not going to do that," and then you turn the page and he goes, "Oh yeah, I'll do that." But what happens is, because he comes out of the tent and Merry had eyes only for Aragorn, I don't think it means what you think it means. So startling was the change that he saw in him, as if one night many years had fallen on his head. Grim was his face, grey-hued and weary. And he says, "I have laboured long in thought, and now I fear I must change my purpose." And then he's like, "Theoden, how long is it going to take us to get to Gondor?" And he says 3 days, and Aragorn says, 3 days, I will take the path of the dead. And yeah, it transpires. Is it here? Yeah, he goes. He goes, "Why are we doing that? Why are we changing course?" And he goes, "A struggle somewhat grimmer for my part than the Battle of the Hornburg. I have looked in the Stone of Orthanc, my friends." So he goes, "I'm not going to take the path of the dead." And then he has a look in a planter and goes, "Oh, better take the path of the dead." And he says, "A grave peril I saw coming unlooked for Gondor from the south. I have no help to send, therefore I must go myself. There is only one way through the mountains that will bring me to the coastlands before all is lost. That is the path of the dead." I'm skipping some of it, but hopefully keeping the good stuff. I'm not sure if he's mentioned by this point, but he's seeing the fleet. He's seeing the kind of fleet that's gonna. So it's very similar to the film so far, where Elrond comes to see there's a fleet of ships going. You got to stop them. And he says, Aragorn then goes on to say, "The living have never used that road since the coming of the Rohirrim." And Elrond also said, "Bid Aragorn remember the words of the seer." And then Legolas says, "Oh, what are the words of the seer?" And thus spoke Malbeth the seer. Don't know if you've heard of Malbeth the seer.
Ah, yeah.
Quite
gives
topical.
People a 4+ save, doesn't he?
Yeah, it gives everyone a 4+ save, unless you read the rule correctly.
Yeah, then it's just heroes, yeah.
And these are the words of the seer. "Over the land there lies a long shadow, westward reaching wings of darkness. The tower trembles to the tomb of kings. Doom approaches, the dead awaken. For the hour is come for the oath-breakers. At the stone of Eric they shall stand again. And hear there a horn in the hills ringing. Whose shall the horn be? Who shall call them from the great grey twilight? The forgotten people, the heir of him to whom the oath they swore. From the north shall he come, need shall drive him. He shall pass the door to the paths of the dead." And some of that people might remember as what Legolas says in the extended edition. As
he's going in through the door.
Of the dead. So that's where that comes from. And so they then say, like, who's he talking about? Who's the Oathbreakers? And Aragorn says, but the oath they broke was to fight against Sauron, and they must fight, therefore, if they are to fulfill it. For at Eric there stands yet a black stone that was brought, it was said, from Numenor by Isildur, and it was set upon a hill, and upon it the king of the mountains swore allegiance to him in the beginning of the realm of Gondor. But when Sauron returned and grew in might again, Isildur summoned the men of the mountains to fulfill their oath, and they would not, for they had worshipped Sauron in the dark years.
Oh, you talking about all this makes me think about the Rings of Power. Yeah, it's going to be cool if we get this, because we've got an Isildur, we've got some people who praise the Dark Lord in the dark years. It's cool, isn't it?
I think it's purely speculative. I don't think it's spoilerific for anyone. But do we know anyone who is being set up to be a lord of men who have previously worshipped Sauron?
It's got the old scar on the hand, maybe. Who knows?
I'm thinking more and more Theo is King of the Dead. I think. But,
that'd be cool.
That'd be mega. I just want there to be an episode where Isildur goes to Theo. You'll come and fight for me, won't you? Like Theo goes, yeah, I promise. You know.
Yeah.
And everyone like Leonardo DiCaprio meme, you know, like the kind of.
No. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, then Isildur said to their king, "Thou shalt be the last king, and if the West prove mightier than thy black master, this curse I lay upon thee and thy folk, to rest never until your oath is fulfilled. For this war will last through years uncounted, and you shall be summoned once again ere the end." And they fled before the wrath of Isildur, and did not dare to go forth to war on Sauron's part, and they hid themselves in secret places in the mountains, and had no dealings with other men, but slowly dwindled in the barren hills, and the terror of the sleepless dead lies about the hill of Eric, and all places where that people lingered.
It's cool stuff. I really like. I think they do it in a really cool kind of dramatic movie friendly way in the movies. But the way it's written is very kind of spooky and kind of ethereal sounding, isn't it? It's all I really like it.
Well, I like actually what happens when they kind of come out as well.
Yes, cool.
And then. Oh, this is great as well, because then after that he decides to take the part of the dead. You get this wonderfully awkward sequence where they go back to Edoras, or they go back to Dunharrow, and they meet Eowyn, because they're on the way, and Eowyn goes, "Oh, thanks, Aragorn, thanks for coming back to see me," and he goes, "Oh, I knew you're just sort of on the way," and then Lord Jorah. Then she stared at him as one that is stricken, and her face blanched, and for long she spoke no more. But Aragorn, she said at last, "Is it then your errand to seek death? For that is all you will find on that road. They do not suffer the living to pass." "They may suffer me to pass," said Aragorn, "but at the least I will venture it. No other road will serve." Then they start. This is them on their way. This is still the passing of the Grey Company. The light was still grey as they rode, for the sun had not yet climbed over the black ridges of the haunted mountain before them. A dread fell on them, even as they passed between the lines of ancient stones, and so came to the dim hole. There, under the gloom of black trees that not even Legolas could long endure, they found a hollow place opening at the mountain's root, and right in their path stood a single mighty stone like a finger of doom. "My blood runs chill," said Gimli. Which always makes me laugh. "My blood runs cold, my memory will not be told. Gimli is a centerfold." Don't know.
I do get the reference. We play on Radio Linkage a lot.
It's a good tune. "My blood runs chill," said Gimli, but the others were silent, and his voice fell dead on the dank fir needles at his feet. The horses would not pass the threatening stone until the riders dismounted and led them about, and so they came at last deep into the glen, and there stood a sheer wall of rock. And in the wall the dark door gaped before them like the mouth of night. Signs and figures were carved above its wide arch to read, too dim to read, and fear flowed from it like a grey vapour. The company halted. There was not a heart among them that did not quail, unless it was the heart of Legolas, totes, of the elves, for whom the ghosts of men have no terror. "This is an evil door," said Halbarad, "and my death lies beyond it. I will dare to pass it nonetheless, but no horse will enter." "But we must go in, and therefore the horses must go too," said Aragorn. "For if ever we come through this darkness, many leagues lie beyond, and every hour that is lost will bring the triumph of Sauron nearer." Then Aragorn led the way, and such was the strength of his will in that hour that all the Dunedain and their horses followed him. And indeed, the love for the horses and the love that the horses of the Rangers bore for their riders was so great they were willing to face even the terror of the door if their masters' hearts were steady as they walked beside them. But Arod, the horse of Rohan, refused the way, and he stood sweating and trembling in fear that was grievous to see. Then Legolas laid his hands on his eyes and sang some words that went soft in the gloom until he suffered himself to be led, and Legolas passed in, and there stood Gimli the dwarf left all alone. His knees shook, and he was wroth with himself. Here is a thing unheard of. An elf will go underground, and a dwarf dare not. With that he plunged in, but it seemed to him that he dragged his feet like lead over the threshold, and at once a blindness came upon him, even upon Gimli Gloin's son, who had walked unafraid in many deep places of the world. Aragorn had brought torches from Dunharrow, and now he went ahead, bearing one aloft, and Elladan with another went at the rear, and Gimli, stumbling behind, strove to overtake him. He could see nothing but the dim flame of the torches, but if the company halted, there seemed an endless whisper of voices all about him, a murmur of words in no tongue that he had ever heard before. Nothing assailed the company nor withstood their passage, and yet steadily fear grew on the dwarf as he went on, most of all because he knew now there would be no turning back. All the paths behind were thronged by an unseen host that followed in the dark. So time unreckoned passed until Gimli saw a sight that he was ever afterwards loath to recall. The road was wide, as far as he could judge, but now the company came suddenly into a great empty space, and there was no longer any walls upon either side. The dread was so heavy upon him that he could hardly walk. Away to the left, something glittered in the gloom as Aragorn's torch drew near. I love this bit. Then Aragorn halted and went to look at what it might be. Does he feel no fear? Muttered the dwarf. In any other cave, Gimli, Gloin's son, would have been the first to run to the gleam of gold, but not here, let it lie. Nonetheless, he drew near and saw Aragorn kneeling, while Elladan held aloft both torches. Before him were the bones of a mighty man. He had been clad in mail, and still his harness lay there whole, for the cavern's air was as dry as dust, and his hauberk was gilded. His belt was of gold and garnets, and rich with gold was the helm upon his bony head, face downwards on the floor. He had fallen near the far wall of the cave, as now could be seen, and before him stood a stony door closed fast. His finger bones were still clawing at the cracks. A notched and broken sword lay by him, as if he had hewn at the rock in his last despair. Aragorn did not touch him, but after gazing silently for a while, he rose and sighed. Hither shall the flowers of Simbel Mina come never into the world's end, he murmured. 9 mounds and 7 there are now green with grass, and through all the long years he has lain at the door that he could not unlock. Whither does it lead? Why would he pass? None shall ever know. For that is not my errand, he cried, turning back and speaking to the whispering darkness behind. Keep your hoards and your secrets hidden in the accursed years. Speed only, we ask. Let us pass, and then come. I summon you to the stone of Eric. There was no answer, unless it was utter silence more dreadful than the whispers before. Then a chill blast came in which the torches flickered and went out and could not be rekindled. Of that time that followed, 1 hour or many, Gimli remembered little. The others pressed on, but he was ever hindmost, pursued by a groping horror that seemed always just about to seize him, and a rumour came after him like the shadow sound of many feet. He stumbled on until he was crawling like a beast on the ground. Kind of classic Gimli. You can see Legolas saving the day quite a lot here, and Gimli kind of being a bit scared.
I love Gimli. Legolas, he just always seems very unrealistic, doesn't he? You know, Gimli's a true character there. He feels fear and pain. You know, it's real humanity. Can see why people would like him more.
He must either find an ending and escape, or run back in madness to meet the following fear. Then they get out. The company now mounted again, and Gimli returned to Legolas. They rode in file, and evening came on, and a deep blue dusk, and still fear pursued them. Legolas. So this bit's all new from the film now. I actually think that bit is kind of similar. They obviously don't meet the ghosts, but they're kind of going in and coming out.
Yeah, they don't have. There's no Halbarad and Elher and stuff. But other than that, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah. But then this is kind of where it changes a lot. Legolas turned to speak to Gimli, looked back, and the dwarf saw before his face the glitter in the elf's bright eyes. But behind them rode Elladan, last of the company, but not the last of those who took the downward road. The dead are following, said Legolas. I see shapes of men and horses, and pale banners like shreds of clouds, and spears like winter thickets on a misty night. The dead.
That's pretty much all in the extended edition, isn't it?
Yeah, he says that in the extended version as they're walking in, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Yes, the dead ride behind. They have been summoned, said Elladan. And then I love this. They then start kind of riding towards the Stone of Eric. Lights went out in house and hamlet as they came, and doors were shut. And folk that were afield cried in terror and ran wild like hunted deer. Ever there rose the same cry in the gathering night, the King of the Dead, the King of the Dead is come upon us. Bells were ringing far below, and all men fled before the face of Aragorn. But the grey company in their haste rode like hunters, until their horses were stumbling with weariness. And thus, just ere midnight, and in the darkness as black as the caverns in the mountains, they came at last to the hill of Eric. So do you think they think Aragorn's the King of the Dead?
To be honest, I don't really understand this bit. Is this dead people that are running away, or is this actual Rohan
real people in Hamlet?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Running, and so can they see the ghost behind them? But
I think that. Yeah, I think they can see the ghost behind them.
Before the face of Aragorn, screaming, "The King of the Dead is upon us."
Maybe, I don't know.
Which I think is kind of cool. I don't know. Long had the Derra of the Dead laid upon that hill upon the empty fields about it. For upon the top stood a black stone, round as a great globe, the height of a man, though its half was buried in the ground. So we get none of this in the film. The Stone of Eric's not in it. Unearthly it looked, as though it had fallen from the sky, as some believed. But those who remembered still the lore of Westerness told that it had been brought out of the ruin of Númenor, and there set by Isildur at his landing. None of the people of the valley dared to approach it, nor would they dwell near, for they said it was a trysting place of the Shadow Men, and there would they gather in times of fear, thronging round the stone and whispering. To that stone the company came and halted in the dead of night. Then Elrohir gave to Aragorn a silver horn, and he blew upon it, and it seemed to those that stood near that they heard a sound of answering horns, as if it was an echo in deep caves far away. No other sound they heard, and yet they were aware of a great host gathered all about the hill on which they stood, and a chill wind like the breath of ghosts came down from the mountains. But Aragorn dismounted, and standing by the stone he cried in a great voice, "Oathbreakers, why have ye come?" And a voice was heard out of the night that answered him, as if from far away, "To fulfil our oath and have peace." Then Aragorn said, "The hour is come at last. Now I go to Pelargir upon Anduin, and ye shall come after me. And when all this land is clean of the servants of Sauron, I will hold the oath fulfilled, and ye shall have peace and depart forever. For I am Elisar, Isildur's heir of Gondor." And with that he bowed, and then he gets his flag out. They passed Tarlang's neck and came into Lamedon, and the shadow host pressed behind, and fear went before them, until they came to Calembil upon Cyril, and the sun went down like blood behind Pinneth-Gelen away in the west behind them. The township and the fords of Cyril they found deserted, for many men had gone away to war, and all that were left fled to the hills at the rumour of the coming of the King of the Dead. But next day there came no dawn, and the grey company passed on into the darkness of the storm of Mordor, and were lost to mortal sight, but the dead followed them. And that's the kind of first person bit where it ends. And then it cuts back to Merry in the following chapter going, "Where'd they go?" And then you get the cool history from Theoden, which is, if the old tales speak true, they have come down from father to son, the house of Eöl. The door under the Dwimmerberg leads to a secret way that goes beneath the mountain to some forgotten end, but none have ever ventured in to search its secrets, since Baldur, son of Brago, passed the door and was never seen among men again. I'm pretty sure that's the grandson of Eöl the Young. A rash vow he spoke as he drained the horn at that feast which Brago made to hallow new-built Meduseld, and he came never to the high seat of which he was the heir. Folk say the dead men out of the dark years guard the way, and will suffer no living man to come to their hidden halls, but at whiles they may themselves be seen passing out of the door like shadows, and down the stony road. Then the people of Harrowdale shut fast their doors and shroud their windows and are afraid, but the dead come seldom forth, and only at times of great unquiet and coming death. Yet it is said in Harrowdale, said Eowyn in a long voice, that in the moonless nights, but little while ago, a great host in strange array passed by. Whence they came, none knew, but they went up to the stony road and vanished into the hill, as if they went to keep a tryst. It is said that when the Eorlings came out of the north and passed at length to the Snowbourne, seeking strong places of refuge in time of need, Brago and his son Baldur climbed the stair of the hold, and so came before the door. On the threshold sat an old man, aged beyond guess of years. Tall and kingly he had been, but now he was withered as an old stone. Indeed, for stone they took him, for he moved not, and he said no word, until they sought to pass by and enter. And then a voice came out of him, as if it were out of the ground, and to their amaze it spoke in the western tongue, the way is shut.
Ooh.
Then they halted and looked at him, and saw that he lived still, but he did not look at them. The way is shut, the voice said again. It was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it. Until the time comes, the way is shut. And when will that be? Said Baldur. But no answer did he ever get, for the old man died in that hour, and fell on his face, and no other tidings of ancient dwellers in the mountains have our folk ever heard. Yet maybe at last the time foretold has come, and Aragorn may pass. So Baldur is the guy that Aragorn finds inside. Like they find Baldur, son of Brago. That's the guy. And I love the fact it's like an Easter egg in a game that you never find out what's behind the door. There's just there used to be it's probably before your time, but Banjo-Kazooie on the N64, the first Banjo-Kazooie, there were two bits in it you just couldn't get to. You just couldn't get to them at all. And there was I think it was like an egg behind a glass sheet, and it wasn't until the sequel came out that they gave you codes to get to them. And it just feels like that. There's just this, they find a skeleton at a door, and you go, "Oh, what's behind the door?" And Tolkien goes, "Oh, I'm not going to tell you. Whatevs, just deal with it."
It's cool. I like that. And keeps it all a bit mysterious, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And then you don't hear anything else at all because, of course, unlike the film, they don't come to the Pelennor.
No.
Until the chapter, The Last Debate, which is after the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, where then Merry and Pippin are like, "What have you been up to then?" And Gimli says, "Had I known what was before me, I think that not for any friendship would I have taken the path of the dead." Legolas said, "I will tell you enough for your peace, for I felt not the horror, and I feared not the shadows of men, powerless and frail as I deemed them." Swiftly then he told of the haunted road under the mountains, and the dark tryst to Eric, and the great ride thence, 90 leagues and 3, to Pelargir on Anduin. 4 days and nights, and on into a 5th we rode from the Black Stone. And lo, in the darkness of Mordor my hope rose, for in that gloom the shadow host seemed to grow stronger and more terrible to look upon. Some I saw riding, some striding, yet all moving with the same great speed. Silent they were, but there was a gleam in their eyes. In the uplands of Lambden they overtook our horses, and swept round us, and would have passed us by, if Aragorn had not forbidden them. Naughty ghosts. At his command they fell back. Even the shades of men are obedient to his will, I thought. They may serve his needs yet. One day of light we rode, and then came the day without dawn, and still we rode on, and Kirrell and Ringlow we crossed, and on the 3rd day we came to Linhir above the mouth of Gilrain, and there men of Lambden contested the fords with fell folk of Umbar and Harad, who had sailed up the river, but defenders and foes alike gave up the battle and fled when we came, crying out that the king of the dead was upon them. For my part,
so it's not the Pelennor that they fight at, it's they just clear out Pelargir then, basically.
It's before they get the ships. They clear the ships for them. And then Legolas bangs on about how he starts thinking about the sea, and Merry and Pippin go, "I don't care about the sea, tell me about the ghosts." And then Gimli says, "For my part I heeded them." He literally, Legolas is banging on about the gulls. I was just listening to the gulls. And then Gimli says, "For my part I heeded them not, for we came at last upon battle in earnest. There at Pelargir lay the main fleet of Umbar, 50 great ships, and smaller vessels beyond count. Many of those that we pursued reached the havens before us, and brought their fear with them, and some of the ships had put off, seeking to escape down the river, or to reach the far shore, and many of the smaller craft were ablaze. But the Haradrim, being now driven to the brink, turned at bay, and they were fierce in despair, and they laughed when they looked on us, for they were a great army still. But Aragorn halted and cried with a great voice, 'Now come, by the Black Stone I call you.' And suddenly the shadow host that had hung back at the last came up like a great grey tide, sweeping all away before it. Faint cries I heard, and dim horns blowing, and a murmur as of countless far voices. It was like the echo of some forgotten battle in the dark years long ago. Pale swords were drawn, but I know not whether their blades would still bite, for the dead needed no longer any weapon but fear. None would withstand them. To every ship they came that was drawn up, and then passed over the water to those that were anchored, and all the mariners were filled with a madness of terror, and leapt overboard, save the slaves chained to the oars. Reckless we rowed among our fleeing foes. driving them like leaves, until we came to the shore. And then to each of the great ships that remained, Aragorn sent one of the Dunedain, and they comforted the captives that were aboard. Can you imagine that? Like, don't worry, the super ghost army's on our side. Like, what about the ghost army that just scared the crap out of me and killed everyone? No, they're good ghosts. Don't worry. Who are you? I'm a magic ranger. Don't worry about the ghost army. I promise they're cool. I'm a slave, mate. It's dreadful business. Ere that dark day ended, none of
slave, mate. Dreadful business.
It's what?
Just you talking about the slaves, dreadful business. It's like the Chocolonely mention, isn't it?
He gives them all a bar of Chocolonely, and they love it. Ere that dark day ended, none of the enemy were left to resist us. All were drowned or were flying south in the hope to find their own lands upon foot. Strange and wonderful I thought it was that the designs of Mordor should be overthrown by such race of fear and darkness. With its own weapons was it worsted. Strange indeed, said Legolas. In that hour I looked on Aragorn and thought how great and terrible a lord he might have become in the strength of his will, had he taken the ring to himself. Not for naught does Mordor fear him, but nobler is his spirit than the understanding of Sauron. For is he not of the children of Luthien? Never shall that line fail, though the years may lengthen beyond count. Beyond the eyes of the dwarfs are such foretelling, said Gimli, but mighty indeed was Aragorn that day. Lo, all the black feet was in his hands. I think I just said black feet. I didn't mean that. All the black fleet was in his hands. Then he chose the greatest ship to be his own. Bit much. And he went up into it. Then he let sound a great concourse of trumpets taken from the enemy, and the shadow host withdrew to the shore. There they stood silent, hardly to be seen, save for a red gleam in their eyes that caught the glare of the ships that were burning. And Aragorn spoke in a loud voice to the dead men, crying, Hear now the words of the heir of Isildur. Your oath is fulfilled. Go back and trouble not the valleys again. Depart and be at rest. And thereupon the king of the dead stood out before the host, and broke his spear and cast it down. Then he bowed low and turned away, and swiftly the whole grey host drew on and vanished like a mist that is driven back by a sudden wind, and it seemed to me that I awoke from a dream.
That's really cool. It is great to hear it all, because you sort of forget. Cause, as I say, that's why I sort of. It's always nice to hear it again, because, I mean, my Lord of the Rings knowledge is based mostly on the films, although I've read the books a couple of times. It's nice to remind yourself of that sort of stuff, and even little things like the fact that the horses went through with them through the Pass of the Dead, which makes me think that they should have horses in the old Legion, but still it's interesting. I just think it's great to hear it all in detail and hear exactly what they do.
Better or well, I'd be curious what the chat thinks. We've still got 40 wonderful people watching. Like, is it better or worse? Like, it's one of those scenes that I know the Tolkien purists hate in the film, like the idea that the invincible ghost army turns up, saves the day, effectively rendering the sacrifice of the Rohirrim completely pointless. I don't know. What do you think? Like, is it?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, obviously, the way that they tell it in the book of, oh yeah, well, we had all this big battle ages ago. It kind of works when you're writing it down, because but you can't have Merry and Pippin asking Legolas and Gimli and sitting around the table and say, well, this chaps is what happened.
You need to see it.
Yeah. So you've got to see it, and I guess it makes more sense for them all to be there at the same time. But
I think it is. I think it is hamstrung by the same thing in the film. It's like even Tolkien still comes up with invincible ghost army.
Yeah, and it's like they're a very convenient ghost army for a bit, but it's like he's obviously gone, oh well, we've got to make Mordor's army so big that it's scary. But then equally, how are we going to beat them? Oh well, let's just have this ghost army for a bit. But then we can't have a permanent ghost army because they'd be handy in a pinch, as Gimli says.
Yeah.
So we've got to get rid of them
audience,
again.
Right?
So yeah,
and
that makes sense.
And it's the same thing, exactly the same way. They're at the Pelennor, they wipe everyone out, and you need Gimli to say, hang on, you're about to go and assail Mordor, why not keep the invincible ghost army?
Yeah.
And it even though it's at a different place, it feels the same to me in the book. It's like, he goes, come with me and help wipe out these fleets and I'll hold your oath fulfilled. They've been in purgatory for thousands of years. Why don't you just go, guys, come with me and wreck Mordor, and I'll hold your oath fulfilled. It's just. And I don't know if there's some sense in the book where they're geographically contained or something.
It doesn't really say that, does it? It just says that they're like, they crack on. But I mean, it's flawed, but it's told quite well actually. That bit, I think that was quite good writing. I'm not always the most enamored with Tolkien's writing itself, but actually some of those segments are really nice.
I think it's a really cool story. It's like one of those things that it's a bit like magic in stories. That it's one of those things that when you introduce, I think you kind of it's very easy to write yourself into a bit of a corner. And be like, oh God, hang on, how do I get out of this? And it's just I don't know.
It doesn't feel like the most necessary diversion, but it's kind of a nice diversion because it gives you something to, I don't know. It just adds a bit of spookiness. I suspect that's probably what Tolkien was just like, I just want a bit of extra spooky here.
Yeah, it's a really cool and I like how they do it in the film. I like visually and everything. I think it works really well in the film. But it is.
I've never had a problem with the ghost door arriving, because it all feels like it's part of like Aragorn's. I think it kind of makes more sense in the films because in the book Aragorn's kind of happy to take up the role of the king, whereas in the film it's like, don't really want to do this. It's reluctant, but then he's like, well, if I become the heir of Isildur, then I can get this army, and then I can start winning stuff, and then it's all fine. And it kind of feels like a kind of a beat that forces him to become the king, whereas in the book it's less like that.
I like in the book you do get the difference there, where he's like he took the biggest ship for himself because he's the king, it's like, And there's one bit I didn't read that you just hear the difference because this is not film Aragorn. That when I read the bit where he says, I've looked in the stone of Orthanc, and then Gimli says, you looked in that accursed stone? Did you say aught to him? Even Gandalf feared that encounter. And then Aragorn says, you forget to whom you speak, said Aragorn sternly, and his eyes glinted. What do you fear that I should say to him? Did I not openly proclaim my title before the doors of Edoras? Nay, Gimli, he said in a softer voice, and the grimness left his face, and he looked like one had laboured. Nay, my friends, I am the lawful master of the stone, and I had both the right and the strength to use it. Or so I judged. The right cannot be doubted. The strength was enough. Briefly. It's a bit.
It just sounds like a bit of an ass, doesn't it?
There's a bit of humility, but it's like he wants to be king, man. He's a king.
Yeah, it's like he's properly giving Gimli a hard time there, isn't he?
Yeah, do you forget to whom you speak? It's like, dude.
I'm just going to change my water over. I'll be back a second.
That seems perfectly acceptable.
Nice.
So there we go. That's kind of, I think, the last thing we're going to do before we do our admin stuff. So any thoughts you have about the Army of the Dead and such, get them in the comments so we can read them. I might try and start catching up with this before we do that and see how we did. We're about here. Tom Doobie said he was slightly. We think we've done it, Brian. Similarly, Larry Miller just wants the rutting trophy. I think that's a trophy from Pointless, not a trophy for rutting. Nathan T says Damien's name dropping like a maniac. Apparently Steve kept him under control in the past. Am I name dropping? I don't know who I've name dropped. I stage managed Joe Pasquale's live show once. If you if you want something really impressive, that'll get the kids in. Larry Miller he's asked if the rutting trophy is a trophy for best PSP porn. Richard Clammer says, when is the deep dive? And then it happened. Can the topic of the deep dive be PSP porn from Larry? Nathan asked, Matt Hudson didn't mention he owned the shop and bought the porn stock he's shocked they stocked. More suggestions for a deep dive into that terrible subject. Michael Haskell, I'm not going to last much longer now, so we'll have to catch up later on. Lots of fun. And well done, Harry, as guest co-presenter.
Oh, thank you.
Mark Fry, good night all. Well past my bedtime. Frederick Schultz says, deep dive! Matt Hudson, it was a national chain. I had no control over that. I'm going to stop saying porn, I think.
I genuinely love that we got to sort of, when everyone was going to sleep before we even started touching Lord of the Rings any kind of stuff. It happens. That is the way.
The good news is there was a long discussion about pornography beforehand.
Yeah.
And then Frederick says, very different type of spook in the book. And Larry says, so if we all act like we don't like it, you'll do 2 deep dives. Richard Clammer says, wouldn't Elra here say grandma? Yeah, about this is what grandma said. Rob Lynchbury, good night, guys. Got to head off. I've enjoyed listening to the longest chat ever. Top quality content. Chef's kiss. Nathan T, stop talking about nonsense. Nonsense. There hasn't been nonsense in this chat for 10 seconds. Frederick Shorts, funny how in the book Legolas doesn't know it, and in the film he's the one who says it. That's the poetry line, I think. Larry Miller says, a stone? Read the fluff. That's a Seven Stones gag.
Very good.
Sam Huddy says, raffle. Frederick Shorts, is Theo going to be the king of the dead? I think Theo's going to be the king of the dead. Yes.
It seems like a logical argument now you say it. I hadn't even considered the possibility. But, yeah, it seems... But then, yeah, because is he going to be king? I mean, is he going to be king of anything over there?
He doesn't. I think you could make it work without him being a king.
Yeah, I suppose
he could be the lord, and Arondir seems to have weirdly called him something when he left him.
What did he call him?
He called him Lord of Pelargia.
Did he?
Yeah.
That's good.
Despite the fact, and that's not a spoiler because he's not. He's just a kid in Pelargia.
Yeah.
But the other reason I think about it is, and I will try and keep it spoiler free. Because I know some people haven't watched it, but there are things in season 2 of Rings of Power that happen in this story, the Third Age story of the Lord of the Rings, that they've put into the Second Age. Things that we have never seen on screen before, that they've put in so they can adapt them. And personally, I'm all for that. I'm all
wonderful, wonderful bits.
Yeah, I think it's cool. And
yeah, I love that.
What they could do is the thing like the Oath and the Men of the Mountain is in the Lord of the Rings. They have the rights for it. We've never seen it on screen. So you could put it in. That's kind of how I feel about it. So that's not, the Theo stuff is nothing to do with spoilers for season 2. It's just speculation, but he's being set up to be, the lord of the guys from the Southland who were famously a bit dodgy, at least some of them. And he's, he's obviously come across Isildur. So yeah, that's what I think. But who knows? Larry then suggests that Theo is young Greg. Young Greg. James Wilson, I've also wondered why they brought a stone all the way out of Numenorian. So why do we need this stone? Isildur reasons. They just bring stuff everywhere, don't they? That's what they do. Take a tree over there. Nathan said the Past of the Dead stuff is very D&D. The random dead guy is clearly a worn-out games master, still waiting for players to follow the story he planned. Joe Holzman, James Wilson, is it any stranger than bring? Yeah, here you go. Joe Holzman says, is it any stranger than bringing a tree out of Numenor? Post-team Sam says maybe Isildur was getting wound up with everyone questioning him. Numenorian, why do we need this tree? Isildur, right, I think we need a massive stone. Nathan T, I had to go for a poo and didn't take my phone. I think that might be a typo for now. I'm now a bit behind the stream. Well, I'm happy for you on all counts there, my friend. Larry, whenever I hear Dunharrow, I always wonder if there was also a Dun Wieldstone. That is some UK train station humour there. Good work, Larry.
Yeah, I didn't get that. Is that a London?
There's a train station called Harrow and Wheelstone.
Ah, very good.
Larry says, falling behind on the stream for a poo is a rookie mistake. Nathan says, it's been a long time since we had a Damien deep dive. Harry's a better listener because he's painting. At this point, Steve would be leant back verging on sleep.
To be fair, I did stop and lean back and eat crisps a bit because I'd put the wash on, so I was just waiting for it to dry.
It's quite all right. You're free to do whatever you wish.
I did enjoy that, though. I find Damien's reading particularly nice.
Thank you. I like Steve's reading. I always liked his voice. I think he's very soothing. But unfortunately, he can't read.
Yeah, I was going to say, past a certain time, his eyes give in, don't they? So.
No, I just mean he's illiterate. So he can't actually read anything. He can only speak. And so he's very bad at reading stories. Larry says, I've always read it as Stone of Erich, and now I can't think of it as the Stone of some guy named Erich. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I'm not sure on that pronunciation. What were you, Harry?
I'd have always called it the Stone of Erech. And I think that's because I immediately thought erect when I saw it. Because it's like, I imagined it like it is funny. I imagined it being like a kind of obelisk type erect stone, as in it's,
Well, you're right.
hard and erect. Anyway, But I don't know. Maybe it is a wretch.
There will. I mean, there will be an answer to that. A Tolkien scholar out there there will absolutely be an answer to how it's correctly pronounced. But
yeah, I would have thought so.
Nathan, will we see a Rings of Power Dunharrow reference? Well, we think so. We've seen, and he says we've seen Tom, we've seen Shelob. Yeah, absolutely. Nathan T, I have thoughts on Rings of Power character shifts. I spent all week working with 9-year-olds on descriptive settings. It's a fun, creepy listen. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's a cool sequence. Joe Holzman, I've heard Tolkien once wrote somewhere, maybe in one of his letters, about there potentially being a cathedral, possibly to Sauron, behind that door. Yeah, well, is it a cathedral? Because he didn't. I went, as I know I haven't gone into the histories, and as I said, I'll save that for Halloween maybe. But there's nothing about them in the letters. There's nothing about the dead of Dunharrow in his letters, so he doesn't say a lot about it. But the cathedral thing I've heard somewhere, but I think it might be slightly apocryphal, slightly subjective, or maybe from the films, suggesting what it might be there. You notice in the book there's no sense whatsoever of there being anything in the mountain, right? There's just a door. Yet in the films they put in that massive gateway. Nathan says Damien's book is very yellow. Is that the same book Teenage Damien flicked through, not the dirty books? Yeah, I've had this copy for a very long time. It's not my first copy. I think I got this when I was about 18 or something. This is the copy I'm allowed to write in. I've got a paperback copy here with the appendices in that I can highlight and kind of ruin. But my original copy is a hardback that I've got next door, and then I've got.
I was just trying to find mine. I've got the sort of box set with the all the original artwork on. I'd get up and have a look back on it.
I also got the gorgeous kind of gold-leafed 50th I don't even know what it would have been, 75th anniversary one that I haven't. It's almost a bit pointless to have because it's like I haven't even read it. I'm not quite sure what it's for.
Sometimes we do that. Sometimes we do that. If we collect things, we just buy something because it's fancy and expensive.
But it's got less point than this. Like at least this looks pretty on the shelf.
That is true.
Whereas this is a really gorgeous copy of The Lord of the Rings, so I'm obviously not going to read it. So, I don't know. Joe Holzman, I've not located the source though, so this is about the cathedral. Can't comment on authenticity. I don't think it comes from Tolkien. I'm not sure, but I'd love to be proved wrong. Nathan, Tolkien probably did say it, forgot, then wrote a letter to a fan that said something different.
Yeah.
But I don't think he did, because I always go, as I said, I know I haven't done the kind of behind the scenes deep dive stuff tonight, but I have done it, and there's nothing in the letters. The only reference I found was someone saying, why didn't you tell us more about this? And he went, well, everyone wants to know more about something. And he says, some people want to know more about the dead men. That's it. Nathan says Gimli's careless whisper. Larry, it doesn't really render the sacrifice of the Rohirrim as pointless, as more Minas Tirith guys would have been killed if they hadn't shown up. Yeah, I guess they kind of protect the actual city from the Mummoks. That's how I justify it in the film, that the Rohirrim stop the Mumakil destroying the city. Which I can kind of get on board with.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Nathan says, it's interesting, the hamlets and towns knew about the dead. Perhaps they were feeding on locals. Yeah, I think there's something in that. There's some good creepy Hammer horror vibes going on there. I like it. They'd make a good standalone movie, I think.
The question is, why do these people live in the mountain if they're surrounded by dead people? Wouldn't you just move away?
Same as anyone live in Hawaii next to active volcanoes, right?
Yeah, I suppose. Good shout.
You live where you live.
I'll put myself back in the box.
I do know.
Can't argue with that. I mean, you just can't. You're right, though.
Maybe there's a difference between the chance for natural disaster and living near a murdering ghost army. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I just think if I lived near a mountain of ghosts, I'd be like, you know what? I'm just going to move to Minas Tirith.
I think particularly in that era, I get the impression that maybe uplifting your life's not as big a deal.
Yeah, because you just got a wooden house.
Yeah, and like your kids aren't in school or anything. You don't have to worry about catchment areas. You know,
maybe they've just got good farmland there. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Who knows?
Good farmland, risk of ghost murder. Like,
yeah, that's it. Cheap farmland. It's like, this farmland's bloody brilliant. We can sow anything on this. There are dead people living there, but it's great farmland.
What was that bit? No, great farmland. Great farmland.
Yeah, really great farmland.
It's not on a floodplain, is it? No.
No, nothing more.
Is it on any plane? It's on a ghost plane. On a what? It's not on a floodplain. Larry Miller, you'd think it wouldn't be too much to ask them to stick around a bit longer. They've been cursed for 1,000 years. What's a few more months? That's exactly what I think.
Yeah.
Richard says, in both book and movie version, the dead do win the war for them. It's just the book has Lamondon and Pelagia with an extra battle. Yeah. Joe says, the way the film did it also avoids adding about a dozen new characters. Yeah, I completely agree with cutting the Dunedain and all that. I'm completely there with that from a filmic point of view. Cut Halbrand, cut Elrohir, Elladan. You don't need them. They don't really add anything to the scene. And I think as much as anything, it's cutting out the whole Pelagia sequence. Do you know what I mean? You just don't need it. Have them turn up to the one battle.
Yeah,
right?
But I think that PJ made the right decision there, because you gotta trim somewhere. It was already a 3.5 to 4 hour long movie in the end, wasn't it? So
it's one of the things that works cinematically, it works visually, but it's just, if you think about it too hard, it's a bit silly, I think. But that's fine. I think it's a movie, innit? I think the idea that a ring can somehow just destroy the world's a bit silly if you stop and think about it too hard.
When you really analyse it, you're right. Yeah.
Charlotte asked me that. She was like, "How?" I was like, "Because the ring will destroy the world." She's like, "How?" I don't really know. If I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, when you put it like that, well, it covers the land in the second darkness.
Yeah, how?
I don't know.
It's like, why the ring? Why not him? Like, what?
That is true.
Josh says, my problem with the ghost arriving in the movies, it robbed me of my favourite scene in the book, Arwen's banner unfolding on the sails. Yeah, that's very cool. When he turns up and they're like, "Oh no, baddies!" and it's like, "No, king, mate!" and they go, "Oh yeah, king." Nathan, I'm not sure how the Blackstone is going to fit on the ships we've seen so far. I know, I forget the ships are like iceberg. I think that's a Rings of Power horse reference. Nathan, in the film, Gimli has a point. The Army of the Dead would have been pretty handy at the back. Yep, this is what we're talking about. Matt Hudson says, one person content. That's when you've changed your water. Sean Clark says, I do love a good deep dive. Missed them. And cheers, Dan. That's all right, man. Joe Holzman, Theo, surely either the King or the Dead or Ringwraith. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, could be a Ringwraith. That's a good point.
Nathan, Baldur. That's what I was saying to Harry the other night. Anytime you see a dodgy-looking man in the Rings of Power, got to be a Ringwraith, I think.
Yeah.
Nathan T. Baldur, son of Aragorn's horse. That was released with
Brago.
Yeah,
Son of
absolutely,
Brago.
very good. Yeah. Joe Holzman, speculation that was being made during season 1. It's definitely not season 2 spoilers. Yeah, I agree. I don't think season 2 has hurt that though. Nathan T says maybe Aragorn spread salt lines as he advanced. Is salt lines stop ghosts? Do they draw ghosts? That must be something to that.
Oh yes, I vaguely remember.
Larry says, fun fact: did you know the Wheeled Stone is an actual stone? I did not. It's near some restaurant. I plan to go see it someday.
Some restaurant?
Yeah, the Wheeled Stone.
Oh, is that? Oh, I see
the
railway.
Joe Holzman says, if it's Sindarin, it's a hard C sound, which would make like lock rather than church. That would mean Eric.
Yeah.
Nathan T, I'm a slave, mate. You're free now, but can you row for us? but row as a free man. Joe Holzman, according to Google. Anyway, Jamie Alano, really enjoyed the read. Oh, thank you. I find the Dead of Dunharrow so fascinating. I don't feel in the movies the Rohan sacrifices for nothing, as they didn't turn up the city before. Yeah, I think that's fair. And Gandalf would have potentially been toast. It's also super cool. It's very, very cool. Larry Miller, I've got a very beaten up copy of a Fellowship tie-in cover from when I was a kid. That's upsetting to me. Can't have a movie tie-in cover from when you're a kid. So they didn't come out when you were a kid. Oh god.
Does he mean the animated one?
No, he means he was a kid when the films come out, and I just find it upsetting.
Oh, I see. Sorry, yeah.
James
I actually
Wilson.
never got one. I never got one of the tie-ins, which surprised me because.
Sorry?
Yeah, sorry.
I don't think I have.
I've definitely seen the one with the. It's like.
It's the ring race. It's
the ring race one. Yeah, that's you see that kicking about a lot, don't you?
James Wilson, don't forget The Hobbit was published on this day in 1937. Hooray! Congratulations,
was it?
Hobbit.
Oh.
That's why it's Hobbit Day, I guess.
Oh yeah, I saw something from Hobbiton celebrating that. Actually.
Yeah. That's why Weta are doing the sale. Larry Miller, as it was bought for me ere the film came out, so I could read it first. That's cool. James Wilson says, "Sing Happy Birthday to the book." I don't think the book would appreciate it. Ashley Fisher, I always got the impression that in the book, the dead are more like traditional ghosts that can't physically interact with matter and just scare the Corsairs. They wouldn't be able to kill the orcs. That's cool. Sean Clark says, not as pointless as having access to 3 different Smaugs. That's my book, I think he's talking about. My Lord of the Rings book is less. Technically, I've only got access to 2 Smaugs. Richard Clammer, volcanoes make great fertile land. It's why Sumatra is the most populated island in the world. Well, maybe ghosts make great fertile land.
Maybe.
Sam says not even a dad yet, and Harry's getting his first Y grilling. That's about the ring. Barry Miller says he was 9, and Nathan says Rings of Power made it clear there aren't 9 kings. Titles can be thrown about anywhere. I've caught up with the chat, and I'm desperate for a wee. What a time to be!
Okay. Oh, there you go. Straight out. I guess I suppose we need to start doing the whip thread. It's getting really late, isn't it? I hope everyone's enjoying themselves. I certainly am. I have done quite a lot more on my my thing here. I'm just trying to get the light different. Yeah, you're never going to see any of that shit. But I'm such a potty mouth today. I forget that this is BSIME and it's very jolly. I haven't highlighted this red yet. That's annoying. But I did highlight the red on this one. You can't see that. Anyway, I've gotten a fair amount of paint on my my guys. So we've got, this will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 3. So I've got 11, and I think I'm pretty much there. I mean, I don't think I'm going to add loads more to this because, frankly, I want to get it done in the stream rather than at another time. But it's good. See how many people. Oh yeah, 34 are still in. That's exciting. Where was I? Can't remember what the last thing Damien said. I didn't know you had dandruff. God, it's just loads. Hobbit Days, actually, the 22nd. Oh yeah, so that was you caught the stream. Okay. Oh yeah, Jamie Aliano's saying, got to top out here. No doubt the kids will have me up in the next few hours. Keep up the great work, guys. Thanks, Jamie. I think you're coming to Lord of the Imps, aren't you? So I'll see you then. But thank you very much. Either way, I was just saying I've almost I'm quite happy with the level of paint I've got. I can't really get the screen to focus on it, but getting there. I really want to just finish what I'm doing while I'm on the stream because I know I will not pick it up tomorrow.
That is your stream army.
Sorry?
It is your stream army.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess I could watch some of it. I could finish it off in the morning, but what would I listen to or watch?
You've got nothing to catch up on, right?
Yeah, I've got no. Yeah, I've been here, but I don't want to listen to myself rambling for 5 hours.
However, given the time, I fear we should push on, and
we definitely need to do the whip thread and all that sort of stuff, don't we?
So
very late.
Hopefully, if I go to Facebook screen, Facebook, I need to go and capture my window. That looks promising. Oh, there it is. Lovely stuff. And then let's see what I can do. And it's I don't know if you struggle with this. I'm not quite sure what your idea for capturing things is, but what we found is the difference between having the thread and then when you click on the picture and it goes to a different size.
Yeah, all sort of spans out. I think the streaming software that I use I pay for, so it's quite slick, to be fair, but it is expensive and I don't really like having to spend money on it. But there you go. I need to do more streams on it, frankly, and I have been doing a bit more, and I suppose I'll have a bit more time to do more these days.
To justify the money.
Sorry?
You need to do more streams to justify the money. Yeah,
well, it's more because I just don't have the time usually to do because I prioritise the podcast rather than the stream.
Yeah.
Streams, but now I think I'll have less time to do the podcast. So
I think you'll have less time to do everything, mate.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah.
What you should try and do, I mean, I'm not gonna blame her for it, but make no mistake about it. The reason the Fantasy Fellowship didn't continue is because I had a second child. Like, there's no way around that. Huge fan of my second child, but certainly kills. That was a silly thing to take on as I was about to have another child. You know? So
yeah,
I don't have all that.
Something's got to give, hasn't it? Something's got to give.
Yeah. Well, I'm quite delighted that this hasn't. I mean, this is 2020, so we didn't have Liv, but we had Charlotte. But I love that even in Steve's sad absence, this has somehow kept going.
Mm.
All right, I've just done a bit of rearranging, so I'm hopeful that maybe for the first time on the as we look at this thread together, the chat might actually be able to see full screen pictures. I've just opened my browser. You can't. I need to cut this down before if Emma accidentally picks up my phone tomorrow. What's PSP porn? Oh dear.
It hasn't changed anything on the browser for me.
No, I've yet to transition. I shall.
And also I'm not on. It's not, mine isn't live anyway. So.
Let's. I am now going to transition. So that should pop up now. And it should look quite wide at the moment because I've not clicked on a picture. But hopefully, if I've got it right, it'll mean that when we click on pictures, we can see it. That looking all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Me
Right,
anyway.
So here we go. Let's see what we got. We're starting with Joe Holzman, and fingers crossed, a Ride of the Dead for me. Let's go back to OBS. How's that looking? That seems to look pretty good to me. Seems to be getting a big full picture of Joe's model. So maybe we made it. So Joe Holzman is in. And we need to remember, Harry, we're doing 2 lists here.
Yes, I'm just going to go into the whip thread myself, actually, because otherwise I can't follow you.
A Rider of the Dead I was bought for winning a competition on some stream on the go for me. Oh, that's awesome. So Joe was a prize winner at one point and got a Rider of the Dead as his prize. He's got 4 replies. Base coat's done. Time to ghostify it. Post ghost. Oh, and he's finished it. So here, I'll get a full page picture of it. There we go.
Very nice.
So it looks to me like maybe he's painted it normal, a bit like you're doing, and then it looks like he's put, is that night haunt gloom, do you think?
I was going to say, it's not the same, because I'm using Nihilak Oxide at the moment, but that is definitely the gloomy, the sort of more fluorescent greeny one.
Yeah.
Really cool idea. That's what I'm going for, but without the night haunt gloom. So I want to have almost the when the King of the Dead becomes, the more aggressive he becomes more physical. Yeah. That's what I wanted.
I've got the base coat versions on, so he's painting him in a lot of browns and a lot of reds, and then ghostified it on top.
Yeah, I can see it. It looks great.
Very cool. So that's Joe. Then we have Ryan Cut. Oh, I see 5 Dice Cutters. He's like, I need to come and fight. He's revamping his old Metal King at the same time as some Iron Jaw. So there is his revamped King, the classic Metal King, looking very cool, my friend.
Revamping him, he says. Oh, I wonder how are you revamping it.
I think he's got a picture of the original, which is this. Oh, yeah, that is different, isn't it? I think it's redder the second time, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to say the colour of the cloak's changed by the look of it.
I've got plenty to Mark Greentree. I've got plenty to work on tonight. Prime the Witch King that I built in a hotel in York on the last stream. Oh, I remember the picture. So he's got 4 Kings of Men, a Witch King, some fabulous Conkers and Pumpkins, some Bourneville and some Hobbits, but no King of the Dead and no drummers.
Yeah, no drummers either. Yeah, sad times. The Kings of Men are great models, though. They are. I particularly like the one on the right.
Did you really nice. Did you pick those up in the recent?
No, I actually already had them. I got them in the binge of purchases earlier. I've painted one of them, I believe, and I have 3 in little plastic baggies somewhere. Me
and Sam were saying last week it's nice in this lovely book to, I believe, for the first time, have a use for them, like a kind of. There's a scenario, isn't there? Yeah, there's scenario. 2 scenarios where you use them as different things.
Yeah, they're really good. I like them. It's a shame because they're a model that you feel like you should be able to just put in any army as a steward but for some reason you can't because they're kings. No.
So Frederick Schultz says, got a few BSIME supplies and some hobby stuff to work in, including Dunharrow, Dunland and some terrain stuff. All several years old projects, very BSIME stuff. So there's his Smarties bar. You can see that in the background.
Oh, yeah, it's white chocolate, is it?
Yeah.
White chocolate Smarties.
I can't see anything, but he's put Dunharrow, so I'm going to put him in.
I think that the model on top of the plastic box is a plastic Dunharrow guy. Or maybe it isn't.
Is he? Maybe. But there might also other comments. I wonder if he's done any little...
Oh, he's got Spetzi.
He always has a fun selection of snacks.
I believe Spetzi is like a Fanta mixed with Coke.
Do you know what? Huge spoilers ahead, and I did hint at this last time. Do you know who else got Spetzi?
Is it you? Did you get one from...
And you know this, but I think we've got to keep this under wraps. Another supply teacher has got a Spetzi.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think I can guess, but I don't know whether I'm sure.
So that's why we haven't had Frederick's Ardacon snacks, because another guest host has got. I knew that they were going to be doing it, so I festooned them with
Excellent. Great idea.
snacks. So I'm saving it. But yeah, I too have that, but I have yet to sample it. We have Ian Spiller in, who's put a sideways photo in because he just wants to see the world burn.
Some Rohan there.
Yeah, 4 imps. A great upcoming tournament, so here.
I agree.
But no drummer and no ghosts.
I know, that's a disappointing lack of drummers and ghosts.
Scott Johnson, unfortunately no Army of the Dead, but clearing the scenery backlog just for fun. Tea and biscuits for good measure. I've got that mug, it's a brilliant mug, and working on a fantastic spooky Dol Guldur set. Have you done any
Lovely
of those?
set.
Have you done those?
I have. I've done quite a few for the tournament. They're very spiky, and frankly, as much as they're a creative person's dream, but for someone like me who just wants to assemble terrain and relatively quickly and build up and some nice, they are a bit of a nightmare, frankly, because I kept getting the angles wrong and putting the wrong little bits in the wrong holes. But when they were done, I was so happy with them, and they look really good.
I'm right there with you, and I think it's the true of the Osgiliath one. I haven't done any of the Osgiliath ones. I did one set of Dol Guldur for that Battle Companies project that I still haven't finished, and I was like, I enjoyed it as a one-off, but there is no joy to me whatsoever in the thought of doing a table of them.
Absolutely not. I have got a box fairly recently of the Osgiliath terrain. They've got they had the big boxes on release. I don't think they still do those big boxes, but someone at a shop in Melton Mowbray had one, and it was, it had store discount on it as well.
Oh, amazing.
So it was like a super discount offer, already good discount for the thing. So I was like, I'm going to get that. And the box is really nice. It's like one of those really solid, hefty boxes. Yeah. They've just really, the new army boxes,
we've got them.
Starter boxes. They're really good quality.
Rick made us all the Rohan sceneries, and we sent. I think we sent him. I think it was 3 Rohan strongholds. So at 7 stones, all the palisades are in them. So I know exactly what you mean. The big, thick, heavy boxes that you have to shake the bottom out of and everything.
Oh, that's
lovely
great.
Boxes. Lovely.
I haven't yet opened it, but I've done some of the ruins, and they are lovely ruins. But as you said, they're fiddly.
Yeah. Well, I haven't done any of them because we just sent all of ours to Rick for the Osgiliath.
Oh, they are fiddly. I can assure you that.
Yeah. Rory Campbell, I've got open. He's got some metal warriors. No, they're plastic. He's got plastic warriors of the Dead. Some classic spooky boys, which you love to see. I do feel a real affinity for these ghosts because of everything I went through, referring to skulls and stuff, and I do like them. I do.
Because they were your first army of the new edition, basically, weren't they? Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a lot of fondness for them, and I've gone back to Return of the King a few because throwing the skulls when I did it was pre-Legions, it was pre-Gondor at War. So it was just 1,000 points of Army Dead with Aragorn yellow allianced in as a ranger, or green maybe. I can't remember what it was.
I think.
Is it green?
I think it's green because it's the only way to have an army allied. Yeah. I think it's any army without him is something like that. Yeah.
So it was just 1,000 points of them, and then I've gone back to use the Legion at a few events, and of course we'll be doing it next weekend as well. And he looks like he's chucked Nihilach oxide. However the hell you say it, that looks like that to me.
That's good.
Chucked all over him.
Every time I go back, it goes back to the start. That. You know what? It's such a good. It's so simple, isn't it? That white and Nihilach oxide, but it just does such a great job. So.
Michael Askell always has life goals from just his photos. Look at that! It's beautiful models and a glass of wine and an indulgent cake.
I love he's got the spoon. He's got the chocolate orange cake. It's very good.
It's great. And he's working on exactly what I was doing: a box of translucent guys and the King of the Dead.
Oh, lovely!
Love to see it.
We didn't hear what whether Michael's painting them though, did we?
I don't believe we did. We've got some update pics. Let's see if he does anything. So I'll do He says, I didn't read the instructions and snipped them off as normal and all okay. Yeah, I will say that. I've snapped 20 off and I've had no accidents with them.
They look.
And I was also snipping off the tabs at the bottom to make like a single peg I could push into the cork. So no accidents from my part. I would now use files to smooth the clipped areas, but debating whether I need to or not. And he says, I did file them very carefully and I think I'm done now for the evening.
That's good. That's a lot of prep though, because you've got to be very careful with these ones, haven't you?
Yeah, or not.
Oh yeah, you've been all right by the sounds of it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm right there with you on the kind of doesn't really matter. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm doing them. Yeah,
I'll do it as good. I mean, the one thing I'm noticing is that the tones of colour are very different in some of these, but well, it's fine.
This for the chat. It's worth noticing. I am currently going to try this beer bottle, so I'm opening it.
Oh, the frozen one.
Yeah, nothing's happened, but will it taste like crap?
It should be all right.
It normally tastes awful afterwards because it somehow becomes watered down once it.
Yeah, well, it's sort of if you've still got some ice in there, it's
it's still a bit frozen in there, but it's all right.
Do the job.
So Michael is in.
Good.
As he so often is.
I think it'll be a very small bunch this week, though. Do you?
I would have thought I thought because of if it was just translucent ones, I thought it would be. But I thought everyone, the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, everyone's got a sprue of these guys.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe. Well, we've got a lot of comments in the whip thread to go through.
Sean Clark has got a Kit Kat pink lemonade. That's got to be an import.
Oh, yeah, because isn't it Japan or something that has really huge numbers of them? Yeah.
And some Biscoff white chocolate, and you'll see he is doing. I think he's got an update picture somewhere. Warrior of the Dead converted into an orc for my Khan Dum army, and there is the
very
picture
nice.
of it. Oh, and he's using that lovely. Have you seen any of Sean's stuff that he's been doing?
I probably have. Let me have a look at this and see.
He's been painting some beautiful.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That's a really clever conversion, actually. I like that.
Like Khan Dum stuff with some freehand banners and all that. Really,
I haven't seen all that. I'll have to have a look.
So yeah, that's the head, isn't it? He's taken the head. So
yeah, and the axe, the club
weapon,
thing.
Yeah. So yeah, he gets in because he's using an Army of the Dead model.
Yeah, really great idea as well.
Yeah, it's cool. Where are you on Khan Dum? Do you like him?
You know what? I didn't think I would, and then I kind of read the rules for them and realised they weren't very competitive, and they have this like fun kind of buff to the heroes that makes them like that if you kill stuff you get heroic combats and you get +1 fight value. And I just thought, you know what, that sounds like a lot of fun, and I started really I kind of came around to them. I would have bought some, but they were out of stock. Okay. So
do you like the models?
I don't know. Yes, I do, but they don't feel particularly Lord of the Ringsy. But I don't think that bothers me as much as it once did. I quite like the models. I think they're all right, and I really like the heroes. The generic guys aren't as exciting to me, but I do. I don't know. I think the rules are what's selling them to me, frankly. I just think they sound like a fun army to use. Yeah. They don't sound overly competitive, but they sound like a fun army to use. So I'm quite into that.
I was saying this to Sam last week when I got the when I got the book. I thought they looked much better when I saw them next to Arnold guys than when they were just on their own.
Yeah, maybe that's what I thought. I couldn't quite pick because when I because Alex Temple and me and J-Mac, I think, did it. Or was it? No, Jack. We did a stream about sort of reacting to all the new models, and I think I was sort of lukewarm on them. We talked about them being similar to Warcry models, but
Dark Oath and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I thought at the time I'm not that bothered, but I think maybe you're right. Maybe it is seeing them in the context of the book and stuff, and also actually seeing, frankly, what other people have done with them. So I've seen some people paint them in purple, and I think, oh yeah, that's a bit different. I quite like that. So maybe it's just a combination of everything.
I'm not that fussed about them. I like them more, but I just don't quite take it. It irks me that they're defense 4.
Are they defense 4? I thought they're defense 5.
They get defense 5.
Defense 4 plus a shield. Yeah.
And it's like they're not. It's a bit like the Lake Town Militia. It's like, hang on, they're not wearing any armor. But, a minor thing.
And Numenor is still defense 5, even though
Yeah.
But anyway.
Ryan Carrington is in. He is painting kind of similar, but he's doing the metal. So he's painting some classic metal Army of the Dead to be used as Khan Dum. So I think we're seeing a lot of what the community is going to here.
Yeah, that's interesting. They do look good, though.
Did you see Matt Davis's Army of the Living back in the day?
I don't think so. No. I mean, I've seen a lot of impressive Matt Davies stuff, but
he converted them. So he took the Army of the Dead and made them human. So
to fill in all the gaps in the shields and
green
stuff.
scuffed all their rags and made them their own standing army. It was just incredible. That's why we've got the Stone of Eric prize at 7 stones. because he did that. That's
Oh, that's brilliant.
Josh Crosby, snack save. This is interesting. Snack save from the States. So Josh Crosby has been in America recently.
That's suspicious. I thought that only a cat had been to America.
Well, exactly. I know that Winston Cat was in America posting things.
Interesting.
Maybe I could chat to Josh about if he saw Winston Cat.
Oh, hold on a second. Look what else is in there.
So he's got snack safe from the States, cookie dough bites and some Skittles.
Oh, no, wait. The comments. He's got a drummer.
Really? Do we have a drummer?
He has a drummer. We've
got some
a
incredible stickers in the background. You'll love to see it. So he's he's going in Josh Crosby. So that is 5 dice Crosby and 5 dice Colours are in the chat. They're in the.
But Crosby's the only one in the drummer chat, isn't he?
Could he be the one or only person?
Give him the one drummer.
So what's he got? He's got a test scheme. So I think I need to click on that because that's actually his paint job. Incredible as ever. He's
it's really
inspiring
nice.
hobbyist. Looks beautiful. What else has he got in there? Can't decide which drummer to paint, classic or conversion. So he's got So conversion. He's just so effortless, the stuff he does. Right, and then I'm putting Josh Crosby down in a second exciting list.
Oh, there's some good ones coming up.
And then,
well, they're all good, but there's some.
I believe he's then got made while waiting for washes to dry. He's just casually chucked in another amazing conversion with a beautiful King of the Dead behind it.
Yeah,
lovely stuff.
Top stuff.
Haunting resemblance. Thank you. Like that.
I did.
Tom Christian, hoping to get these assembled tonight. Been saving them for the stream. That's exactly what we hoped for. And he's got the classic. I think we're seeing what people did. I think people bought a box and the king. That seems to be the correct amount to buy. I hope you got on
as you've said it, you only really need that, and then you've got a full army, haven't you? Like
particularly if you had the 3 hunters in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're just not going to go for the other warriors. So Tom Christian gets in. Stephen Ryan. Vicky Ryan is on theme tonight. Vicky Ryan painting a translucent King of the Dead. That's Vicky Ryan getting in.
Very good.
I like the nail polishes in the background as well. And I think, I was
going to say the nail polish is being painted to look like.
I'm opening that up again because I think I've been terribly dismissive there.
Yeah, no, the nail polish is in the same colour as the king, which is very good.
I've reopened it and we can see kind of shiny green and shiny blue nail polish. So that
very
needs to be acknowledged. Very important. Good work, Vicky.
Well done, Vicky.
Solid work. Stephen's probably going, I can't believe you got the credit for my King of the Dead at this point, but who knows? Robert Lawson, dug up my old Pelennor Field box sets. Hey, I told you. Just for the occasion. First time painting Army of the Dead, so we're interested to see how they turn out. So I'll just kick onto his comment. He says, shade down next, then time for some dry brushing. So that looks already like they've had a base and a dry brush, but it's cool. Robert
looks
Lawson.
like it.
I had so much fun with that army and the blog on Warcom in the build up to Throne Skull. It was such an unexpected project, and it was a joy to do, just dry brushing and getting a whole lot new army from nowhere. They were a lot of fun. Frederick Schultz has a link to a video. 2 drums and a cymbal fall off a cliff.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Is that you?
No, it's not. It's some people throwing a set of drums off a cliff to make the badum sound.
How long is it? I'm going to try it. I have no idea if this will work audio-wise, but let's see.
You think after 30 years I'd be prepared for this, but I'm not. Anyway, happy retirement me.
Studies show our relationship with money is formed from the age of 7. To start a new one.
I can hear the advert.
You've heard the old joke that goes, 2 drums and a cymbal fall off a cliff. Right, well, we've got 2 drums, a cymbal, and a cliff.
It's a good combination, this.
You ready?
Ready!
What's black and white and red all over? A badger in a blender.
Yes!
That guy loved that. I love that.
It worked. It's good. I like it. There we go. I hope you're able to watch that.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly see it on the screen. Whether you could hear it or not, I don't know. But it's brilliant.
Richard Clammer says, I've been waiting so long for this episode. First on GW, then on you guys. So he's got his nacho. I think there's I don't think we need the first one. Oh, go on. It's a prep picture. Wow, look at that. He's got a beer, he's got his lemonade, he's got a massive thing of nachos, and he's got, wouldn't you know it, he's got a box of Army of the Dead and the King.
Can see it.
It's the classic build.
Oh no, he said he's lost a slaughter tab on a Dead number 2. That's bad.
I also have snacks for ones. First brittle casualty. The slaughter tab is stepped on Dead number 2. 21 more to go. Eesh.
Hold on.
Oh yeah.
We have a competition now. Richard Clammer got the memo late. It says gonna convert these for Moria, and there's some drums.
Are we okay? Are they troll drums? They're troll drums parts.
I don't know where they're from.
They look like
whatever they are.
Troll drums to me, because that's a bag of troll arms on the side, right?
It looks. There's definitely drums. Whatever it is. You're right. That's a bag of drums. Yeah.
He's in.
He's had a lot of trolls, has Richard.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
1, 2. Because you get 2 drums on each day. So 2, 4, 6, 8. He's had 8. So 4 trolls. Richard's got tucked away there somewhere.
Let's just see his.
And no troll drummers.
Progress. Done now with the models and nachos. Save the rest for tomorrow. Need more beer now. You guys are taking so long to catch up on the chat. Well, we're sorry. What do you think? Isn't it? They look quite cool, right?
What, the Army of the Dead?
Yeah. I think they're good.
I do, yeah. I really like them. Has he done? I've seen one from an hour ago, but I can't see more up to date than that. For
it's showing up as 1 hour. It's just all of them in a row in front of the nachos.
Oh, he's also built some scenery which looks incredible.
Richard,
like massive wooden pagoda thing. Yeah. A comment to one of the other comments. There's lots of different layers of.
Not sure why I can't see that. Oh, hang on. Is there?
It's the comment to the dump.
There you go.
That's incredible stuff.
Wow.
That thing looks that's massive as well.
Also finished my pagodas. This is a culmination of my Eastern scenery assembly. It's amazing.
Are you going to paint that, Richard, out of interest? Because in some ways I actually think that looks really good as it is. Yeah. But it'll look amazing if you paint it.
That's why I was so drawn to all the foreground stuff. That's why I've got so much foreground stuff. I just didn't have to paint it.
Those ones are really nice, weren't they? Well, because I did one of the Brie ones, and I just sprayed the outside black and the inside white, and then it was just Tudor style, and it looked fine. So, yeah.
All right, Richard. So Richard's in for both. That's cool. Stephen Ryan, building this batch tonight will put me over 100 models for the year for the first time ever. Well, you need to go for 123, my friend. Look, he's using Tamiya Clear. And
Did it work?
You wouldn't believe what he's got. He's got a box of Warriors, and he's got the King and the Heralds. Let's see if it works. If he updates us, because I think he's got an update comment. Tamiya appears to have worked. So there they go. They look good, man.
I could have sworn I used to have a scorpion green, and I don't have a scorpion green anymore. It's very annoying.
Sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Adele Boscher, Taylor Swift inspired Rider of the Dead. Oh, it's from Mark Fry. Progress pick. Why is it a Taylor Swift inspired Army of the Dead?
It's blue. Blue.
This is where we need Sam and Nick back. They've got the
Nick's got
the
top
big Tay-Tay knowledge.
Taylor Swift knowledge.
Do you know what I'm going to do? Because I like to watch the world burn. I'm putting Adele in as the entrant because she put the photo up. Mark Bry's in brackets, but they can, if she wins, they can argue about the dice.
Someone can have the dice, I'm sure.
Taylor Swift inspired. Come on, there's Trouble, there's Anti-Hero, there's We're Never Getting Back Together. Is there a We Once Made an Oath to Fight by You? And
Love Story.
Love Story. That, in many ways, the story of Dunharrow and Isildur and Aragorn
is quite like a love
story. Your relationship with Lee is quite like a car crash. I don't know. I don't know what the. I don't get it, I'm afraid. And I'm disgusted with myself. I'm sure someone in the chat will help us out.
Yes, I'm sure they will.
Thank you for your intro. Sam Huddy says, off theme for me tonight as I'm doing something very non-BSIME. I'm painting for the one-dayer in Warhammer World on Friday. Oh, cool. I've never been to one of those.
Yeah, are they like? Do they do like a battle companies days and stuff?
Yeah, they just or even just small tournaments. They just put on little like small 1 day 500-point tournaments the Friday before a Middle Earth tournament. It's a really good idea.
I never knew that they were just 1 day kind of 500. Yeah. I thought they were like.
I don't
I'm sure they did a battle companies once.
I think they have done battle companies. Yeah,
I'm sure they. I was going to say. I just thought they were always a battle companies.
No, they've been doing like these 3-game single day events, which is great if you can get up there early enough. The kind of feel you obviously pay for a ticket, but I feel like you get more for your kind of petrol money if you're travelling. You know?
Yeah, that's true. And if you're taking the whole of Friday off anyway, if you leave early on the Friday morning, then because I suppose for you've got a longer journey than I have, so I'd only go on the Saturday morning.
I always have the day off, I'm off this Friday, but I'm never there in time. You know, we get up there for like either lunchtime or 2, so you're never there for the first game.
Yeah, you'd have to be leaving at a ridiculous hour of the morning to get there for that one.
Indeed. I've been a bit naughty and gone and looked at the chat. Lavender Haze is the from Ashley Fisher.
That must be a joke. A song,
it's themed around lavender, and I believe there's a Lavender Haze song.
Very good.
Thank you for your help.
Sense.
That was Mark and Adele.
And there's a progress pick as well. Oh no, so it's the opposite. I think there was an original pick and then a progress pick labelled as the conversion. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
I don't know where I've become lost. Sorry. It's because my order has changed as I refresh the page.
Yeah, same.
So we have it's Sam being off theme because he's working on some Rangers with some Dairy Milk and some Copperberg for the Warhammer World event. But no drums and no ghosts. Michael Dublé has some plastic Warriors of the Dead, so he's getting in. Michael Dublé. Looking good, my friend.
Yeah, they look more grey, which is I was going to remark on that when you were reading, but you were mid thing, and it sort of said that it was a kind of cloud of grey for them, and I kind of wondered, maybe I should try the Dead being painted in the kind of sort of more traditional spooky grey. And it looks, unless this is just very early stages for Michael, it looks like he might have gone with a sort of slightly more kind of muted palette, which
they call them the Shadow Host as well, don't they? Which always conjures up kind of greys to me. And the Grey Company as well, of course.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Jack Zalakowski, currently taking a break from full Warrior Army to paint up a Khazad-Dûm battle company, but my King of the Dead could do with a new crown. You love to see it. This is literally what I live for. Is people getting a single model out just to join in a big fun community evening.
And looking and it's nice to see something that once would have he might have considered finished, be improved in such a way, because it does look better now. It's got a shiny hat, which is really nice. I like
Absolutely. That. I love it. It makes my heart sore. Chris Cooper, going to be making these fellas tonight. No Ruth, though. She's out gaming. Thank God, frankly, given the conversations about the PSP.
All that porn comments, yeah.
So Chris Cooper's in. Hopefully making use of his new paints that he won this week. Excellent work. I don't think we had a progress pick there. Scott Newman, no Dead of Dunharrow for me tonight, but some orcs. I don't think any of those has got a drum.
Oh, tragic. There's a great opportunity for people to use their big troll from the Pelennor Fields box and stuff like that.
I think Richard Clammer's smashed that, hasn't
he? He has. He's getting.
And everyone else is panicking, going, "I do have a troll." Because everyone's got that. Everyone's built a plastic troll and not used the drum.
Yeah, exactly.
I tell you what, Josh Crosby and Richard Clammer, they're fancying their chances of winning an Envoy dice.
Absolutely.
Right, Griggs, working on the ever so beautiful Gothmog again tonight. Sadly, his mace broke off while trying to take a picture. How were you taking the picture? Were you throwing a camera at him? And he's fixed him, though. He's looking very good, man.
That's
lovely.
lovely.
Little armor highlights on
metals are really nice. Yeah, I was going to say the armor is beautiful.
I don't know why I'm typing your name though, because you're not in.
It is nice though.
I was just wowed by your Gothmog. Nearly fell for it. Katie Webster is painting horses, but they're not dead horses, and they're not drum horses. I was going to say dead horse.
No drums there.
No dice for you, I'm afraid.
Lovely horses.
Lovely for you to have you in there as always. Hawk Jacobson. Stream snacks almost gone, but I've decided to convert a spare King of the Dead into my own version of the Shadow of Rudel. Oh, that's cool.
Ooh.
You get in. Is that an apple pie there?
You know what? It's interesting hearing a lot of people have really jumped in the Angmar book, haven't they? I mean, we heard on the stream last week a lot of people kind of seemingly interested and had picked up Made to Orders or Werewolves or whatever, but it's interesting to see that sort of enthusiasm continue into this week.
Can you give us? You obviously weren't there. But I know you've done your stream about it. I'm not sure when it would be released or if it's just the models. But what were your thoughts on Rise of Angmar? Is it cool? Do you like it? Anything you're excited about?
Absolutely, yeah. I really do like the book. I've read it cover to cover pretty much straight away. I really enjoyed reading the fluff. I've always sort of enjoyed that bit of it because I don't read the books in as great depth as you do, so I quite like a bit of a GW summary. So I've really enjoyed that. I think Calm Dumb is probably the stuff that I'm most interested in, but the miniature that stood out for me was Aranath, which is a beautiful miniature, and I have built him. He's here, and he's a lovely little model. I haven't put any paint on him. I just washed the soap off him the other day. Sorry, not washed the soap. Washed him with soap to wash the sort of agent off him, and then he's going to get some paint on at some point. And I think I have got some Warriors of Arnor somewhere. I'm going to paint them because I'm in the mood for it. Whether I'll actually ever use them or not, I don't know. But yeah, I'm hyped, and I'm loving that other people are getting so excited by building Shadows of Rudar and the Yoinkork and all that sort of stuff. It's nice to have a bit of a revitalization of the hobby and people going, oh yeah, I want to do this and that and the other, because it's been such a barren time for so long that it's nice to see that enthusiasm come out again.
I think Yoinkork might become like rocket sausage. I think that is becoming unofficial parlance for.
It may well be.
That's cool.
Nasdaq, was it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's Yoinkork. Nasdaq, I think.
Yeah. I think it will soon be, but I will just not know the actual name.
That's cool. I think I said to Sam last week, I think mine had arrived on Wednesday and we did the stream on Friday, but since then I have now read all the Legions and all the profiles and all the fluff. And I'm glad you said that, because I was like, I spent 30... I don't know if people do this, but when you get to, when you get to the army sections like this, I read this. I read like Minas Tirith, and I read the strengths and weaknesses. I don't just read the profiles. I'm like, I've spent 34 quid on this book. I want to sit down and actually enjoy it. So that's what I've done this week. Like I was doing the deep dive stuff, obviously, but like I went through and read all the Legions and all the fluff and all the profiles and all the fluff. And so the only thing I haven't read now is the narrative scenarios. But I've been really enjoying it. It.
Yeah, I kind of dip in and out of it over the first few weeks. So I'll the first thing I did was read all the sort of early big chunks of fluff, and then I read some of the fluff for the characters, and then I went back and because there'd been so much leaked to that, I knew kind of a lot of the rules anyway, so I looked at them a bit more cursory in a kind of cursory glance, I think, initially. Then I went back to the profiles and back to the Legions, and then back to the had a read through the scenarios, which I really enjoyed. And the one thing I don't read is the strengths and weaknesses. I have a look. I always have a glance at them, and I always, they're just not very good. I know.
You
gain absolutely nothing.
I can't help myself.
Yeah, and it's nice that they're there, but like I don't know who they are for. Like if you're reading a Legendary Legion of this army, it's like, yes, I'm aware that Courage 2 is low. It's like, maybe they are for beginners, I guess, but I don't read them. I don't think there's a lot of value in them.
I'll read one comment because I happen to be looking at the comments at the moment, and it just made me giggle, because I hate to agree with Larry Miller, but he said, I don't know if this is I read as in he has done, or I read as in what he always does. I read it cover to cover except for the Legendary Legion explanation page. Does anyone read that page? And it's this. And it's the only two I haven't read it. It's the only 2 pages I haven't read, because I think it's copied and pasted, right?
Yeah, it probably is. Yeah.
And it really made me laugh. I was like, no, of course not, because Everything else I will read in this, except for those 2 pages that I will.
Because but obviously you have to put them in there, because otherwise people who are picking up this book and only this one will not know what they are. Yeah.
But no, so I'm loving it even more than last week, and I think forgive me if I said this on the stream last week. I don't think I did. I think it was it was a discovery I had this week. But I found myself getting really turned towards the Rangers. I think I put it in our Patreon chat rather than on the stream, like completely unexpectedly. I was like, just looking at kind of, actually, reading the appendix, I was like, so I quite want to get Berda, and so they've written fluff around the fact that this made-up troll kills Arathorn. Maybe I'll get Arathorn then. And that's like the pack with the 2 halberds.
See, now that's interesting, because I think you mentioned at the stream last week that you'd never read The Ruin of Arnor, the original book.
Yeah, it's the only book I haven't got.
Yeah, because that fluff, the Berda fluff, that is all from the Ruin of Arnor book.
It's made up by GW, right?
Yeah, made up by GW.
Made up, isn't it? Yeah.
I think in the lore, a troll kills.
Trolls,
yeah, but not they've not got a name for him. But I really liked that in that Ruin of Arnor book, which I think is one of the best of the early supplement expansions, or certainly one of my favourites anyway. Best is kind of subjective, isn't it? But so that it's interesting that you've drawn to it because of that, because it was
just that kind of trickling where you suddenly go, and then that will mean I should actually get the Dinardane. The 7 new Dinardane that have been released or whatever. I was like, which I don't have, and I was like, I was going to avoid them, and then if I've got the Dinardane, I'll probably get Aranarth. And you know what I mean, this whole, and I was like, it's only 10 models, but it's a whole new army. And that is purely from reading the fluff in the book. Do you know what I mean? Somebody going, now I like Dinardane. I never really liked him before.
I think that's what, when I was saying about the Khan Doom stuff earlier, I think that's probably part of the reason as to why I like the Khan Doom stuff so much. That I started reading, because I didn't really know the story about all the different kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor, and that it split off into all these. And it was like, I like that they're not just evil people. Yeah. They've kind of split off in these kingdoms, and it fleshed that story out a bit more than it ever had been for me. So I've sort of felt like, they're not just generic evil guys with antlers on their heads, although that is obviously a big advantage, especially if you're Larry. But maybe that's part of it. That's the lore behind it has kind of pushed me past the miniatures that I initially thought were a bit fantasy-esque.
But it's something I love so much about the hobby, when you don't just pick a new army or something. Just something like that happens so completely unexpectedly.
Happens. Yeah,
it happened to me with the Army of the Dead with that Warcom probably, and it happened with things like the Crebain and stuff, where you've got no plans whatsoever to do this, and suddenly just some little thing fires off, and you find yourself wandering off down a completely different
and you're sort of swept up in a wave of enthusiasm, which is just delightful.
So I think that sometime next year, because none of it's made to order, so I don't need to panic. But I definitely think I'll crack and get a few of those bits. Anyway, love it. But yeah, anything more on Rise of Angmar for you?
No. That's pretty much it for me. I do like the hill trolls. I think they look really cool.
So good. Right.
I know some people were really angry about the fact that cave trolls, and I feel bad for Mark Stone particularly. Because I used to run an army with Berda and trolls and Shade and Dwimmerlake back in the old edition, which was amusing but not particularly good. But so I have sympathy for him and his troll kind of army, because I've got some. All of my cave trolls have got like spooky bases rather than sort of Moria-esque bases. So I do feel his pain, but. The new hill trolls are so nice and it makes a lot more sense than cave trolls being not in caves, if that makes sense. So.
I think Frederick Schultz's superb tinfoil hatting happened since the last stream. What do you think about the base thing? Have you followed this?
I saw Frederick saying something and posting something about it, but I don't think I think I saw it while I was at work and never went back to it, so I don't know what it was.
I don't have all the pictures to hand, but I believe in here, if you look at Berda there, is he? I can't really see it. Is that Berda's foot? Yeah, it's there, isn't it? You see the rock?
Oh yeah, it's hanging off the base.
Hanging off the base. If you look at him on Warcom, it's not hanging off the base. So Frederick has gone. He's on a 40mm base in the book and a 50mm base now.
Ooh.
And bear in mind all the chatter that maybe the book's been waiting for 2 years.
Yes, it has.
Have the hill trolls not been released because they're going to be on 50mm bases. I'm just trying to think of the rampant speculation people have, which would mean Berda's on a 50mm base.
Yeah.
Perhaps for the new edition.
I like the tinfoil hat style stuff, and it kind of does make sense, doesn't it? Because what I'm hoping that means is that there's some kind of cool special rule for monsters that makes them a little bit more, less easily surrounded and killed. Basically, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But it was one of the things when looking at it, I was like, they do look like they're on different bases.
Yeah, they definitely
I'm with
do.
him on that. I was like, they do look, and I was like, does that mean there's been a change? Does that mean that change is why there's been a delay? But it doesn't matter for the Hill Trust, but it would matter for Birder. If they released him on a 50mm, and then what happens to everyone's existing Birder on a 40? And it was fun speculation stuff, and I don't know.
Yeah.
But
and historically they've not really done more than one version of the model, so you'd expect that they'd have taken that photo and then removed it from that base and put it on another one or something like that, wouldn't you? So
and they're the only models, I believe, that haven't been released. So it's like it's interesting. It's good, and I just wanted to give Frederick a shout out because even if it's all nonsense, it's fun. I thought
it's good theory, Hammer. I love it.
Absolutely. So anyway,
sorry, we interrupted the whip thread. Sorry,
super cool. And Hawk Jacobson's apple pie has had a glorious moment in the sun. But he is in the draw. Ashley Fisher, 20 clear plastics and 10 regular plastics, all done. Bases to go. Let's go to his update pick. So here we go. You can see them next to each other. So they do look different. He's obviously doing the same colour scheme for the top halves, and then he's left the bottom halves of the translucent guys green.
Yeah, I like that. It's quite cool.
He's got Lucky Saint
beer.
Whatever that is.
Oh, actually, no, that's a 0.5% IPA. I look at it.
So 4 Dice Fisher is in.
Oh.
Looking very cool. So we've got all 4 of the big names in. We've got all 4 of the 4 pluses in. Big night.
I very almost did some dry brushing with bolt gun metal instead of grey. That could have been a catastrophe.
Extremely bad. Larry Miller couldn't find any ghost themed snacks, but managed to find something thematic, and he's found squashies.
I like squashies.
Why are they thematic?
Is it because they're sort of green on the bottom and pink on the top, that sort of thing? A bit like the...
Is that what colours they are? God knows what it is coming through Larry's phone. They look blue and pink to me, or pink and white.
Oh yeah, I think there's a sour squashy actually, so maybe it's that.
I don't know.
I can't even find Larry.
Drumstick colour, drumstick flavour.
Yeah.
And he's working on his Antler Boys, he's working on his Calm Doom guys. But I believe that's no entry for Larry Miller.
Poor old Larry. We still love you, Larry.
Which takes us to... Oh, it's not. Oh, it's not the bottom. Oh my God, it's not the bottom. Adele, I just want to stay in that lavender haze. She's now... I think this was 2 hours ago. Oh no, so it's not a response. So here's the lavender haze. Confirmation it's a lavender haze themed reference. And it looks quite good, to be fair. I like it.
I can't find that comment. I don't know where you... Oh well. You just, go with you. Mine's Matt Hudson next rather than...
Oh yeah, something weird's just happened. I've now got Matt Hudson next. Where the hell did I find that? That's interesting. So Matt Hudson, I am on Soldier of the Dead. I will never use. My little girl Etty has also finished her King of the Dead, but she wants to dice for herself. If she gets it, you're both going in. I love it. I can't tell you how much, again, it makes my heart sore to think that people are out there hobbying with their kids. That's amazing. I'm going to assume it's Etty Hudson. Apologies if that's incorrect, but that's what I'm going to write down. And I think we've found the People's Champion for tonight, right?
Yes. That is actually a very, very well... I mean, how old did we say Etty was?
I don't know how old Etty is.
I mean, judging from just the size of the hand compared with the size of the miniature, she's pretty young, and that is an impressive paint job for whoever.
Oh,
however.
There's a comment.
What does it say?
I was looking at the first picture. I was like, dude, that's Matt's hand.
Oh no!
Yeah,
there's a small child on it.
Forgive me if I'm wrong. I think Etty is about 4.
Oh wow!
I think
if she is 4, that is a very impressive paintwork for a 4-year-old.
Wonderful. I didn't realise this picture. That's amazing. That's on screen. Looking mega cool. And I think we've got another comment.
Yeah, there's a finished Army of the Dead from Matt. Looking good.
Finished not well. I wouldn't say it's not well. It was absolutely fine. It's perfect for him. Perfect for a sort of Warrior of the Dead. Looking good. God, so many. So we've got both of those on. We've got Matt Hudson and Airty Husband. Nathan Talbot is in. Some dead being repaired tonight.
That's good.
And he's got a drummer getting a splash of paint.
Yay.
So these are tragically, this is going to be 3 pictures. I can only apologise. So Nathan Talbot goes into the draw for the Army of the Dead with a few plastics. And then his drummer, he's got a troll drummer getting a splash of paint. So he's going into the troll draw.
God, we're going really late.
I know. I was just thinking that.
Is this the latest stream that you've ever done?
I think, and maybe someone can go and find it out for us in chat. I think the latest is 5:23. So, dare to dream, Harry. You might be breaking records all over the shop here tonight.
Oh my goodness me!
Crazy scenes.
Because usually
Larry
Steve's
Miller
eyes
has
have gone
direct
well
messaged me with outrage to say there was a ghost sprue in the picture. Nathan, so these are the models Nathan's actually painting. He's working on some Iron Hills, which is very cool. So I trust Larry. He's a man of integrity, so I'm gonna put Larry in. Unless he's directly asking me to go and look at his hilarious ghost brew. Here we go. It was Larry. Oh, it's right. Oh, they're translucent.
You can't see them.
I looked straight through them. How did... You saw this as well, right? How did we miss that?
To be fair, while we were looking at Larry's, no, they are actually hidden. I didn't actually see that one very well. I just saw it from a distance. I didn't zoom in.
This is Larry's camera. This is what it does. There's literally a sprue of translucent Army of the Dead that I looked straight through discussing the squashies. Incredible stuff.
Actually, there were blue and pink squashes on the left, so there's some...
Oh, wonderful scenes. I love it.
Very good.
Rob Lynchbury, tonight's literal ton of plastic. The mega... Oh, God, that makes me feel sick. See, there's nothing enjoyable about that.
What's he got?
The mega box of Gondor ruins. About 8 hours of clip and clean up. Thank goodness I'm building.
Oh, yeah. This is what I do. This is why I haven't started my box yet. Because where I've lost track now. Oh, yeah. God, that's awful.
Incredible kits, but...
They are.
There's no pleasure to be found in
the thing I find most stressful about it is the idea that you can do anything with them, which some people think is amazing, which I totally understand why. But for me, it's like, oh God, where do I even start? Yeah. And the idea that Rob's going to clip everything off and put it on all in little separate boxes for each little thing, and then do something incredible with it. I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
That stresses me out. I just want to be told where to glue things, and then I'll build it like that.
I said that when on that first Battle Companies video I did, and I never did the second one because they're still not finished. I said that if you get the Dol Guldur kit, the instructions are like a Lego kit. Glue this here, glue this here, glue this, and you make the thing on the cover.
Yeah.
But then it's like, if you don't want to make the thing on the cover, it's like, I don't know, guess.
Do you
know what I mean?
That's why I made the thing on the cover.
Yeah. There's no kind of middle ground for it. Frederick Schultz, who is already in the draw, has got a conversion using a metal, as he always does. Incredible conversion. So a metal Army of the Dead head on a plastic warrior. He's also then got what he calls a spook in the ruins.
Very nice.
It looks like that's the old Gondor ruins, I believe. Looking very, very cool. With the cheeky Deadmarsh Spectre creeping over in the corner.
That is cool. I like that. I actually think, is that ruin... I don't know what that ruin is, because they've got like plastic pillars on the floor next to it.
Isn't it the old Osgiliath ruins?
Could be.
I think. So Steiner Carlson is in with. I think that's a very good photo of how those Army of the Dead guys look.
Yeah, very nice.
I don't think he's painted them. There seems to be like lighter colours on the tops of some, but I think that might just be the light in the camera shot.
I don't think so.
I'll leave them as they are, since I worry I butcher the paint scheme. You and me both, my friend. Christopher Cooper had Ruth eventually turn up. Oh no! Oh God! Oh, she was here.
Sorry, Ruth.
And stick a Dead of Dunharrow together. So that means Ruth's getting in,
and also getting our humble apologies.
It wasn't us. It was Matt Hudson, I think, brought it out right.
That's true.
We can't. But
we did. Mac, like, we could have just moved on from that comment, and we didn't.
About it a lot, and we googled it. Got the Necromancer painted 2 for Imps. There you go.
Very good.
Bit of a shout out.
Glad
just need to finish the gaming board. I'm taking now. I bought the fairy lights for it this week. I got some fairy lights delivered this week. hoping they go off with a bang later in the year. So Chris Cooper is working on some plastic Army of the Dead. I think Chris is already in, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chris Cooper has his Necromancer, and Tim Tim has dropped in saying, ban this sick filth, GW please nerf.
That's Tim being very tongue-in-cheek.
Absolutely. Kicking off about the OP armies going to...
I love kind of brownie orange
cool.
raids though. That's really cool idea.
Bryant Metalhead is working on some good stuff there. He's got the king. Is that... I reckon that's normal plastic, right? Coffee grounds for basic material turned out pretty effective. That's cool.
Yeah, I think that's normal ones. See how spicy do that.
I can't see what you did. I could just hear you coughing.
Yeah, I'm just eating
James Griffin. You've definitely got some Harry fans in, because there's a lot of painting for imps who aren't on theme. So a lovely bit of OSL there on the James Griffin.
I must say, James is an incredible painter.
That's beautiful.
His, I mean, look at, if you get really close in, you can see the actual eye on that, which is just insane. It's beautiful, beautiful work.
Incredible. You can see him turning up at imps.
Yes, I know. I know what his list is, and it's pretty cool.
It's got Saruman in it.
It has got Saruman in it. Yes.
I think Larry has taken a photo of his mostly fine phone, and as you can see, it is mostly fine.
Now the question is, if he's taking a photo of his mostly fine phone with not his mostly fine phone, why isn't he using the whatever he is taking the photo of the phone with to take the photos?
Harry,
did that make sense?
Harry, I'm gonna. I hope you're sitting down, because I think I'm going to blow your mind here.
Yeah.
I think that's a mirror.
Right. Yes, because it's a blurry image. You're quite right.
I don't know if this is going to change your world for how you can take photos of yourself going forwards, but I think that's what's happening. It's what the kids do.
You know what? I didn't look at the photo before doing it.
Oh my goodness. Hawk Jacobson may have wasted half an hour on sculpting a totally not game legal Hobbit drummer for my growing Arnor band in order to win a dice. Can you see these?
Yes, they're incredible.
That is Rosie's dad. That's Gaffer Gamgee.
It looks like it, yeah. And what looks like what is it? Dunedain with a mandolin.
Yeah.
Where the hell did you get the mandolin? That's incredible stuff. Top work there. And a drummer. Look at that.
That's the people's champion for the drummer sorted.
I think so. As much as all of the other drummers have been fantastic, that is pretty special.
That's incredible. And that is not, my friend, that is not a waste. That is the opposite of a waste. That is the absolute epitome of the spirit of BSIME.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and you're using a Hobbit miniature that you may not have used
an
otherwise.
Expensive model.
Yes, indeed, for something that you may not. Yeah, I mean, even if it's just a Hobbit militia without a drum, and that's fine, isn't it? Because someone would be fine with that being a militia, because they don't have axes anymore anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Incredible stuff. Larry Miller has reposted his picture, and he has assembled at least one ghost, and I can see them now. So incredible work. He's probably put some more ghosts in there that he'll kick off about in a minute. And
now I can see Adele's picture saying, "I just want to stay in that lavender haze."
Is that where have we now got?
That's where it's a pop for me. Yeah.
So Larry's already in there. Adele is in there. I've had that open, and Adele is already in. Tom Wayne, Old King. A few highlights now. So Tom.
I must say, Adele's follow-up picture, the update is really nice. That is cool. A really lovely.
Yeah.
I love the colour as well. Beautiful. And conversion as well.
And, more Tay-Tay Middle-earth crossover as far as I'm concerned.
100%.
Oh, and Tom's got some... He's got some updates. That's the back end. What is this? He's just holding him near a radiator. It's a slightly unusual picture, but I guess that's an update, maybe in good lighting. Very cool, Tom. You're in.
Oh, it's another drummer.
Oh, you'll have to see it. But all the drummers already in. They're not happy to see more drummers coming in.
No, I was going to say the first drummers are loving life, weren't they?
Sean Clark, in honour of our little drummer boy, bought these off Damien at a past meetup. Oh, that's my old. Oh my God,
Gundabad drums.
I sold him like a metal command pack, like blister pack.
Very
who knew
nice.
they'd see paintings? Oh, I'm so happy. It's so nice when, like, you know, those models you've sold on, like, get life, you know? It's cool. I never would have painted them.
And I'm focusing on the who knew they'd be seeing painting table tonight. That sounds like they had been put in a backlog for a long time.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
Frederick Schultz, blending the ruins with Milliput. Slowly coming along. Happy with what I'm getting out of these old sets, given they aren't designed to be modular at all. So yeah, he's using the old pictures.
I see what he's doing. Yeah, looks good.
Oh, it looks incredible. Bit of cool.
Should have sculpted some like little drums to just sort of be discarded.
Would you be happy with just drums rather than drummers?
Absolutely, just drums is fine.
Sam Earnshaw has done a drummer and a drummer.
Oh, look at that.
The drummer content is adding up.
He's also got Spooky Boys.
Did I not scroll up high enough for the Spooky Boys? Oh yeah, Spooky Boys first. There's some Spooky Boys. So Sam's in both. I love that we've divided them, but there's still some people are going, no, I'm in for both.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
Whose idea was it? I think it was Nathan's, wasn't it?
What, the drummer? I can't remember. Thank God I've got an empty dice here to roll for it though.
Yes, and you got 6.
I don't want to break your heart, but there's currently 6 entrants. So if we don't get any more, we can use the entrance to define it.
That would be
Sam's
perfect.
Both. Frederick Schultz has got another update there on his little work he's doing with his amazing conversions. Very cool. Michael Curtis still working on Fellowship era models before the new edition drops, but added a Spooky Boy to be on theme. I love those Wood Elves. I love those Wood Elves. Michael Curtis is in all the way from America.
What is Larry taking a photo of a rock?
It's what Larry does, isn't it?
What is that?
I don't know. I'll just see it. I don't know. What do you think? It's the Wheeled Stone. He said Harold Wheelstone. Yes. He said the Wheeled Stone was the real stone. That's going to be the Wheeled Stone. I'm quite certain of it.
You're almost certainly right there.
It's the Stone of Eric, man. Larry Miller also. I won't zoom in on this because we can see it, but he's also put his copy of the movie tie-in. Frederick Schultz's. We've got some more pictures here of his wonderful conversions. Let's have a look at that one.
Oh yes, Larry has single-handedly ruined the dice roll at the bottom.
No,
but also added a Khan drum objective marker.
We'll allow it though. We'll allow it.
Absolutely, and for the fact that it's a Khan drum objective marker is
what a
round of applause.
Fantastic pun to finish the night and ruin everything.
Yes.
That was on a remarkable 89 comments, so I need to refresh that just to check. It still looks like it's 89, so let's just do all comments and check there's nothing else down there. That is a hell of a lot of comments, guys. Well done, everyone.
Yeah. There were a lot of update pics in that. Perhaps because we've been broadcasting for 5 hours or whatever it is.
I think that is that. Let's go mainstream picture and on. And I will go and have a look at our email. I do. Joe Achille has entered.
Lovely jubbly.
Good afternoon, evening. Painting process has been slow lately, too much work, but happy to get these guys assembled overnight. And he has. Oh, sorry, Joe, I forgot to put it on, but it is the translucent guys. So he's got the classic combo of a box of translucent guys and the King of the Dead. So Joe Achille is in. Boom.
You know what? At the start of this, I didn't think we'd get many, but we've got loads.
There is a lot in there. I don't think it's going to break the record. It could break the record, like it's allowed to break the record. But I don't think we're getting there. While I count up, do you want to jump in the chat and get us up to wherever we are?
Yes. Okay. Oh God, there's going to be so much, isn't there? Right. Where are we? Can you remember where we ended?
I'm trying to find it. There we go. We're off to Tommy Murphy. Happy. I think you read this. Hobbit Day is actually 22nd September because it was the date of Frodo and Bilbo's party. Hobbit was published 21st. Jamie Alino, got to tap out here. No doubt the kids will have me up in the next few hours. Keep up the great work. Joe Achille, don't forget to check email. Did it. Joe Holzman says it's Hexray Flame. He's chucked.
Oh yeah, I just saw that. Hold on, where was that?
I did mention earlier I paint it like this, but you thought I was making a joke about the transparent arm with the tap. Oh yeah, remember when you said he's base coated it, and we were like, "What, you base coated the translucent, guys?"
Yeah.
Then inexplicably misunderstood my clarification. That's what we do. James
yes,
Wilson,
we did. Yeah, we did a lot.
You guys, sleep tight and see you next time. Frederick Schultz, should at least be 3 scenarios in the Angmar book with Kings of Men. Also, I believe there's also a Celebrant scenario somewhere with King of Men. Yeah, you might be right. That makes sense.
There is a field of Celebrant King of Men, but I think that one isn't he? Is he mounted on a? I feel like he might be mounted on that one. Maybe wrong.
Loving the fact we still got 35 viewers at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, people are crazy, aren't they?
Nathan says, I'm all right with cutting characters. It's a travesty we don't get Imrahil. You know what's crazy? I completely disagree with that. I think as great as Imrahil is, he's so obviously cuttable. So cuttable. I think he's an easy. So many of those new characters in Return of the King are so easily, like Baragon and stuff, so easy to get rid of them. Larry says, I can see why he went. It would be hard explaining who he is and who all the guys who have to be leading are without adding a load of stuff. Yeah, that's exactly it. Ironically, adding Army of the Dead should make any army more green. I found it really hard to find mould lines on them. I think he means the ghosty guys. Nathan says another solo moment. I think that's where I had a wee. Harry talked to us about drums. Frederick says, at my I've had another DM, a late night DM. This is normally a Matt Hudson. I've been sent a receipt for a shop called Game Station with the phrase,
I remember Game Station, yeah.
With the phrase, he spent a lot. And I think we all know exactly what he's talking about.
Oh wow, he's still got the photo.
Apparently. Frederick Schultz, at my birthday party at 16 or something, we put a bunch of beer bottles in the freezer and then forgot most of them. I discovered it days later. My parents were angry and had to clean it. I bet they were. It's a nightmarish mess. It's horrible to clean. Nathan T, now I think about it, we can use the guest host period to see if a newbie can learn a song on bass over the course of a stream. Larry says, sorry Harry, I probably helped getting them out of stock with my 4 packs. Were you after some Calm Doom guys? Yeah,
I was. Yeah, I only a week. I didn't buy them in advance. Only after I'd started reading the book did I was like, actually, these are really cool. I want them. Yeah. And most annoyingly, I had them in my basket, bought them, and then immediately got told by Games Workshop, no, sorry, there aren't any now. So I got an instant refund, which was very annoying. Because it must have the time between having them in the basket.
Yeah, you were like the last.
Which it seems mad because I'd have thought if you have something in your basket, surely. You should
think it's secure.
You should be able to buy it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Frederick Shaw says, fun fact, the Khan Doom captain is Fight 4 Strength 4 and Warriors are Fight 3 Strength 4. Is it intentional or a mistake? Usually heroes or captains are +1 on everything.
Yeah, but often not with Strength 4 to 5 because Numenor is Strength 4 captains and heroes, but there's a big difference Strength 4 and 5.
There you go, that guy knows.
Yeah, sadly, I know because Harry's of my time in Numenor.
Boom, solid answer, my friend. Larry says, same as Iron Hills, probably they thought Strength 5 would be too much with the +1 to wound. Yeah. Larry says they've got big leather pads. Yeah, this is about the armour. They've got big leather pads on their thighs and one shoulder and metal helmets. I know, but they've also got bare chests. I don't know. Frederick says, Dunland heroes, especially Goroth, look to Age of Sigmar to me, but have since grown on me. Might be similar to Khan Doom. Also seeing them next to other models. If I ever get some, I'll probably do lots of conversions. Anyway,
so I can't remember what I liked about like whether I liked Goroth originally, but I love the character now. I love the pose, the sort of come at me bro pose. I love that.
Yeah, I agree. I liked him more. Maybe it's just because he was a one-off hero as opposed to a range of warriors. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah.
Nathan T says Harry's definitely going to rewatch this stream.
I don't think I will. As much as it's been good, I don't.
You've got to spare 5.5 hours. Lots of people travel to the States. Hardly an impressive coincidence. What's that about?
That's about you saying somebody who's gone to the States also having a cat who sent stuff.
Behind the curtain, second child breaks fantasy fellowship. Yeah. Larry Miller just about to start painting the armour on these Cardoon guys. Stephen Ryan says, yep, it's the nails. She's been trying to paint them on theme for us when she can. Amazing. Frederick Schultz, beautiful. Criminal that you're not subscribed to Tom Scott.
Is that must be the guy who did the drum video?
Right, yeah, good one. See, this is why we need to work together. This is good. Sam, wonder if that clip will get a copyright strike. Oh, God, you're probably right.
It probably will.
Frederick Schultz, the sound works and the video works. Hooray! Joe Holzman, still more drumming than we've ever seen Harry do. Yeah,
that's
they
true.
do look like the plastic troll kit. Richard says, definitely going to paint the eastern scenery. Haven't decided on doing red as the accent colour or purple to match my can. Thoughts?
Ooh, that's tricky. I mean, I immediately thought of them being red, but that doesn't necessarily mean purple would look bad.
I'd want to go like a terracotta.
Yes, yeah, like a kind of, yeah,
so like a sort of
orangey,
red.
yeah, for the tiles maybe for terracotta, and then
that would be my
red elsewhere. Yeah.
But they're your fantastic models. Do what you want.
Yeah,
Larry Miller has a sensible suggestion. I hear Emperor's Children is a good substitute for Scorpion Green.
I did actually find the Scorpion Green. I rummaged in the box for ages and I forgot I already took it out.
And here comes Taylor Fisher. Lavender Haze, Taylor Swift dead.
Oh.
And then he puts, lol, Taylor Swift is not dead. Taylor Swift inspired Army of the Dead.
Oh, yeah. Very good.
Nathan, 2 drums and a cliff sounds like a battle camper video. Does it?
That's true. Isn't there a song about Taylor Swift where she says that she dies? Anyway.
There's
the old Taylor Swift is dead or something like that.
Yeah, there's also the line in Anti-Heroes got the whole thing, I have a dream where they kill me for the money.
Yeah.
Larry says they did a full weekend Battle Companies event once. They did. It was great. I didn't go to that. Sam says 500 points, 3 games, and going up on Thursday, so it made sense to have a day of 3 games. There you go.
Good 500 points, that's good.
Larry Miller, stomach armour too, but it's largely hidden under rows. Sam says, I also got about 3 squares of the dairy milk, then the little thieving hands claimed it. Larry prefers Steely Orc to Yoink Orc. Nathan says, the new book was cool. I'm excited for a new edition, but also hope we get to see the new bits get a few months of play. It's a shame the new bits are out of stock, but it seems like a standard GW thing. Yeah, as annoying as it is, it's happening to all of their games.
Yeah, it is, and obviously I understand that they can't just go, let's print 1,000 boxes of Cardoon because they want to make a profit. I understand that because that's how
they will. They're all permanent, so they will come back.
Yeah.
Larry says that's when he talks about the legendary regions. Does anyone read it? And I said nope. And then Sam says it's Arathorn's stand that I'm trying out on Friday. Oh, so he's similarly inspired to me. In the lore, if I recall correctly, Arador, Aragorn's granddad, is killed by 3 trolls and Arathorn takes an orc arrow through the eye. That is why, back in the day, when we made this fabulous issue of our magazine, because it was the April Fool's Day, we put the cover up and we said something like, if you can guess who's covered up, we'll put it up or something like that. And people were saying Arador because they were like, he was surrounded by trolls.
Yep.
And so it was lots of fun. I was like, no, it's Tariel because trolls hate her. And we had fun with the puns in that around troll. Ryan Cuthbert, Arathorn's stand is a lot of fun at 550 points. I use 22 might. He gets Ael the Young's rule, doesn't he, in the Legion? He gets like
4 plus for a 3-point might basically. Yeah, it's good. But the big thing you don't get is a banner, but you do get some kind of banner effect. I think I can't remember exactly what it is, but because you can't have Halberad's banner. I think.
Are you not thinking of Ara thingy, who he gets a banner? Aranath gets a banner effect, but he can't have the 2 attack ranges.
Oh yes, that's right. Yeah, well, so that you don't. But yes, you don't get the banner. I know you can't get Halberad's banner, but yeah, I might be mixing 2 legions up there. Yeah, it is 25 to 2 in the morning.
Arathorn's stand has Halbrad but can't have the banner, and I don't think has a banner effect.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Ara, the other one,
Aranath,
can't have the 2 attack ranges with woodland creature, but gives them a banner effect instead, which is not a good change. Larry,
yes, it's not good. Go on.
Sam says Larry Gate crashes the stream via chat. I didn't realise my messages would come up on stream. What the hell is he talking about? Urge to abuse this power rising.
Oh, because he texted you.
Oh, was it popping up on my Facebook thing so they could see it?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see that.
That must be it. Nathan says Larry's had a Red Bull, and then people are encouraging him to to do it. Joe Holzman, I still need to finish a 600-point Evil Army for Hobby Bingo. It should probably continue my Easterlings. But the idea of Birder, 4 Hill Trolls, 4 Werewolves, and a Wargrider, has become very tempting. I think Warg Chieftain was also required. Larry, I want to run the Legion as Old Troll, as your whole army doesn't turn up for 3 turns. And then start screaming that there is ghosts there. Drumsticks! Drumsticks, Harry! Drumsticks.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. That's so true.
It's so annoying.
Well, you even said they're the colour of drumsticks, didn't you?
We said the word drumsticks quite a lot.
Yeah.
Drumsticks. And then Sam's going to PM him. Matt Hudson, she's 5. There we go. Etty's 5.
That genuinely is very impressive.
Incredible work. The good news is there's now 37 people watching, so it's going up.
At 2:00 in the morning. And maybe there's a more internationals joining at this time of the day.
Joe Achilles getting all his mates in for the evening.
Yeah, all the Australians are joining in now.
And Joe says she's 5. Don't swear in front of her, Harry.
Oh, sorry.
Matt says she chose the colours. Or do, and it'll be Matt's problem, not yours. Larry's saying some of that is a good idea. Frederick Schultz says, Party Popper, if this becomes the longest stream. If anyone wants to confirm it, please feel free. I think it is. I think we have done the longest stream we've ever done, Harry.
I think we must have done. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, it's a joy to be with you, my friend. Thank you for being here. I thought they said it, and we're basically just waiting for Wheezy to call it by having her waters break, right?
Yes. Yes.
I thought it was going to be...
She must be asleep. So.
That's what I said. I thought it was going to be 24 hours. And Matt confirms, thankfully, that the 5-year-old is not watching live.
Yeah, God, if you've got your 5-year-old up at 1:40, then yeah.
Covers is going to have to head off. Cheers for a great stream. So people have left since 35, and other new people have joined. Larry Miller, she'll be able to watch live when she wakes up tomorrow. Nathan, it's a long stream, but it's longer for Wheezy, who's huffing and puffing, waiting for Harry to finish. Open brackets, not for the first time. Close brackets. Joe says, I've mentioned it before.
It's usually very quick.
I'll probably mention it again at least a dozen times. I'm going to make mine into Cirith Ungol terrain for the scenario. That's the Dol Guldur terrain, I think. Matt Hudson confirms doing the terrain from the Osgiliath box was absolutely miserable.
Yeah, it was.
Larry has the big boxes for Rohan, Dol Guldur, and Osgiliath sitting mostly unused, mostly because I'm intimidated by having to work out what I want to build out of them. Frederick Schultz. The stupid thing about the Dol Guldur instructions, they don't tell you about the options for the stairs. So lots of people are just confused about weird extra pieces that don't seem to fit anywhere.
Yes, I found that.
Matt Hudson says, I did not imagine my offhand comment about one incident in retail would derail you both so much. Lima crazy.
It was great.
I think he's new. Anyone tried contrast paints on the transparent figures? I haven't tried paints on the transparent figures.
I feel like contrast paints might be a mistake, frankly. Because you're going to fill in the recesses of the model and leave the transparent bits on the top. I think that might be a mistake. Although I suppose they're kind of see-through themselves, aren't they?
Well, Larry disagrees. He says that's what I'm thinking of doing. Tried it on a bit of sprue tonight to see how it worked. I just worry as I'm not sure how strippable these guys will be. That's exactly why I didn't want to put paint on them. I was like, what the hell do we do if it goes wrong?
That's a good point.
Larry writes, I think we know what this is about. I used a mirror, Harry. Some lols, something to reflect on, Harry. Astonishing moment, Harry Markill discovers mirrors. And Frederick Schultz has done me up as well, to be fair. Yeah, Damien, Gaffer Gamgee, famously Rosie's dad. I think it's because they come in the same pack.
I didn't pick up on that either, so that's embarrassing, isn't it?
Father-in-law. Larry Miller says I think this is about the guitar. Looks like a 3D print.
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but it still works perfectly.
Sean Clark, Hawk's hobby is absolutely unreal. His Arnor especially is beautiful. Larry, on a related note, I discovered what became of the Gilgalad I sent you in a sensibly sized box. You did. I saw your comment today. It was awesome seeing that you found out about that a year later. Nathan T, what's a sensibly sized box? Larry sends me stuff in massive boxes. It's the Wheelstone. It is indeed. Nathan T, it's what Larry does, isn't it? Should be on his headstone.
Yeah, it's true.
Just Crosby, this might be the second stream I've started and finished a model before the end of.
Yes, that's because it's been significantly longer than any of the other streams.
Join just in time to see the dice competition from America. Hi, Harry. Joe Killer, it's only 8:30 here. Let's press on. And I think we have confirmation here from Tommy Murphy. Congrats on breaking the BSIME stream record. But Dunland has strength 5 heroes, evil men and stuff. Gorov has the armour despite being half naked. Larry Miller says Uruks have nothing on their thighs. They have as much of their body unarmed as the Kharn guys, just in different places. I think Larry's taken this to heart.
He does seem to be.
Larry Miller says Pink Richard. Whew, God knows. Imagine if Ashley was just updating us on that terrible news casually mid-conversation. What the hell is that? Imagine if Ashley was just updating us on that terrible news casually mid-conversation.
I don't know what Ashley was updating us on.
Was that about the Taylor Swift? It was about Taylor Swift dying. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Casually. Taylor Swift dead. Anyway. Purple. Anyway. I can't remember if it's a good idea. Frederick Shaw should be longer stream now. Richard Clam says, wasn't Harry meant to read these comments and wasn't Damien meant to roll some dice? Yes.
Yes. You're totally right. And because of that, I actually have managed to finish painting my models.
Well, that's more important to me, my friend.
Yeah, I actually have. I've even based it and everything. I can't see it because I've got
you were absolutely meant to be reading that while I counted up how many entries we had.
Yeah, apologies. Well, I'll talk about this. So I've managed. You can actually see the lighting relatively. I highlighted the red. I've done the base rims. I haven't done a very interesting basing. I could do with a couple of skulls or something, or some bits at the very least. But so that is one of them. That's the axe. This is the shield guy. So I've done a little bit of sort of edge highlighting on the shield for the sort of black cloth. And there's again more red and green and some bleach bone sort of beard and a slightly brighter sort of scorpion green for the face. And there's the final one. And I did a bit of patchy rust and patchy Nihilak oxide on the...
I don't have a clue how to say that. I really don't.
I have no idea how it's meant to be said, but I'm quite happy. Oh, you know, the one thing I haven't done, though, is what I did on the King of the Dead. I did like a little blood coming out of his eyes. So I've got... If I get the thing of the blood god, and then I'll do that, then we'll be done.
Amazing stuff. I'm happy for you, man. It's been awesome being with you, and it's been awesome that you've painted up some more on the dead. Super cool.
Yeah, I'm really. You know what? I'm really chuffed because I wasn't sure that because I obviously knew I'd be reading stuff at periods of time. I suspected that I wouldn't get anything finished. So, yeah, just the length of the stream I think has helped me out there. But yeah, I'm quite happy with them actually. They look all right. They're not my best work ever, but that's okay.
So, news is in.
Here we go.
And perhaps unsurprisingly, it's not all that many. It's 30, so still a heroic turnout.
Well, that's very good. I think that's good.
Still, miles off the record.
What's the record?
I think it's 51.
Yeah, okay.
Which really, if you think about how many comments we had then, how many people did it, really does show you how many Aragorn had.
Yeah. That's true. I think it's just always going to be the number of sculpts, isn't it?
Did you put Harry into the list for dice? Is it the guest? I haven't.
Oh yeah. Have you put me in?
We talked about this with Sam. Did we allow it? Sam went in, didn't he?
I think he might have done, yeah.
That makes it 31, which is spectacularly annoying.
No, it's fine. Don't put me in.
Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give Harry a roll of his own.
Oh. Yeah. On a 1, 2, 3, I go in.
No, I mean like a 1 in 30 chance, a like old school Joe Achille roll.
Oh right, yeah.
Because yeah, it's perfect. We've got 30 entries.
Yeah.
Right, let's do some dice.
Come on then.
Right, first up, let's hope that Dice Cam has hung on. There we go. So first up, we are playing for this bad boy, the black Battle Streams Middle Earth dice. So we have 30 entrants, and as ever, we'll be getting 3 finalists. So we've got 30, so we've got groups of 1 to 10. So the first group is Joe Holzman, Ryan Cuthbert, Frederick Schultz, Rory Campbell, Michael Haskell, Sean Clark, Ryan Carrington, Josh Crosby, Tom Christian, and Vicky Ryan. That is 3 of the big 4 in the first 10.
Ooh, that's scary.
We're using our favourite BSIME dice, the tricky 10-sided one, where of course we take away 1 from all the numbers or whatever it was, but 0 will of course be 10.
Yeah.
Over to you to tell me when to roll, Harry.
Roll. 9.
I think that is a 9. Yeah, I'm giving that to a 9. And then 9 is Tom Christian.
Ooh,
Josh Crosby
well done,
missed
Tom.
out by one place. One
Unlucky.
agonising place. All right,
It's okay.
Next 10. Robert Lawson, Richard Clammer, Stephen Ryan, Adele Bosher, she has entered for Mark Fry, Michael Dublé, Jack Zalakowski, Chris Cooper, Hawk Jacobson, Ashley Fisher, and Matt Hudson.
Here we go. Throw the dice. Ooh, a 3. Strong choice.
It's Stephen Ryan.
Ooh.
Adele missed out by one space.
Ah, bless her.
And the final group. Etty Hudson, the People's Champion, is on 1. 1.
Come on, Etty.
Nathan Talbot, Larry Miller, Steiner Carlson, Ruth Cooper, Brian Metalhead, Tom Wayne, Sam Earnshaw, Michael Curtis, and Joe Achille.
That's a rogues gallery, is that?
Is that
7. I thought it was the 1 for a second.
Sorry,
Very close.
Etty.
Unlucky, Etty. Next time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's Tom Wayne.
Very good.
So we have in the final. All right, let's get. I need a spreadsheet. Crazy scenes. Right, dice. So we have. Let's do our names. We have Tom Christian on 1, who has not won a dice. We have Stephen Ryan, who has won 2 dice. He's got form.
Whoa.
And we have Tom Wayne, who has won no dice. We have 2 Toms who have won no dice. Unbelievable. So Tom is on a 1. Stephen is on a 2. And Tom Christian is on a 1. Stephen is on a 2. And Tom Wayne is on a 3.
Ooh,
As ever, first to 3.
Go on then. Off we go.
It's Tom
3.
Wayne. Tom Wayne.
Straight out the gate. It's a good start.
Tom Wayne has taken
Strong
the
start.
Lead, taken the lead.
Tension.
Oh,
Ooh,
Tom
2
Christian.
double Tom.
He's not letting the other Tom get away.
No.
We've seen so many times. It means nothing.
No, it's true.
Oh, Tom Christian is now at match point. 2 for Tom Christian.
Poor Steve's left
Nothing
in the dust.
for 2 dice for Ryan.
Mm.
And 1 for Tom Wayne.
So an
Nothing for 2 dice Ryan, says Ryan. Try this.
2 on 1. Here we go.
2 1 1.
A 1 will win it for
2,
Tom.
1. He's still on match point. He's letting it slide away.
Look
Tom
at this.
Christian is on 2.
Look at this. It's all to play for
It
here.
really is. Stephen Ryan is on 1 and Tom Wayne is now on 2. Can
We just
Steve
need one. We just
take
need
it
another
to
2.
the decider? Surely he will, I think. He bloody has done.
This is great. This is great banter.
It's a single dice shootout.
Here we go.
I think
final
Steve
here.
has got this. I think he's stormed back.
Yeah,
He's
I
got
feel
the
like he's
mentality
picked up
to
here.
win.
When you're ready, sir.
It's Tom Wayne is our winner tonight.
Well done, Tom.
Incredible
Well done.
stuff. Unbelievable.
Well
Wins his
done. Round of
first dice. Let me put the row in.
I like to see a new entry in the dice field. That's always
It is
good.
good.
It's good for morale. It's good for morale. It's good for
morale because you don't want it to get too kind of city of one again. You know, people want to know that anyone can win.
Exactly.
You don't want to get dominated. Tom Wayne.
Tom Wayne?
Yeah.
Isn't that Bruce Wayne's dad?
Yes.
I thought it was.
It's Thomas.
Cool.
It's spelled differently though. I think it's Tom Wainwright, right? I think. Is it Tom Wainwright? I think it says shortened username, I think. But
I don't know.
Normally, so congratulations to Tom. You have won.
Well done, Tom.
This bad boy, which only rolls 3. That's perfect if you've got an elf blade.
Ah, yeah.
Incredible stuff.
It's improved. It's improved. One up to a 3.
My friend. You have won that Battle Streams Middle Earth dice. Now, Harry.
Yes.
You do get entered. Not in a bad way.
Oh?
You should have a 1 in 31 chance of winning. But I'm going to give you a 1 in 30 chance of winning.
Oh, I see. This is very exciting.
Harry, you can pick your number. What would you like? Ideally,
I'm going to go with...
Ideally, make it between 1 and 30.
Yes, I was going to say that'll help me out. I'm going to go with 28. It's the baby's due date.
Oh, well, now I feel guilty if I don't roll it.
Well, it might tell me when the baby comes. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, it says 22nd. Oh, no.
I should have gone to bed earlier.
All right, are we ready? One
Yeah,
roll,
I'm ready.
just one roll, and we're after a 28, right?
Yeah, we are.
Oh,
Oh, no! So close.
no! Oh,
Oh.
oh, it breaks
So
my
close.
heart. So one
Now
day early. We're going for 1 day early.
You know what? It's funny because last year I was brewing my beer that I always do a homebrew beer for my event. And on it, I wrote, it's here because I found it later. On it, I wrote, the beer is due on the 27th of September. And ever since I saw it, and I wrote 27th due date. And that was before the baby was on the horizon. And ever since then, I thought, I wonder if the baby will come on the 27th of September. And this is another sign. So who knows?
It must be. It must be.
One off, though. One off for the dice. My first BSIME dice, but I will. But we have an Entmoot dice to give away still.
Now, how do you want to do this? Because we have 7 entries. We have Josh Crosby, Rich Clammer, Nathan Talbot, Hawk Jacobson, Sean Clark, Sam Earnshaw, and Larry Miller. I do have a D8, but it's up to you. We also have your Entmoot dice we can roll, potentially. But how do you want to do it? Is it just a one roll? What would you like, my friend?
Yeah, let's just do a D8. That makes sense.
Just a single roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
A single. Oh no. Oh yeah. Because then we don't have a final, do we? How many? So how many have we got? 7. So can we do a 4 and a 3, and then? Although is that pushing it? Because then we'll be 2 o'clock. And let's just do one roll.
First to 93.
Yeah. Well, let's tell you what. Let's just do. Let's do a 4 and a 3, and then a best of 3. Why not?
What? So you want 2 finalists?
Yeah, it'd be good to get 2 finalists.
A group of 4 and a group of 3.
If you're okay, you've got a D3, haven't you? And then
do you know what?
If
I'm doing that, I'm just going to use your Entmoot dice for the whole thing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
But,
just do that.
Yeah. So no, do you know what? We'll use the proper dice. I do have a D3. So our first.
Excellent. It's easier to see then, isn't it? Yeah.
Our first finalist. Do you want the 3? I won't tell you who they are. Do you want the 3 to be the first half or the second half?
First half.
Okay. So the 3 is Josh Crosby, Richard Clammer, or Nathan Talbot.
Ooh, it's good.
Here is our
it's a good batch. It's a good batch of lads.
It's Richard Clammer.
Richard Clammer. That's good. That's good. Because Nathan's already got some dice, although he sounds like he's lost some. So that's good.
And now I'm going to go digging for our D4.
Have you got a D4? Do you have a D4?
Yeah. Courtesy of.
Is that a triangular thing?
Yep.
Not a triangular.
It's a mega exciting dice. All these dice is over courtesy of Michael Curtis. So this is the D4.
Goodness me!
It lands pointing a corner up with a number on it. Pretty cool.
Okay, cool.
So the 4 is
Hawk
Jacobson, Sean Clark, Sam Earnshaw, and Larry Miller.
Right. Okay. Come on then.
It's a 3.
Oh,
Sam Earnshaw.
Sam Earnshaw. Okay. Excellent.
So we have Richard Clammer versus Sam Earnshaw, and you want this to be a first to 3?
Yeah. Why not? Why not?
All right, let's use the Entmoot dice.
Yeah. Come on.
So 1s to 3s are Richard. 4 to 6 is a Sam Earnshaw.
Oh yeah, and that's got the Entmoot on it as well.
All right, here we go.
It's a thriller. Here we go. Ooh, first one for Sam. 1 for Sam.
Whoa.
Oh, one for Richard. That's good.
The ages. 2-1 Richard. Richard's on the edge of his seat. I think he's still out there. I think he's watching. Oh, he's got it!
Oh!
Richard Clammer has won.
Unlucky Sam.
A frankly awful dice that only rolls 1s, 2s, and 3s. Richard Clammer.
It performed well earlier. And I'm assuming, Richard, that you are fine with Damien sharing your address if he has it. If not, we'll work it out, and I'll send you a dice in the post or some dice.
Yeah, because I think I need to clarify for my own sake. That's my Entmoot dice, man. You ain't having that.
Yeah, sorry, that's fine. I've got a dice here with you.
That's that Harry bloke.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we're back.
What a moment! What a time to be alive! 2 o'clock in the morning.
Do you know Saturday. What? I think we'll be all right here. We have to stream for another minute and a half because then we will break the 6-hour mark. In ludicrous scenes. Pink Richard. I can't remember what was I going to do. Longest stream. It's about Taylor's dead comment. Here's a question: 2 attacks or 1 attack with banner? 2 attacks, more wounds.
Of course, yeah.
Larry Miller, yes. Richard Clammer, did you put Harry in the list for dice? Done that. Good shout. Sam went in. Nyalak, apparently. Nyalak.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sam says, don't think so, whatever that is. And Nathan says, listen to Joe Achille, we're all here. 24-hour BSIME stream could be a lot of fun. It could be, not today.
Oh no, I've just noticed a tragic thing. Frederick, anyway, you'll get to it in a second.
Oh, brilliant. So I'm looking forward to it. Sam says congrats. Michael Curtis says congrats. Larry Miller, it's odd they're doing the dice roll so early in the stream. Congrats. Matt Hudson, 24 hours with rotating host, but Damien has to do it all in his shed in the winter. And Ashley says congrats, good night. Sam, whilst building his Throw the Skulls display.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stephen Ryan, congrats Tom, happy to be outflanked by such honourable Toms. Nathan T, having watched Harry in the show this week, I want to see BSIME's snow stream.
I think, Nathan rewatched my video where I camped in the snow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good combo.
Yes.
Although, as the Ghostbusters say, we shouldn't cross the
Very
streams. Larry should have gone with your beers due date.
Yeah, forget the baby.
Let's be a lesson. Michael Curtis, I make no claims to the divination properties of the D30. And Frederick says, AM stream was 6:19? Really?
Exactly.
Oh,
That seems. But the only thing I would say about is did that have like half an hour's worth of, it may be trance at the start?
I really had because we've tried to push it before. I don't remember, and I'm sure we were talking about 5:23. I'll have to go and look at it.
Really?
6:19. That seems very long. But
that is really long. Yeah.
Spoilers. I don't know about Harry. We're not doing another 19 minutes.
No, I don't think so.
Matt Hudson, night chats. Very much enjoy that. People say congratulations. There's still 33 people watching. It's incredible. Frederick says congrats, Richard. Richard says, who bloody knew it? I've been trying to win the wrong dice all along. And then people saying 20 minutes to win it. Come on, go. Joe Achille, thanks for another amazing stream. And thanks to Harry for being a fantastic guest host. P.S.
Thank you.
I'm good for another half hour for you guys.
No, I've just checked. The AMS stream was 4 hours and 35. So this is smash that, isn't it?
So what's that? What
are we on?
We're
on 6 hours.
6 hours and 1 minute, my friend. We've crossed the 6 hour mark.
Crikey. This is literally oh, yes.
Do you know what that means?
Oh, I do.
We've just passed into the realm of 7th hour.
Can I just clarify before you do this? Yeah. Make sure you pinch the tip and pull it hard.
That's how you got into the mess that you're currently in. All right, here we go. Congratulations. Wow, your first stream. It's the record. Incredible stuff. Here we go.
You didn't pinch the tip.
So it begins.
You really need to not get such cheap.
I think these are the crap. I mean, look, that one's empty, so that won't work.
Oh, that's awful.
Let's try this.
Hey! Oh, where'd it go? It went on you. Oh, God, I can smell the smell from here.
There you go, my friends.
It's just so
6
iconic.
hours, lunacy, 2 a.m, 34 people watching. It's gone up again.
What are we doing?
Frederick's actually pointed to a different AMA stream on the GBit Shell channel. I'll go and have a look. AMA has 2 mags, do you not? We're not the longest stream. No, stop it. Oh, the party popper knows it's a lie. That's why it didn't go off. This has been absolutely incredible. Inevitably, I think I didn't quite get everything I wanted done, but I do have 20 army there glued onto their bases. So an evening's hobbying tomorrow will get me over the line, and they'll be coming to teams. So if anyone's there, I look forward to seeing you and showing it on. Harry, thank you, my friend.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think they're right. But can I just clarify this? A lot of the end of the AMA stream looks to be just the image of AMA sat there for a long time.
Just wasn't stopped, maybe.
Yeah, I think it didn't get stopped. It went on for 4.5 hours and then carried on for 2 and a bit hours of just a screen, blank screen on GBHL. So I think we're safe in the knowledge that we've done it.
We've busted it. And again, I don't know how you feel. I know you obviously live stream, but they're not normally this long. But it does fly by, right?
It does. It really
crazy.
Does. Yeah. And I think it's all because everyone's just getting so well into the spirit and commenting and getting involved in the conversation, and then you kind of, it's just
Into
well
the
done,
what?
Damien, on doing it.
Getting
It's
into
great.
the what?
Spirit of things.
How'd you miss that one?
I don't know. I was because my eyes are like, I now know what Steve is going on about when he says, he can't see anymore. I'm not aware.
Yeah, I know. But no, thank you, man. Thank you for joining us.
It's been a pleasure.
The plan. There are bits. What is dropping? Oh my god! I'm dropping transparent shields on the floor. Ooh. I just heard 3 pings. That is absolutely disastrous. I don't know how many shields I had to begin with.
I'm sure you'll be able to see them really easily.
Oh, mother of God! I might have them stuck to me, so I'll carry them around the house.
Do you know when the next stream is going to be out?
I'm hoping it's going to be in 2 weeks' time. I haven't confirmed this with any of my supply teachers, but I was looking at Friday the 4th potentially. But obviously we will confirm on the socials. But we're hoping to get back into that kind of 2 to 3 week run.
That would be amazing if Lord of the Imps is if I'm at Lord of the Imps, which I will be setting up stuff probably, I'll get it on a big screen. And hopefully people who are there can watch from the big screen.
I love that Sam Huddy has accused AMA of cheating on his stream. It's amazing. And Harry, I'd just like to say on behalf of everyone, the best of luck, my friend. I don't know quite when I'll see you or when I'll speak to you or quite what's going on, but fingers crossed.
Who knows? I'll be in the chat at some point. So
amazing things lie ahead. And the next stream will be back. I haven't actually looked at when issue 72 was, but I feel it's going to be like 4 months ago or something because we've done a lot of specials.
Been a big gap.
But the next stream will be it'll be issue 73, and as me and Steve told you a long time ago, it is going to be Armoured Merry and Pippin. It will be the theme. So
you know what? I actually have the plastic plastic Pippin and the mounted Pippin from the front of the Gandalf thing, because I painted the Gandalf on a plane. So now I'll do that while you fly through the chat.
A word on the street is you're quite a big fan of Pippin as well.
I am a big fan of Pippin. I would say he is my favourite.
Would you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That'll ever come up in the future.
Yeah.
So it'll be the theme for next time will be any version of Merry and Pippin in their armoured gear, in their like Return of the King gear. Effectively,
brilliant.
Those
that'd be good. Good to see.
People are saying, do we know how many stewards there are? Isn't there 17? Am I remembering that right? Or is it 35? No. 35 chieftains of the Dunharrow, 17 stewards. I can never remember. Did Damien go for 9? What the hell does that mean? Don't know. Thanks for Josh says thanks for popping by. I should also be working on Pippin. Amazing stuff. You guys have been great. It's been amazing. Thank you so much, Harry. I can't believe we crossed 6 hours. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you all for joining us. We love you all dearly, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of you at teams and having a hobby weekend.
Yes. Cheerio.
Anything else?
No, nothing for me.
And there we go. Thank you so much. Good night.